Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter fallen in love with Yandere Bellatrix? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Julia escaped the privet drive and the order members who were guarding her under her invisibility cloak and went to Gringotts. She is 16 years old now, and her godfather is dead. She got a letter from Gringotts about her godfather's will reading, but Dumbledore sent her a letter saying she is not needed. But she is going. Who does Dumbledore think he is to stop her from going to her godfather's will reading? Dumbledore ignored her all her 5th year. He let Snape rape her mind. He didn't meet her eyes. He kept her in the dark about prophecy. He let her participate in Triwizard Tournament. He didn't tell her about Sirius Black being her godfather. He didn't stop students who attacked her thinking she is the heir of Slytherin. He didn't protect the stone properly. He didn't tell her anything about why Voldemort wants to kill her till a month back. Now he expects her to listen to him? He is just her headmaster, and this is not school that she should obey him. Julia entered Gringotts and went to a free goblin. He looked at her with a sneer, and then at her scar which was slightly covered by her hair. What do you want? I got a letter about my godfather's will reading. Griphook will take you there. Griphook motioned her to follow him and led her towards some office. The nameplate outside the door read Ragnarok, Black Account Manager. She entered the office and Griphook left the room. Miss Potter, take a seat. The goblin behind the desk motioned to the chairs in front of the desk. She sat there not knowing what to do. Albus Dumbledore informed us that you did not wish to come. He raised an eyebrow at her. He continued without letting her speak. As you came here, we can read the will. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, being in sound mind, declare this to be my last testament, and will. I revoke all the wills previously made by me. To Remus Lupin, I leave you the cottage and my personal vault. Moony, you need to stop hiding and do something for yourself, and also our pup. If you are hearing this, then she is the only one left for you. I want you to protect her and love her. She needs you, Moony. Please take care of her and yourself. To Julia Potter, my pup, my baby, I love you. I know you, and you might be blaming yourself for my death. It's not your fault, and I will die again and again if it is for protecting you. I want you to be happy, always. Do what you want, not what others expect from you. I love you no matter what you do. You are my daughter, my pup. I'm leaving you everything I got from my family. You are my heiress, my daughter. Sirius made me his heiress. What do I get? She asked after a few moments. Blacks are the richest in Britain. They have houses all over the world in many countries. There are so many companies in which they invested, and the money is being piled in their vaults. You can take the heiress ring of Black family if you want. Ragnarok informed her. Heiress ring? Does Potter House also have one? Julia asked him, and he nodded. The Potter and Black heiress rings are in the family vaults. I can order someone to bring them here. Family vault? My dad left me more than one vault. She asked, confused. Of course he did. Potters are one of the ancient families. Every family has their family vault, and each person of the family has a separate vault which only they can enter. No one said me about that. She frowned. Do you think I have anything else? That can be known by an inheritance test. Ragnarok snapped his fingers, and a parchment appeared in front of him. 3 drops of blood on the parchment. She took the needle and pricked her finger lightly. The wound healed itself as the 3rd drop landed on the parchment. Soon words started forming on the parchment. Name, Julia Eileen Prince. Parents, Lily Rose Evans, illegal blood adoption. Alive, James Charles Potter, bearer. Comatose. Severus Tobias Snape Prince, sire. Rejected, Sirius Orion Black, blood adoption. Dead. Godfathers, Sirius Orion Black. Dead godmothers. Narcissa Malfoy née Black, alive, airships, Potter. Black, Peverell, vaults, Potter and Black family vaults. James Potter's personal vault, Julia's Trust Vault, Peverell Vaults. Withdrawals, 2,500 galleons per month by Lily Evans from Potter Family Vault since November 1981, 5,000 galleons per month by Dumbledore from Potter Family Vault since November 1981, 1,000 galleons per month by Ronald Weasley, Dumbledore, and Hermione Granger from Trust Vault since September 1991, 1,000 galleons per month by Molly Weasley, Dumbledore, from Potter Family Vault since June 1992, 500 galleons per month by Ginevra Weasley, Dumbledore, from Trust Vault since September 1992. Properties: Potter Manor, currently in use. Peverell Manor, Black Manor, Godric's Hollow Cottage, Grimmauld Place 12 in use. Well, there's so many more, but I don't know what to write. Sorry, sad face. How is this possible? She asked him, looking shocked. Miss Prince, our inheritance tests are 100% real. They are all true, Ragnock said, placing the 3 boxes with her heirship rings in front of her. As Lord Prince rejected you, you can't get the heirship ring of Prince family. Can you find where my pa is? I mean James Potter. It says comatose, not dead. Can you find him? Also, the Potter Manor is currently is use. He might be there. She asked. No, begged the goblin. We can, but it may be a bit costly. Ragnock said, looking at her seriously. You said blacks are the richest. Take it from one of those vaults. I want my pa. How much time does it take? She asked impatiently. We can't say. We will send you a letter as soon as we find him. You can trust us. We goblins never betray our customers. Ragnock promised her. What about the money? She asked in anger. Her friends are stealing from her. They're only her friends for her money. How can they do that to her? They stole her money while she trusted them with her whole heart. Malfoy was right. She should have taken his hand instead of Ron's. We can get it back with interest. Ragnock grinned at her viciously, making her shiver. They can't know that I know everything. I need my pa first. They can kill him if they know about it. Julius said, panicking. Then our first goal is finding Lord Potter, and then we can say that he is the one to stop their payments and wanted them back with interest. Ragnock provided, and she nodded. Julia then wore her rings on index finger of her left hand. She thanked the goblin. It's our duty, Miss Prince. Don't call me Prince. He rejected me. I'm a Potter and Black, not Prince. She said angrily. Ragnock just inclined his head. Miss Potter, as you can see, you look like Lily Evans. We doubt there might be a glamour on you. If you agree, we want to do a test to see any other spells on you. Ragnock explained to her, and she nodded. Potions/spells. Glamour spell by Albus Dumbledore and Lily Evans to look like Lily Evans. Trust spell. Key to Albus Dumbledore, Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Ginevra Weasley, Gryffindor's Order of Phoenix. Hate spell. Key to Draco Malfoy, Severus Snape, Tom Riddle, Slytherin's Death Eaters. Obliviate by Albus Dumbledore, Molly Weasley, Hermione Granger. Multiple times. Love potion. Key to Albus Dumbledore from the age of 13 years. Julia was shocked, to say the least. She has spells and potions in her to be on light side. She was obliviated? It must be in her 3rd year. The Dementors. The worst is the love potion towards Dumbledore. She thought him as a grandfather. She can't believe it. I want them all gone. As soon as possible. Also, the love potion. How can I know if I'm being potioned again? Your rings will alert you and will remove the potion once you touch the glass. Ragnock assured her, and with a snap of his fingers there is a potion vial in his hand. Drink this. It will remove all the external spells and potions. Julia took the vial and drank it immediately and felt pain all over her body and dropped the vial. The pain was gone as soon as it started. She felt different, and she knew that her appearance must have changed. Memories came flooding into her mind. Memories. James was playing with her in the Godric's Hollow Cottage. Lily Evans entered and sneered at them. James suddenly pulled her towards himself and clutched her protectively to his chest. Lily came towards him. Dumbledore wants the marriage contract signed soon. I won't let a pervert near my daughter. He spat on her face. You can kill me, but you won't get anything. Potters may be Gryffindors at Hogwarts, but we are sneaky too. I already did everything to protect my daughter from you and that old coot. Ah, James, we are not going to kill you. I know the exact way to make things go how I want. Dumbledore smiled and shot some spell towards James. Lily snatched her away from his arms. We need to obliviate her so that she can't remember anything, Dumbledore said, looking at the crying girl. Pa! Julia shouted, but they only laughed at her. A little darling, you're a Peverell. I can't let anyone other than me to marry a Peverell. They are said to be masters or mistresses of death. As your husband, you have to order death not to kill me. You are the first female in centuries, and I don't want to let it go. Dumbledore smiled and pointed the wand at her. Julia was about to take Draco's hand when Ronald pushed him out of the compartment and slapping her for being a. She was shocked and didn't notice Hermione coming into the compartment and her wand pointing at her. Julia saw James smiling at her instead of James and Lily in the mirror of her wrist. She asked Ron about it, and the next thing, he ran off coming with Dumbledore, who pointed his wand at her. Julia didn't want to go and get the stone, but Hermione and Ron dragged her there forcefully and even with some kicks and slaps. They reached Fluffy, and Hermione once again pointed her wand at her. Julia was talking to Voldemort, who was on the backside of Quirrell's head, and promised her to keep her safe and that he didn't kill her parents. He didn't even try to kill her when Dumbledore came into her view and the wand was pointed at her again. During summer, Julia saw Molly Weasley and Dumbledore kissing when she was at the other side of the wand again. Julia was talking to Tom Riddle in the chamber, but Dumbledore appeared there along with his Phoenix Fox, and then again she forgot everything. Every time a Dementor came to her, she was obliviated by either Dumbledore or Hermione. She always saw the memory of Dumbledore and Lily with James. Fourth year, she was obliviated again to make her think Voldemort killed Cedric and is resurrected, while the reality was Cedric was killed by Dumbledore, and she was obliviated of everything she talked with Voldemort. Fifth year was not much, as she was busy with Umbridge trying to carve into her hand every night. The visions were not actually by Voldemort, they were from Dumbledore. He sent some spell on those 2 days before obliviating her to give her those dreams. Julia opened her eyes and saw Ragnarok working on his desk, and she was still on the chair. She shifted a little, and he looked at her. Ah, you woke up. I think you got all your memories. She nodded at him. I already sent some people to check on the Potter Manor. As I said earlier, I will inform you as soon as we find your father. But before you go, there is one more thing. What is it? Marriage contracts. She looked at him confused. You are 16 now, and you are expected to be betrothed to a lord or heir. There are many contracts made by your ancestors. I have to marry all of them? She asked, shocked. No. You can choose one. He placed the contract list in front of her. You can see the details and decide whenever you want. Julia took the list and placed it in her pocket. She thanked him and left Gringotts deep in thought that she didn't notice the person in front of her and bumped into him. She closed her eyes, expecting to fall, but 2 strong arms caught her. She opened her eyes to see blue eyes looking at her. Sorry, I didn't see you coming. She apologized quickly. It's fine. I don't mind bumping into such a beautiful girl. The man chuckled, making her blush a little. But as you said, sorry. If you want me to accept your sorry, you have to come for lunch with me. Huh? But I don't know you. She asked, looking a bit uncertain. I swear on my magic that it's just lunch. He promised. Julia felt magic seal his oath and nodded. She must admit that he is handsome too. It's just a lunch, right? She nodded her head, and he smiled at her. He extended his hand for her to take, which she took, and he led her to Celestial Alley that she never visited till now. Chapter 2. Julia looked around the Celestial Alley and felt out of place in her hand-me-downs. Her date for the lunch obviously sensed her discomfort and took her to a cloth store instead of restaurant first. She opened her mouth to protest, but he already selected a nice black robe for her, which goes well with her eyes. Well, now as the glamour is gone, she is a replica of James, Sirius and Severus with Severus eyes. She took the robe, thankful of him, and went to change. She took the cloak and parchments from the previous clothes, placing them in the new ones. He grinned as soon as she exited. You look ravishing, Belle, he said, making her blush. Come, now we have to go to the lunch that is due. I'm famished. What about you? Yeah, a bit. That's a lie. She is as famished as him. She didn't eat last 2 days as punishment for burning the bacon, but he is not going to tell him that. I didn't ask your name, he said as they sat at a private table. Julia. She didn't want to tell him her last name and have him look at her with admiration or hate. As in Julia Potter? He asked, raising an eyebrow. She looked shocked at him. There could be other Julias too, who were not Girl Who Lived. She said, looking away from his eyes. Yeah, but they don't look like James Potter. He said as if it is the most obvious thing. I thought you looked a bit familiar, but couldn't place where. But your name Julia triggered it for me. You look different from what I saw your pictures in Daily Prophet. But you look more beautiful this way. You don't look like that muggle-born redhead. He looked so disgusted. Julia didn't know why, but she laughed, confusing him. Sorry, I didn't know someone hated her as much as me. She shook her head. You hate your mom? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Can we not talk about it? She said, looking uncomfortable, and he nodded, not pressing onto the matter. I hate her because she is the reason I lost my nephew along with Longbottoms. He set his face, showing no emotion. Longbottoms, Neville? He shook his head. Frank and Alice Longbottom. I didn't introduce you to myself. Rabaston Lestrange. He gave her his hand, which she took to shake, but he kissed the back of it, his eyes, not leaving hers. She blushed, but remembered something he said. Your nephew means Bellatrix's son? She asked him. Yes, Corvus Lestrange, named after our father who died during her pregnancy. She used to be a nice woman, but no woman can take it when they lose their child, and she is a black on top of that. Bella used to be beautiful, just like Narcissa without blonde hair. She used to be a very caring wife, sister-in-law, and daughter-in-law. But one day she was out with Corvus, who was just 3 months old at Diagon when your mother and Longbottoms tried to hurt her for being a Death Eater. Corvus got hurt and died in that fight. She stopped coming out of her room for months. Then we heard about your mom's death, and she wanted to kill the other two, who killed her son too. She left the room for the first time, and we didn't want to stop her. We wanted revenge too. We tortured them for what they did to our Corvus. He explained to her. I didn't know, she said after a long time. No one knows. Even if they did, they won't believe us. He shrugged. I'm sorry for your loss, she said, squeezing his hand in comfort. He smiled a little at her. I know you wanted revenge, but it is still unfair for Neville. He grew up without parents and a hating grandmother. I feel sorry for him. He said, only a bit sorry, that too for her sake. Did you know my pa? She asked after eating in some silence. James is a nice guy. He pranked us a lot, but not with hate. Only Severus took it to heart. I never understood why Severus hated him so much. Rabaston shook his head before looking at her intently. Why does your eyes resemble Severus? He asked her. What? She asked him. Never mind. It's not my place to ask such personal questions. He smiled a little. You even look like Sirius Black, maybe blood adoption. He shrugged. I need your help. She blurted out before she can think what she is saying. Anything for you, Belle. He smiled, one of those handsome smiles, making her blush again. Oh God, why is she blushing so much? She groaned inwardly. I want to meet your lord, she said, fidgeting with her hands. He placed his hand on hers, making her stop and look at him. He wanted it from a long time to meet you and talk to you. Explain a few things, he said, rubbing his thumb on her knuckles. Yeah, I know what they are. He didn't kill Dad, nor did he kill Cedric or even Sirius. It's Dumbledore. She sneered. Can I trust you with a secret? She looked into his eyes. He nodded. My pa is alive. She smiled. James? She nodded. That's great. He squeezed her hand. I know. I can't tell you everything, but I know I can trust you with this. I don't know why, but I do, she said, shrugging. I won't let your trust in me go down. He said to her. So will you come now or another time? Now. I want to meet him before Dumbledore knows I'm gone and tries to locate me and obliviate me again. She grumbled again. He looked curious but didn't say anything to her. They finished their meal in silence, and he led her to the apparition point where they apparat to the Riddle Manor where the Dark Lord is currently staying. Wormtail. Rabaston sneered as they almost ran into the pathetic rat. Julia still hates him for framing Sirius even if she doesn't know the real story. What do you want, Lestrange? Pettigrew sneered back. We are here to meet the Dark Lord, not you. He pushed him away before leading her upstairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on a door 3 times. They heard a voice calling them in, and Rabaston opened the door for him. Rabaston, I see you have brought Miss Potter, the Dark Lord said without looking up from the paperwork. Julia was shocked. He knows who enters the manor by their magical aura. Rabaston said to her, and she nodded. She wanted to meet you, my lord. She even knows that it is Dumbledore who killed James, who is apparently alive, and others too. Rabaston said a bit louder. Take a seat. He looked up from the parchments. He looked like Tom Riddle from the diary, but only a bit older. He is just as handsome as Julia remembers. She sat beside Rabaston and looked at the Dark Lord for some time, before looking at Rabaston and took out the parchments from her pocket. I actually came here for you help. There is no reason to hide these anymore. Sooner or later, everyone will know. She gave the parchment to the Dark Lord, who looked angry reading them. Rabaston was confused, but was equally angry when the Dark Lord passed the parchments towards him. I hope the potions and spells are removed from you. The Dark Lord asked her, and she nodded her head. Good. You've taken the Heiress rings, which will help you to detect the love potion if it is given to you again. He said, looking at her hand. So the goblins are searching for James? Rabaston asked, controlling his anger towards Dumbledore and others. Yeah. Ragnarok said he already sent some goblins to check the Potter Manor as it is currently in use. Julia told them, the goblins will never fail in their work. You can rest assured that your father will be with you soon. The Dark Lord told her. So, do you have any memory about why Dumbledore is giving you love potions? I'm the first female Peverell born in generations. And we Peverells are known for masters and mistresses of death, according to him. So, he wants me to marry him and then order the death not to take him away. She cringed while explaining it. Pa said that he already made arrangements to everything if he dies, so Dumbledore put him in coma. Peverell? I'm a Peverell too. The Dark Lord mused. Anyways, Dumbledore shouldn't know that you know everything before James is found. He will change his location and maybe threaten you with him. He might already know that I'm gone from the Muggle relatives of Lily. She said sheepishly. He didn't want me to go to Sirius while reading, but I wanted to go, so I escaped under my invisibility cloak. So, if someone from Order checked the house, then they will. No, I'm not there. Your relatives let you go? The Dark Lord asked, raising an eyebrow. I didn't tell them to. They kinda don't like me. They hate magic. She said, paying with her robes. Did they ever, you know? He asked, looking at her. No, they don't like touching me. They just make me do all the chores and give me good once a day. If I make any mistake, they don't even give that. She shrugged. Those bastards. Rabaston hissed beside her. Anyways, I think I should go back then. If I go now, then I can say that I was around in the park or something. She said to them, I'll come with you to make sure everything's fine. I'll be under disillusionment charm. Rabaston said, and the Dark Lord nodded. Julia nodded her head. I think we can talk more after Pa is found? She asked, and he nodded. Of course. Rabaston operated both of them to the leaky cauldron from where they took the night bus. Rabaston disillusioned himself and walked with her. He applied the glamour back on her at her request, and now she is back to looking like Lily Evans, much to both of their disgust. Julia sighed when there was no Dumbledore as she entered the house, and even her relatives were out of the house. They must have said to her about going out, but she forgot. She went to the kitchen and saw a list of chores waiting for her, making her groan. What happened? Rabaston asked her. I have so much work to do, and so less time, she said, showing him the list. Even the purebloods don't give these many chores to a house elf. Rabaston growled. Just few more days. I can leave this place. She sighed happily. Yeah, then these muggles have to deal with me, he said angrily. Just give them easy death, unlike Longbottoms. She said, shaking her head. You are too good to such filth. He huffed, making her chuckle. It's not their fault. It's Dumbledore's for leaving me with them. Lily's for making her sister hate her, and then me. Julia shrugged. I wish I can use magic. She sighed, looking at the list. I can. He offered, and she looked at him surprised. You will? She asked, and he smiled at her, making her stomach flutter looking at him. As I said, anything for you, Belle. He said charmingly. Why do you call me Belle? She asked him while he swished his wand to clean the house, dishes, clothes, cut the vegetables, and cook food. She stopped him from doing anything in the garden, as it is risky. Someone from Order can see him. Because you are beautiful. He shrugged casually. I'm not. She shook her head, and he looked at her, as if she is mad. But you are to me, he said, going back to the work. You should leave. The Dursleys will be back soon, she said, looking at him sitting in front of her on the dining table. Nah, I'm comfortable. I'm not leaving you alone in this hell till you have James back, he said firmly, leaving no room for arguments. She looked at him to see if he was joking, and he would laugh at her any time, but he just looked at her normally. Julia felt something in her heart at his caring towards her. He just met her by mistake, bumping into her, and now he is trying to be her protector from Dursleys. Why is he doing that? Why does he even care? She thought to herself, looking at him. She has so many questions running through her mind at that moment, looking at his handsome face and relaxed expression. Chapter 3. Julia looked at the door when the Dursleys entered and moved close to Rabaston unconsciously. Vernon stopped seeing a man in his house. Petunia narrowed her eyes at the man, while Dudley just groaned that he is hungry. Who the ruddy hell are you? And what are you doing in my house? Vernon asked angrily. Rabaston Lestrange, Julia's friend and protector from you filthy muggles. Rabaston sneered at them. How dare you bring home another freak? Vernon turned his angry eyes towards her. She flinched and held Rabaston's hand tightly. On Uncle Dash, don't you dare talk to her in that tone, Dursley, Rabaston said, pointing his wand at him. You can't use that. She got a letter from the freaking ministry of yours for using it, Vernon said smugly, but Petunia shook her head in fear. Vernon, he can use it, she whispered to him. She is right. I can use it as I'm of age. Let me show you. He pointed his wand at the vase. Bombarda! The vase exploded into million pieces, making Petunia screech, as it is her favorite one. Dudley ran behind her mother, even though he can't hide behind her. We gave you a roof over your head. We fed you. We clothed you, and this is how you repay us? I never raised my hand on you, but you crossed your limit. I think you need to know your place, freak. Vernon stomped towards her, and Rabaston flicked his wand, making Vernon fly away and hit the wall. One more word against her, and I won't hesitate to kill you, Rabaston warned him. We are only going to stay for a few days. I hope you will shut your mouth about me living here if you don't have a death wish. Julia won't be doing any chores from now on. She will be given proper food, and try to raise your hand again, and I'll cut it off for you. Rabaston set his eyes shining with anger and pulled her with him to her room. You didn't have to do that, she said, but she was thankful that he did it. She was really afraid of Vernon more than Voldemort. I would have killed him if it wasn't for James still with Dumbledore. Rabaston paced her room, trying to control his anger. Thank you, she said softly after some time, and he looked at her. As I said anything for you, Belle. He smiled, and she felt something flutter in her stomach and smiled at him. Rabaston looked around the room, frowning, and waved his wand around, and the room expanded. The bed changed into king-sized, and all of Dudley's toys were gone. There was a couch near the bed, and Rabaston sat on it. You should be thankful that it's me. If Bella or Dolph were here and saw them. He shook his head. They lost their son, and they would be so angry that those muggles treat you like this. I guess Neville won't hate you people if he knows the real reason, she said thoughtfully. Rabaston didn't say anything, and they sat in silence again. She looked out of the window and saw Remus. Her eyes widened. Remus doesn't know anything, and he would be happy that his best friend is not dead. She stood up, and Rabaston looked at her confused. Where are you going? He asked. I'll be back in a minute. She ran down the stairs and outside. Rabaston looked through the window and saw her crushing Lupin into a hug, and he felt possessiveness surge through him. He didn't like her hugging another man. He watched as she said something to him and dragged him inside. Lestrange. Remus pointed his wand at him as soon as he saw him. Moony. I told you already, she said, lowering his wand hand. You said you trust me. I do, but he is a Death Eater, Remus said, looking at her. Why didn't you come to Sirius while reading? She asked him, dragging him to the bed to sit. Rabaston didn't like the closeness, but stayed quiet. Dumbledore sent me on some work. He said he will go and see what Sirius had to say. I am sight. I tried to protest, but I just gave up. I'm still reeling from the fact that he is dead. Here. Julia gave him the will. Remus had tears in his eyes, and he looked at her and hugged her. Are you still blaming yourself for his death? He asked, and she shook her head. There is more. She showed him the inheritance papers. Remus' face was blank, and Julia didn't know what to think about it. Dumbledore is going to die, he said in a deadly whisper, and she didn't know why, but she felt relieved that he believed her. I know, she said, leaning her head on his shoulder and held his hand in both her hands. Rabaston left the room as he felt he is disturbing a private moment, even though he didn't like it. How can he do this? And James? He is alive. Where is he? Do you know anything about him? He asked her. The goblins are searching for him. She sighed. And Lestrange? He asked. She said him what happened after she left the bank and that she met the Dark Lord. Why didn't you tell me before? He asked, looking at her. You would be obliviated just like me even if I said. She shrugged. He sighed. I'm sorry. I'm a very bad uncle, he said, rubbing his thumb over her knuckles. No, you are not. I love you, she said firmly. Severus? He asked, and she stiffened. He rejected me, Mooney, she said blankly. But why? Maybe he was obliviated like you, or is under imperius or compulsions just like you. If I'm right, then he doesn't even know that he has a daughter with James. Remus said. What if he knows about me? She asked him. He hates me anyways. He always hated me. It's not like he cares if I'm his daughter. We can't know till we talk to him. Remus said. He hates Pa, she shouted. I'll talk to him, and then we can decide what to do. Okay, he said calmly. He was not there when Dumbledore came to Pa and sent him to coma. I don't have any memory of him at all. Only Pa, she said to him sadly. Let's not talk about him till we know exactly what happened. I gotta go, but I'll try to come more. Tonks would be searching for me and would ask so many questions as to why I'm inside. Also, be careful. He kissed the top of her head and went out. Rabaston was leaning on the wall beside the door. Going already? He raised an eyebrow. If you touch her inappropriately, I'll kill you, Remus warned, and he rolled his eyes. If I wanted to do that, then I would have taken her to my home instead of here, Rabaston said, but Remus didn't look convinced. He nodded curtly at him and left. He is very protective of you, even though he didn't do anything when it came to Dursley's. Rabaston commented, coming inside. No one knows. I told Dumbledore in my first year, and he said I shouldn't lie. I tried to tell McGonagall, but she said Dumbledore would never leave me in a place like that. Then Mrs. Weasley also said the same thing. And Sirius is still a convict. If he knows he will try to do something and someone can see him, he can get caught and then kissed. So I never told him, but he never believed me when I said I was happy here. She said, not looking at him. Why would he want you to live in such a house? Rabaston said, running a hand through his hair. I guess he wanted me to feel lonely, and then when I go to Hogwarts, I would get attached to the first person who showed me some love. She said, thinking for some time. He was interrupted by an owl pecking the window, and she opened it before taking the letter from the owl along with the parcel. She winced lightly as the ring burned suddenly that she dropped the letter along with the parcel. What happened? He asked, concerned. My ring burned suddenly. I was surprised, she said, shaking her head. He waved his wand on the letter and parcel, and they glowed red, a very dark red. He muttered under his breath and canceled all the spells. He opened the letter instead of her and read it out loudly. Dear Julia, how are you? I know we didn't write much, but you know Dumbledore said it is for your safety, and we can't do anything. Hermione came to the Burrow a week ago and is nagging me to complete all the assignments. It's so boring. I hope you come soon so that we can play Quidditch, and you can even give me company in doing assignments. I'm so happy that we won't be taking potions anymore, as I know only Hermione can get O's, not us. We are hopeless when it comes to study. We will take all same classes for Newts. I already decided Transfiguration, Charms, Somsi, Dada, and Herbology. I know 5 or more, but Mum would kill me if I don't have at least 5 Newts. I know for being an Auror we need potions, but you are the girl who lived, and I'm your best mate. They will give us any job we want. We're going to be heroes soon after you kill you-know-who. Hermione is behaving a bit odd lately. I wonder why. Maybe some girl problem. Weird girls and their problems. Fred and George left Burrow and are now living in the flat above their shop. Why didn't you tell me that it's you who gave them money for the shop? You never gave me any money, and you gave them 1,000 galleons. Blimey, can you imagine how many candies we can buy with them? You shouldn't have wasted them over Fred and George. Mum sent you some cookies and food, as your relatives can be strict sometimes. Bill is dating Fleur. He bought a flat in Diagon Alley and is staying with her. She is a nice chick, but Mum doesn't like her as she acts like a pure-blood snob like that ferret Malfoy. She fought with Mum last week about her wedding. Mum wanted to do it at Burrow and even offered to decorate it, but that failed. Ginny calls her that, said she didn't want Mum's help. Hermione too hates her for being so full of herself. I like her though. She is beautiful, but she is going to marry Bill. I forgot. Dumbledore said you can come to the Burrow for the last week. I can't wait. Love, Ron. Julia grimaced as he finished. Love. She scoffed. Did you see? He doesn't even think that I'm a girl. He is talking as if I'm a boy. He stole money from my vault's 1,000 galleons every month and is complaining about why I gave 1,000 galleons to Fred and George. That prick. Fleur is a nice girl. At first she is a bit arrogant, but she doesn't want people to think she is weak, and also she is a quarter vila. She doesn't want people to think she is seducing them. Nice chick? She is going to be his sister-in-law. She snatched the letter from him as he watched her in amusement. I'm not hopeless in studies. Hermione doesn't like it if someone does better than her, so I never did better than her. She is my only friend other than Ron. He always distracts me from studying. I won't take what he is taking. I did the mistake once as I was naive and thought he wanted the best for me. But now I'll take what I like and what I want. She huffed. They didn't send me a birthday wish and not even late wishes. I waited the whole day for an owl. At least one, but only Remus sent me a gift. She said, shaking her head. I shouldn't have expected anything from them. It's foolish of me to blindly believe them. She felt tears as she stopped from mourning, trying to come out. Belle! He sighed and sat beside her, pulling her into a hug and rubbed her back soothingly. Let it go. You can cry. No one will judge you. And that's it. She cried into his chest till there are no tears left, and she fell asleep in his arms. He sighed and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket before going to the desk and write a letter to Dolph. Chapter 4. Rodolphius sighed as he laid beside his wife, who just remembered their son again, and cried for 2 hours. It's getting hard lately for her to think properly. First, the loss of their son, then Azkaban, and recently, she sent her cousin through the veil, even if she didn't want to do that. She said someone made her do that, but she didn't know who. The Dark Lord only wanted the prophecy which they went to get, but somehow the order arrived, and there was chaos. They were barely saved by being sent to Azkaban again. He heard an owl pecking on the window and looked surprised at the snowy white owl. The owl was beautiful, but he doesn't know who it belongs to. He let the owl in and checked the letter for any curses before opening it. He recognized the handwriting as his brother's. He was surprised that he was not at home. He should have checked on him at least once. Dolph, I can't tell you where I am, as I don't want you coming here and killing these disgusting muggles for what they did. Anyways, I wanted some fresh air, and as I'm sure no one is going to recognize me. I went to Diagon Alley. I met a beautiful witch who bumped into me. She is really so beautiful, Dolph. Her eyes were black like onyx, and they drew me in. She apologized to me for bumping, but me being me asked her on lunch where I got to know that she is Julia Potter as in the girl who lived. She looked so different. I knew she resembled someone, but until she said her name, I couldn't find the resemblance. She looks like a female version of James. She wanted to meet the Dark Lord, and we went to meet him after our lunch. She showed us the inheritance results of her. You won't believe it, but her original name is Julia Eileen Prince. Yes, Prince as a Severus daughter, but not with the mudblood. Her bearer is James Potter. But the inheritance results show that she was rejected by Severus. There were potions in her system to make her trust Dumbledore and his band while distrust Slytherins. Forgot to tell James is alive. He is in coma. Dumbledore put him in coma and glamoured her to look like the mudblood. She has Peverell blood, Dolph, and Dumbledore being the pervert he wants to marry her. He is even giving love potion to her. Can you believe it? Love potion to a girl who is more than 100 years younger than himself. He wants to be the Lord Peverell and wants to be Master of Death. Belle said her relatives are not the nicest people, and the Dark Lord asked if she was ever hit, but thankfully they never touched her. They starved her and mentally abused her. I didn't want her to go alone to those filth, and I think I made the right decision. They gave her a long list of chores that even the worst purebloods make their elves do it in such a short time. I helped her with magic. Her uncle was angry that she brought home another freak when they came back. He was ready to hit her. I warned them very well to not even look at her. Her cousin a fat pig who don't know anything other than stuffing his mouth. Her aunt is giraffe with long neck who tried to shield her son who is double her size behind her. She talked to Lupin who was guarding the house with some other order members. He didn't know anything about what she went through in the house. They looked so close with each other. I have a very long list who I want to kill Dolph. So be ready. Her friends are one of the worst people I've ever heard of. I'll tell you about what they did later. I don't think a parchment will be enough for that. R.L. P.S. Narcissa is her godmother. I hope Bella is fine. P.P.S. The mudblood is alive too. Can't wait to kill her. Rodolphus had to read the letter 2 more times. He sneered when he read about Dumbledore. That old pervert. So, Severus has a daughter that he rejected? Or is he under any spell or potions to do it? Those muggles. How dare they do that to a child? He will make sure they feel everything that she went through living in that house. Belle? So Busty is calling her Belle? He never called any of his lovers Belle, and he never praised a woman so much. Is he falling for her? James is alive. That's good as she can leave the stupid muggles. What are you doing, Dolph? Bellatrix asked him sleepily, and he turned towards her. Nothing, Bella. Go to sleep, he said, running his hand through her hair. What's that? She asked him. Busty is staying at a friend's, he said to her. Who? She sat up beside him, leaning on the headboard. You don't know her. You should go to sleep, Bella, he said sternly. Her? Who is she? Did he get another lover? She asked, ignoring his glare. I wonder when he is going to settle down. He sighed, knowing she won't go back to sleep. I think she is the one. He is already so protective about her. He answered. Really? She asked him. He called her Belle. Did you ever hear him calling one of his lovers that? Rodolphus chuckled. Also, he is jealous that she is close with someone else who is probably like an uncle to her. Oh, he is so whipped already. Bellatrix giggled. Tell me her name. Julia. Rodolphus said, not saying the surname. He didn't want to tell her everything now without knowing himself properly. The letter just said the basics. He wants to know more before telling Bellatrix. Nice name. I can't wait to meet my future sister-in-law soon, she said, sighing. I don't think he said how he feels to her. Rodolphus said, she is the one, Dolph. She is the one. Bellatrix said, and he nodded his head. They talked for some more time while he hid the letter from her. Not now, he said to himself. Maybe he will ask the Dark Lord about her before telling Bellatrix, if not his brother. Soon, Bellatrix was feeling sleepy again, as she only slept for half an hour before waking up. They went to sleep with her in his arms safely. The next morning, Julia woke up in a comfortable bed, which was more comfortable than the bed at Hogwarts. Wait, how is that possible? She thought before sitting up and looked around. Then she remembered the events of the previous day and looked at Rabaston, who was sleeping on the couch. He looks handsome even with the messy, sleepy hair. She bit her lip before going to the bathroom. Julia returned wearing the only best clothes she has. Black jumper with blue jeans. The jeans was faded, but better than the others, and it fits her perfectly. She bought it when she went shopping with Hermione and Ginny, where they bought so many, but didn't let her buy more, saying she didn't look good in any. And being the naive friend she is, she believed them even though she felt she looked good in some of the clothes that she tried. She even paid for their clothes while she only bought a black jumper and blue jeans. She saw Rabaston was up and was looking at her. Good morning, she said, smiling, and he blinked at her. Good morning, Belle, he said a bit gruffly. Are you fine? She asked him. Yeah, I just need to use the bathroom. He rushed out, trying to hide the bulge in his pants from her. She frowned at his sudden change of behavior, but didn't say anything. She combed her hair and tied it in a ponytail. Her hair was soft and looked even more black, if that is possible. It reached till her hips now. She liked it long and never cut it. Julia frowned as she sat back on the bed. What are they going to do now? They will be bored the whole day in this room. She bit her lip and frowned more when another thought crossed her mind. Why did she even wear the only nice clothes she has? She didn't even wear them at New Year's Eve last year, where Mr. Weasley was discharged from St. Mungo's, and they decided to celebrate by throwing a party. She never cared how she looked. Why now? Is it because of Rabaston? But she was snapped out of her thoughts when Rabaston entered fresh and clean, wearing different clothes from yesterday. Where did you get them from? She asked him. Magic, he said, smirking, and she blushed. She always forgets that they have magic when she is at Dursley's. I'm hungry. What about you? We didn't eat anything after eating at the restaurant. Yeah, I'm hungry too. She nodded. I can make something, she offered. I don't want to stay in the same room as the pigs down there. Let's go out. I'll be under your cloak. You take me to some nice place where we can eat. He said, but I can cook. Don't you want to eat my food? She asked, pouting a little, and his mind formed so many images of those lips. He shook his head and smiled at her. I would love to eat the food you make, Belle. But I'm not sure if I would be able to control myself from killing the people down there if I stay in their company for more than 1 minute. He said, and she sighed. Fine, I heard Dudley say they open a new cafe 2 streets down. We can go there. She said. Perfect. Now where is your cloak? He asked, and she gave it to him. He placed a hand on her shoulder to let her know that he is with her as she walked out of the house. Cub, where are you going? Do you need something? Remus asked her, becoming visible suddenly. Mooney, we're going to the cafe for breakfast. Want to join? She asked, and he narrowed his eyes lightly, which she didn't notice obviously, and he nodded. I would love to, Remus said to her. I was coming to talk to you about something important, so we can talk while eating. Let's go, Remus said, and they stopped near an alley where Rabastan removed the cloak and pocketed it before they continued walking. Are there no other order members? She asked Remus. There's an order meeting going on right now, Remus said, clenching his jaw. I said I wanted to see you, and don't want to come as they are not going to discuss anything useful anyways. I don't think I can go to the meeting and not kill the people who hurt you. I love you too, Mooney. She chuckled, and he rolled his eyes. I'm being serious. Remus sighed. No, don't even say that, he said when she was about to open her mouth. Ron sent me a letter yesterday. She sighed, her mood sobering. What did he say? Remus asked, narrowing his eyes. That she is not a girl and stupid just like him. Complained about some Fleur girl getting engaged to his brother, who he clearly wants to foo. I mean, who he wants to date, you know? Then he said she is going to the Burrow a week before school starts. They sent a parcel of food which is full of potions, and the letter was full of compulsions. Rabastan answered him. Also complained again why she gave money to his brothers to open the shop and not him. Was the money he stole from you not enough? Remus said, holding her tighter. Is there a way to take O.W. Wells again? I mean, which I didn't take before. She asked him, changing the topic. She shouldn't have said about the letter at all. The full moon is near, and she didn't want him to lose control. What subjects? He asked her. Runes and arithmancy. I only took some C and divination because Ron forced me to. I should have asked McGonagall for advice, but she is likely to tell me what Dumbledore wants her to tell. She huffed. I think you should write a letter to the ministry, but you need your guardian's permission to write the OWLs at ministry. Remus said to her. Maybe when James is found. He asked, and she nodded. Can you teach me? She asked. I read the basics last year, just wanted to see how they are, and was disappointed that I didn't take them. They are so interesting. I can teach you runes, but arithmancy was always serious subject. Me and James struggled a lot to get an A in it. Remus chuckled. I can help you. Rabastan offered, and she beamed at him. Really? Thank you, she said, smiling. Remus looked at him suspiciously. Why is he acting so nice suddenly? He thought to himself. Are you sure it's him? A man asked, looking at the person who was lying on the bed. It's him. I'm sure. Let's go. The second man answered before placing a quill on the man on the bed and made sure the first man held it. Peverell, he whispered lightly. The three of them vanished, suddenly not hearing the door open and a scream that followed it. Chapter 5. The burrow is as loud as ever, and the twins were not causing any chaos. Bill looked at his younger brothers who were sitting silently and raised an eyebrow, and they shrugged at him in return. Charlie had an unamused look on his face looking at the chaos going around, and he looked at the chair beside him, getting a sad look. He missed Percy. Even if he left the house insulting their parents, he still missed his brother. No matter what, Percy will always be his, Bill, and the twins' brother. They were angry at him for saying all those what he said to their dad, but they still love him and will love him forever, unlike Ron or Ginny, who don't let a chance go to insult him by calling him various names. Charlie understood that they are angry for what happened, and he was angry too, but there is no reason for them to insult him all the time. Percy was right even if he was blunt about the truth. Their parents believe in Dumbledore too much, and they are going to spoil their own lives as well as their children's lives if they don't see the truth. While Arthur is not as blinded by Dumbledore, he still does everything the man says and looks up at him all the time. Molly. She is so blinded by Dumbledore that she will even jump from the top of a cliff if he asked her to do it. That blind support is not good for her or any of them, but they can't tell her that as she is going to just shout at them for saying such things about Dumbledore, her Dumbledore. She says his name with so much love that he sometimes wonders if there is something going on between them, but has to clear his head from such thoughts. She is his mother. He shouldn't be thinking like that, but the doubt is still there. Anyways, the reason for the chaos is that Ginny's birthday is near and she wants some new dress, which is bright pink. Fleur, Bill's fiancée, just imagine her in the dress and couldn't stop her chuckle in time, and Hermione heard it. Who is Ron's girlfriend, or he wants her to be, or something like that. He didn't know exactly. Hermione glared at Fleur and shouted what she thought was funny, and here, they're still shouting how dare Fleur to laugh at their precious Ginny, but seriously? Ginny's hair is red and bright pink is going to look horrendous, but all of the four learned to keep their mouths shut when it came to Ginny's dress choices and Ron's food habits, as they didn't fancy getting yelled by Molly all the time. When are they going to stop? Bill whispered, bringing him out of his thoughts. Only Merlin knows. Charlie sighed lightly. I hope Percy is fine. I got a letter from him last night. He agreed to meet us and talk. Bill said, and Charlie smiled at him. That's great. When are we going to meet him? Charlie asked. At lunch, in the Muggle world, as anyone can see us in the Wizarding world, and who knows Mum or Dad can know. Bill said, and Charlie nodded before bending towards the twins too. Give them this good news. What are you people whispering about? Molly demanded. Just a new joke product that we want to invent. Fred shrugged, lying easily, and Molly didn't even doubt him and just huffed. She didn't like their choice of profession, even if they are earning a lot more than she wanted them to by doing a job at the Ministry for Dumbledore, but she didn't care about the money. She only cared about Dumbledore's orders that her sons are not following. Sorry about that, love. Bill whispered to Fleur, who looked at him with a smile and shrugged. Charlie felt bad for her by the way their mum, Ginny and Hermione, are treating her. Mum and Ginny he can understand somehow, but he didn't like Hermione, a girl who was a guest at their house, treating Fleur, soon to be their family member, so badly. She doesn't have any right to treat Fleur like that or call her phlegm. He knows Fleur is hurt by all their critics and name-callings, but she still shows a smiling face when someone talks to her. She didn't leave Bill because his family is treating her bad or demanded they leave this place and go to some other place to live separately from them. It was Bill who suggested they live in a separate house together as they are engaged and are going to get married soon. Okay, the reason I invited you all to the breakfast today is to talk about Ginny's birthday. Molly said, smiling at her daughter, who beamed back. We're going to throw a party and invite all of our friends and relatives. Why? Bill asked her. What do you mean by why? It's my birthday, Ginny exclaimed. I don't understand why you are throwing such big party. She is going to be 15, not 17. Charlie said, we were not able to celebrate her birthday the way she wants all these years. But we can do it now, and I want my baby to get everything she wants. Molly said to them. And what about the money? Bill asked her. Don't worry about the money. She smiled secretively, looking at Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. The other four Weasleys looked at them suspiciously, but stayed quiet and ate their breakfast. So, is Julia Dash going to be there? The twins asked. No, she is coming here a week before they leave to Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore wants her to be safe at her relative's house. Hermione said, not at all looking as if she cared about Julia. Don't you want her to be at your party? I thought you were best friends or something. Fleur asked, looking at Ginny, who shrugged. Dumbledore said it is not safe. I don't want to take chances at my party, she said, sipping her juice. So, you care more about your party than your friend? Fleur asked her. This is my first ever party, Fleur. Why would I want it to be spoiled just because one of my friends like to be center of everything? Ginny said, rolling her eyes, and the way she said friend didn't sound like she thinks Julia as her friend at all. She doesn't like Dash to be center of attraction. She hates it. The twins glared at her lightly. Yeah, whatever. Can we stop talking about her and discuss about my birthday? Ginny said, huffing. It's not like you're going to celebrate it the way we want. So, why bother discussing it with us? Charlie said, standing up from the table and leaving the kitchen. He is right, discuss it with Mum and others. Bill followed him along with Fleur. They're just jealous that they never got to celebrate their birthday while you were getting to do it. Ron said with his mouth full of food. Yeah, right. The twins mumbled, leaving the kitchen shortly. They can't believe Ginny can talk about Julia in such a way, and Ron or Hermione didn't even say anything to her. She is their best friend, and they were just sitting silently eating their breakfast. So, Percy? Charlie asked as they entered his room. Bill was there with Fleur already. We will come to apologize to him, for the way we treated him when he was here. We just liked pranking him and never thought, he would be so affected by it. The twins said, and he nodded. I'll go to the bank. I have some work. Take care, Bill. Fleur kissed him lightly and turned to the other three. Take care, you three, and don't get into any trouble. We are sorry for how others treat you, Fleur. Charlie said, and she just smiled at him, leaving the room. You are lucky to have her, you know. If it was someone else, they would have left you long ago for how Mum and others treat her for being a quarter Vila. Charlie said, and Bill nodded, sighing. I want to do something about it, but I can't say anything to Mum as she will just get angry and will treat her even worse, saying she complained about her to her son and is trying to separate her son and her. I don't want Fleur to go through all of that. Bill said to him. Hermione likes Ron, but Ron is attracted to Fleur due to her Vila allure. The twins said, looking at Charlie. How did you know what I was thinking? He asked, confused. You were looking at Hermione angrily. They said at the same time. I was angry at her for treating my sister-in-law like that. Charlie said, and Bill smiled at him. I'm glad that I bought that flat. I don't want to stay here even if they don't insult Fleur. Bill told them. We too. The twins said, and I'm going to be in Romania most of the time, so no worries. Charlie chuckled. We will write a letter to Julia and see how she is. The twins said, tell us if she replies. Bill said, and they nodded. My lord. Rodolphus bowed and took a seat when he was given permission to take it. The Dark Lord looked at him to ask whatever he wants. My brother sent me a letter about staying with Julia Potter. I assumed you know about it already, as he won't go there without your permission. Rodolphus said to him, and the Dark Lord nodded. You are right in assuming that Rodolphus. They came to me yesterday. The Dark Lord said. My brother didn't tell me everything. I wanted to know what's going on clearly. Rodolphus told him, giving him the letter. Rabaston covered almost everything. She was used by the light side, as she is a Peverell. The youngest two Weasleys are not children of Arthur Weasley, but Dumbledore's. They, along with Granger, took money from her vaults given by Dumbledore to be her keepers for him. The Dark Lord informed him. Dumbledore's children? Rodolphus asked, a bit disgusted. Yes, and Julia was on so many memory charms. They obliviated her so many times in last 5 years. She knew about Dumbledore and his plans as the obliviates are removed by goblins. The Dark Lord continued. She is used and manipulated by them for that old fool to become the Master of Death. Rodolphus sneered. That's right. The Dark Lord nodded. Your brother seems excited for Bloodbath. When is he not? Rodolphus rolled his eyes fondly. He seems taken by her. But, huh? The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. Bella thinks she's the one for him. Rodolphus chuckled lightly. You told her? The Dark Lord asked him. No, just that Rabaston is staying with someone else and is calling her Belle. And that he is so overprotective of her already. He is jealous of her uncle. Rodolphus grinned. He is jealous of Lupin? Seriously? The Dark Lord shook his head. Are you going to tell her? I don't know yet. She might react badly for a little girl being treated like that. She would want to go there right now, but I don't even like hiding something from her. She would be hurt that I didn't tell her everything before. Rodolphus sighed. I think it would be best if you wait till James Potter is found and Julia is living with him before telling Bella. She can do whatever she wants with the Muggles then, and also Dumbledore and others. We can't risk James' safety right now. The Dark Lord advised. If you think that is the right thing, then I won't tell her now, my lord. Rodolphus nodded and stood up. Be careful, Rodolphus. You are still wanted, and the manor can be raided any time. Come here as soon as someone tries to breach the wards. Don't wait to fight or see who it is." The Dark Lord warned, and Rodolphus nodded again, before leaving to go back to Lestrange Manor. "Where did you go?" Bellatrix pouted as soon as he entered. "I went to meet the Dark Lord," Rodolphus said, sitting beside her, and pulled her close. "Why? Did he call you?" "Why didn't he call me?" Bellatrix asked him. "No, he didn't call me. I just want to see if there is something we can do, as we are just staying at home from so many days. It would be nice to go on some raid or something." Rodolphus explained to her, and she nodded. "Yeah, it's so boring at here. I want to go out," she said. "Why can't we just go out?" "You know why, Bella." Rodolphus sighed. "But Busty went out, right?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "He doesn't look like the same Rabastin as before, Bella. You know he changed a lot. He exercised a lot after coming out from Azkaban and changed his appearance too, and he didn't even come with us to the ministry in June, so no one saw his new appearance. But they saw us and can recognize us," he said to her, and she sighed, not liking that she can't go out. "This is so unfair," she complained. "Why don't we go to Malfoy Manor? You can meet your sister. It's been a week that you met her," Rodolphus said, and she beamed. "Yes, let's go to meet Sissy. I can't stay in this house anymore without dying of boredom," she said, standing up. "Well, then go and change. We can go," he said, and she rushed to their room, making him chuckle. But soon his expression turned angry. The reason why Isabella is acting like this is that Mudblood, who he thought was dead, but was still alive. He's going to have fun killing her slowly for causing pain to their family. He's going to make sure she suffers a lot before she dies. He smiled again when Bella entered the room, and they fled to Malfoy Manor. Chapter 6. Julia looked around the cafe as they entered. It was not that bad. Dudley was not bragging when he said that there was a nice cafe nearby. They want to sit at the table near the glass window from where they can see what's going on outside, but the outsiders can't see them. She observed while coming in that they can't see inside from out. The window must be one-sided, she thought to herself. Remus sat beside her before Rabastin can sit, who looked a little put out but sat in the seat across her. She didn't know what was going on as she was looking outside the window till Remus asked her what she wants to eat. "Anything. I don't mind." She shrugged, and Remus nodded, ordering for both her and himself before looking at Rabastin, who ordered for himself. They waited for the waiter to come back in silence. Julia was leaning on Remus with her head on his shoulder. Rabastin looked away as for some reason he can't see her with someone else so close. He looked around the cafe, trying to distract himself somehow, and saw that a woman a few tables away was giving him a seductive smile. Normally, he would have smiled back, flirted a little, went with her to her room, and sleep with her before leaving her, not looking back at her again. But for some reason, he doesn't want to be with anyone other than the beautiful girl sitting in front of him. He never felt such attraction to anyone in his life. He didn't know if it is going to be permanent or not. What if it isn't, and he will hurt her too, just like he hurt others? "Your order, sirs, ma'am," the waiter said, placing their plates in front of them. Rabastin snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Julia to see her smiling at the waiter in thanks. "She is really beautiful. Let's eat, and then we can talk," Remus said to her, and she nodded, turning to her plate. Rabastin looked up when he felt Remus' gaze on him. He was looking at him a little doubtful. He had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. He already warned him about not touching her last night. Why is he looking at him like that? He decided to ease his mind a little. "I can swear," Rabastin mouthed to him, and Remus nodded, going back to his food. Rabastin smiled lightly to himself, going back to his own food. The food was not as tasty as the elves back at the manor, but not even that bad. They knew his choices to make the food according to his choice, though. "What is it you want to talk about?" Julia asked Remus, making both of them look at her. Remus hesitated a little before opening his mouth to answer her. "Severus?" She cut him off as soon as she heard his name, making Remus sigh. "I talked to him last night," Remus said to her, and she frowned at him. "Don't give me that look. He doesn't know anything, Bambi. What if he is lying?" Julia asked angrily. "How can you believe him? For all we know, he can be with Dumbledore and Lily." "He is not," Rabastin said to her, making her look at him. "How can you be so sure?" she asked him challengingly. I know Severus. He's a good person even if he doesn't show it out. He has some morals, and he would never sleep with someone and then reject them when they are pregnant. I was thinking about it from yesterday. I think Severus is under compulsions too, just like you. Also, he would never let Dumbledore give you love potion. His daughter or not. Rabaston said to her. He is right. Severus is not a bad person. I know he was not nice to you, but he wasn't nice to any Gryffindor when it came to that. Remus said to her. Why are you supporting him so much? She said, exasperated. I don't want to do anything with him. He's your father, Bambi. You can't hate him forever. Why are you trying to ignore it? Remus said, running a hand through her hair, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes, making his heart melt. What if he rejects me again? She said, and he wiped her tears and hugged her again, letting her cry on his shoulder. I will torture him if he does that. You don't need people who don't need you, Bambi. Don't worry. James would be there. I'm there. We are all here for you. Remus said, rubbing her back lightly. I don't want to get hurt anymore, Moony. That's why I don't want to talk to him. She mumbled, and he understood why she said no all this time. You should have seen it before. No, don't cry. He pulled away. You don't have to talk to him if you don't want. Okay? No one will force you. I won't let them. I promise. I don't want to talk to him. She shook her head. Okay, no talking to him then. Remus nodded and wiped her tears again before kissing her forehead. I'm sorry for bringing him up. It's not your fault. She sniffed lightly. Rabaston just sat there watching them. He felt bad for her. She was hurt by a lot of people till now, and she is afraid to even say the truth to her sire, thinking he will reject her, hurting her again. It's all because of Dumbledore. The old fool made her life like this. She had a loving father, but he took him away from her and placed her with those stupid muggles who hate everything magical. He won't let his Belle be hurt by anyone anymore. He swore to himself that he will kill everyone who hurt her. They ate the rest of the breakfast in silence and went back to the Muggle house. Remus stopped him from entering the house, and Rabaston sighed, knowing what was to come. Why are you here? Tell me the truth. Remus demanded. I think she told you already how we met and what happened after. Rabaston said. I can't seem to trust you around her, Lestrange. You know you have a very high reputation of how you like sleeping around with different women every day. Remus said angrily. I know about my reputation, Lupin, but I'm not one for forcing someone. I won't touch anyone without their consent. Rabaston said to him. Also, I swear on my magic that I won't do anything to her. I'm just here to protect her. I don't know why, but I want to protect her, and no one is going to stop me from doing that. I won't hesitate to rip you apart if she says you did something to her. Remus warned. I said I won't. I'm not one to go back on my word. Rabaston said, a bit angry. My reputation about women may be bad, but I'm a man of my word, and I do respect women. I treat Bella as my own mother. I do sleep around, but I'm not a man whore or something. I was young and wanted to enjoy my life. I'm trusting you. Don't make me regret my decision. Remus said to him before moving away from him. Take care of her. She seems to be trusting you, and I don't want her to get hurt because of you too. I won't hurt her, and I won't let her get hurt by others. Rabaston said determinedly. I have to go, Remus said, and Rabaston nodded, going into the house, while Remus left to apparate somewhere. Why did you stay back? Julia asked as soon as he entered, and he thought about some lie to say, as he can't tell her what happened outside. He was just saying to make sure the Dursleys won't do anything. I assured that they are afraid of me to even come near you, Rabaston said, and she smiled before turning around to go to her room, and he followed her. What should we do now? She asked him. He shrugged, laying back on the bed as she sat at her desk. His shirt rode up a bit as he laid down, and she got to see his perfect abs and muscles. She blushed, looking away from him and out the window. He didn't seem to notice her red cheeks, and she was thankful for it. She didn't know what she would have told him if he asked why she was blushing. Belle, he shouted, making her look at him, confused as to why he was shouting. I called you 5 times. What are you thinking that you didn't hear me? Nothing. She shook her head, trying hard not to blush. Well, it's something. Tell me, he said, and she shook her head. No, it's nothing. Leave it, she said, and he sighed, rolling on his side to look at her properly. He placed his elbow on the bed and rested his head in the palm. Why? He asked, pouting a little, and she laughed. Are you pouting? She asked him. I'm not. He said, affronted that she said such thing about him. He didn't pout. No, not at all. You did, she said, laughing even more, and he glared at her. I didn't pout. Handsome men don't pout, he said, puffing some air arrogantly. Yeah, but I just saw the handsome man pout at me, she said, still laughing a little. So you think I'm handsome, huh? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows playfully, and she stopped laughing. I didn't mean it like that. She denied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks lightly. Then you were saying I'm not handsome? He asked her. No, I mean dash. She stopped trying to think what to say. What do you mean? He asked, barely concealing his laughter, and he couldn't hold it anymore when she looked like she didn't know what to say to make him feel better. You were joking? She asked him, and he laughed even more. Well, you were laughing at me. I had to do something, he said, smiling at her. You were so mean. She huffed, looking away from him, and he chuckled lightly. I know. I'm more than mean, he said playfully. Shut up, she said to him, but he just did the opposite. What if I don't? He asked her. I'll go out of this room, she said after thinking for some time. Where? To the Dursleys? He asked her, and she glared at him. No, outside, she said. I think those watchers of yours might have returned by now, he said, looking amused. I don't think they like you going out of this house. Dumbledore's orders. You were so irritating, she said, groaning. Okay, fine. I'll stop. But don't say that you are bored when I do, he said to her, rolling back onto his back and looking at the ceiling. I won't, she said, thankful that he shut his mouth, and looked at the window just as an owl entered the room, going directly to Rabaston. He looked at the owl fondly, giving it a pat on its head and relieving it off its burden. The owl flew out as soon as he did that. Julia waited to see if he's going to tell her the letter is from, but he didn't look at her or say anything. He opened the letter and smiled instantly. His smile didn't go away as he read the letter. Julia wondered who sent him a letter making him smile like that. He chuckled as he finished the letter and folded it before looking at her, and she looked away immediately. It's from Bella, he said to her, and she nodded, not turning to him. She wanted to ask what she wrote that made him smile like that, but held herself. They are family, and she can't snoop into their family like that. Another owl came into the room, going to Rabaston again, making him raise an eyebrow at it, but took the letter and read it curiously. His eyebrows rose slowly as he read the letter more and more. But he smiled at last, and folding the letter and placing it along with the other letter. He didn't even say who sent it this time, and she didn't ask him. She sighed and looked at him, but he was laying on the bed with closed eyes. She thought of talking to him as she is feeling bored, completely forgetting that she was the one who said him to shut up. She stood up from her chair and went out of the room. She went downstairs to see the house was empty. The Dursleys must have left the house afraid of what else Rabaston would do to them if they stayed here. She chuckled to herself and went to the kitchen, thinking of preparing lunch for both of them. She knows that they just ate half an hour ago, and lunch was still 3 hours from now. But she is bored. She always had to do something or other when she was at Dursleys, so she is bored when she got nothing to do. She went to the fridge to see what is in it and what she can make. Chapter 7. Rabaston woke up as Julia finished cooking lunch, and it was still 11. He frowned when he didn't see her in the room and sat up on the bed. He took the letters and placed them in his pocket and went out of the room. He went downstairs and raised an eyebrow at the delicious smell of the food and went towards the kitchen to see her standing at the stove, just now finishing everything. It smells so good, he said, and she jumped, almost dropping the plate in her hands, and he chuckled lightly. I apologize, it wasn't my intention to scare you. No need to apologize, she said, turning to him. Why are you cooking? Did the Dursleys dash? No, they are not here. They left afraid of you. I was bored. I didn't know what to do, so I'm just cooking. I'm used to being busy whenever I'm here. Why didn't you wake me? He asked her. I didn't want to disturb you. I mean, you're already doing so much for me. So, I just let you sleep, she said, shrugging lightly. I just closed my eyes and didn't even know when I fell asleep. He said, angry at himself. It's fine. You must be tired, she said, and he shook his head. Forget it, he said, and moved towards her. I can't wait to eat them all. It's not that nice. I'm warning you, she said, and he rolled his eyes. You think I care? You made it, and I will eat it even if it is poisoned. Rabaston said, looking over the food, not noticing her surprised expression. but I have to wait as it is not yet time for lunch. He said and looked at her. You can eat now if you want. She said to him, I just ate some time ago. I want to eat everything, so I need to have an empty stomach. He said, sitting on the dining table. Julia just shook her head and laughed lightly before taking off her apron and hanging it away and sat on the dining table beside him. I might have to go for an hour after lunch, he said, and she looked at him questioningly. Bella wants to meet me. I'll be back soon. Would you be fine? Of course. This is not the first time. Julia said to him. No, but it's not the same. He sighed. I threatened your uncle. If he sees you are alone, he can do anything. I will be in my room and won't come out. She said, that would work. I will make sure to ward it, so that only people who you will let inside can enter. Rabaston said, and she nodded. I don't think they will return any time soon, though. Julia said to him, we should always be ready for everything. He said, and she nodded her head again. If you think that it is necessary, then fine by me. She said to him, and he smiled at her. I'll be back in a moment then. I'll ward your room first. Rabaston said to her, and went upstairs, and she just sat there smiling. He is so caring towards her, and it felt so nice that someone is caring for her. She sighed and laid her head on the table. She just wished the goblins would find her pa soon. She can't wait to meet him and spend time with him. Julia smiled, thinking how he used to play with her and took care of her everything. He loved her so much. She can see it in his eyes from the memories, and she loved him too. He is her pa. She loves him with all her might. Duh, Rabaston said, entering the kitchen. She looked up at him and smiled. Thanks, she said, and he raised an eyebrow. Are you tired? He asked, seeing her laying her head on the table. You shouldn't have cooked, he said, and she chuckled. No, I'm just feeling lazy suddenly, she said. It's so boring, you know. I have nothing to do. She whined lightly. What should we do then? He asked, sitting in front of her, and placed his chin on his palm. Don't know. She pouted lightly. I think I should do my homework. I only completed half of it. And also start on the owls I want to take. What do you think? She asked him, and he frowned lightly. You want to study now? He asked, and she sighed. No, but I don't have anything else to do, she said, and he looked at her thinking. What about shopping? Maybe you can pass time even if you don't buy anything. We can just roam, and if you like anything, you can buy them. He suggested, and she shook her head. You said you have to go after lunch, and lunch is just in an hour, she said, and he raised an eyebrow. So, you do want to go out? He asked, and she shrugged. Then we can go after I come back. I'll be back soon. But the order? She asked, and he rolled his eyes. You have an invisibility cloak, Belle, he said, and she blushed. Yeah, forgot. She mumbled. She thought about going to shopping. She looked down at her dress, the only nice dress she has. Maybe I can buy something for myself this time, she said out aloud without knowing. What? He asked, and she looked at him confused. What did you say? I dashed. She didn't know what he was talking about before her eyes widened. Did I say that aloud? You did, he said, looking at her with narrowed eyes. What did you mean by that? Nothing, she said, looking away from his eyes. It's not nothing. Tell me, he demanded, and she sighed. Such a stubborn man. I never shop for myself. This is the only dress which is mine, she said, and he looked angry. My aunt always gave me Dudley's band-me-downs, making me get bullied at school for looking like a boy, and when I grew up, she gave me her hand-me-downs. I went shopping with Hermione and Ginny, but they didn't let me, but anything except this. We will buy a whole new wardrobe for you then, he said in a tone that said no more arguments. Okay, he asked her, as if you were going to change your decision. She said to him, who smiled at her. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest, making his eyes snap to her chest. He quickly looked away. Get yourself together, Rabaston. You don't want to hurt her, he said to himself. He clenched his fists lightly before unclenching them and taking a deep breath. Are you fine? She asked, leaning forward on the table, and he nodded his head. I'm fine, he said, avoiding her eye, and she looked confused but didn't push him further. Where do you stay? She asked him after some time. I'm staying with you, ain't I? He joked, and she rolled her eyes. I stay at Lestrange Manor. But won't the ministry check it? You are still wanted, right? She asked, frowning lightly. Nah, The wards are tied to the lord of the house, which is Rodolphus. He won't let anyone enter without his permission, Rabaston assured her. Also, they don't even know the exact location of our manor, as purebloods don't share their location with only family and close friends. They give their flue address to others and can block the flue to stop unwanted visitors. They can do that? She asked, surprised. I didn't know. I guess I don't know so much about purebloods. No one ever said to me, I'm here to help you now. He smiled at her. So, you block the flue from everyone? She asked him. No, the flue is not blocked to close people. He said to her. How? She asked, looking at him confused. For example, Lucius's family as Narcissa and Bella are sisters. Also, Lucius is a close friend from our childhood. So, that means he is one of the closest to us. Rodolphus added him to the wards, and if he tries to flue when it is blocked, the wards will recognize his magic and unblocks the flue for him. Rabaston explained, and she nodded, understanding what he is saying. So the wards and the flue are connected? She asked. Yeah, they are. Also, Rodolphus will know if anyone is trying to enter the house without permission. He will know who is entering too, Rabaston said, and she looked impressed. That's so cool, she said, and he chuckled. Will he know if you enter too? Yes. Even if I'm added to the wards and have Lestrange blood, he is the Lord Lestrange, and even family can be traitorous sometimes, he said, and she nodded. That is understandable. She said to him, Do you think our house didn't have wards? What? He asked, confused. I mean, Dumbledore and Lily entered the house where Pa and I were without any problem. She said to him, I don't know. Every pureblood house has wards, and it is very rare that one doesn't have any wards. He frowned lightly. Or maybe Dumbledore did something. He trailed off. She looked at him confused. He gave birth to you, so he must have got a bit weak during the aftermath of pregnancy, and Lily must have taken advantage of him. I don't know. He sighed. We should probably just ask him when he is back. Yeah, she said, a bit distracted. What is it? He asked her. You said he must have got weak. She said, and he nodded. Why would that happen? I mean, women get weak too, but you said as if he is not capable of doing anything at that time. Males' pregnancies are hard, Belle. He said to her. Men don't have wombs, so the magic creates an artificial one, and it is strictly said that the man shouldn't use any magic during the pregnancy. Also, giving birth is so exhausting too for the same reasons. Pa went through so much for me, she whispered, and he placed his hand on hers and squeezed lightly. He loved you so much to go through all that and get you into this world, Belle. He smiled at her. I love him too, she said, and he smiled even more. I can't wait to meet him. I know, but the goblins will send the letter as soon as they find him, he said, squeezing her hand once more before letting it go. Don't think that I'm pressurizing you or anything. Just hear me out, okay? He said carefully, and she nodded. Severus, no, let me finish it, he said, stopping her protests. Severus is your father, right? He asked her, and she nodded. Which means they slept together. Julia grimaced at that, making him chuckle. Do you think your pa would sleep with anyone if he doesn't like him or her? Rabaston asked her, and she looked at him, not showing any emotion. I mean, Severus doesn't know it because he might be obliviated or drunk or anything could have happened, but one only gets pregnant if he gives his consent. What do you mean by consent? She asked him. I mean, James got pregnant because he slept with Severus willingly and was in his clear mind, which means James was not drunk or no one forced him into it. Also, no spells or potions were used on him either. Rabaston said to her. So, you were saying Pa knew what he was doing and still did it? Julia asked him, and he nodded. He wanted Snape? It seems like that, yes, he said to her. But they hate each other. Julia frowned. Severus didn't like him, but you can't say he hates James, Rabaston said to her. Also, James only pranked everyone. He never hated anyone. But Sirius said Pa and Snape never got along. Julia said, that might be because of Lily. James liked her during the school days, and Lily always spends her time with Severus. So, James always tried to get her attention, making them fight a little. Rabaston said to her, I think Sirius meant those, not anything more. But look, Belle. I don't know what happened between the three of them that changed everything, but think James did like Severus. So, don't you think it would be unfair to James if you say you don't want Severus in your life? Rabaston asked her. I'm not forcing you or anything to go to Severus and tell everything. Just asking you to think. Maybe Severus is not to be blamed for everything. Yeah. She nodded her head and he smiled at her. Now, I think it's lunchtime and I can't wait anymore to taste that delicious food you made, he said, rubbing his hands, looking eager, making her chuckle. Chapter 8. Bill Weasley entered the bank, as he does every day, and was in for a shock when the head goblin said he can be sacked for something that his family has done. He didn't know what happened and who did it, but he didn't want to lose his job. He won't get any job if he loses this one. No one will hire a wizard who is fired by goblins. I don't know what you were talking about, Master Goblin, Bill said respectfully. Bill knows better than anyone that goblins are very powerful and one should think twice before talking rudely to a goblin. Also, they have your money with them. They can ruin you in few moments and act as if nothing happened when you cry in front of them for mercy. They are merciless and won't help once you insult them. One should be very careful while dealing with the goblins. Don't act innocent, Mr. Weasley. The goblin sneered at him, and Bill was a bit afraid at the ferocious expression on the goblin's face. What's going on? He has this feeling that this is related to his mom and his youngest sibling somehow. He didn't think they would be so foolish to try and do something with the goblins. I can swear on my life, Master Goblin, I really don't know what you were talking about, and I can even swear of secrecy to not reveal anything you tell me to anyone, including my soon-to-be wife, Bill said, almost begging him. He needs his job. He is going to get married to Fleur, who will be sacked too for being related to him. Fine, we will do an unbreakable vow. The goblin agreed, and Bill sighed in relief. He didn't know what went wrong. First, his sister being irrational, and his mother and youngest brother supporting him. Now his job is at risk because of those three. Another goblin came into the room and performed the unbreakable vow. Bill was anxious as he sat there while the head goblin ordered someone to get a few files. The head goblin passed the file towards Bill, and he took a deep breath before opening the file, and his eyes widened. I think there is something wrong with this. Bill trailed off, as he knew goblins would. Never make mistakes. But how in the name of Merlin is this even possible? Are you saying something, Mr. Weasley? The head goblin asked him intimidatingly, and Bill shook his head in negative and continued to read the file. Who? Bill asked the head goblin, and he sneered. What do you think? He asked back. J. Julia. Bill asked, looking sick, and the head goblin gave him a curt nod. Bill wanted to bang his head on the desk in front of him. How can they? Julia is heiress Potter. Even if she is not the girl who lived, as an heiress of an ancient and noble house of Potter, she has so much power and can destroy the Weasley family easily. They're already in feud with the Malfoy family from almost 2 centuries and are almost in poverty due to that. Now, if the Potters also start a feud against them, they will be doomed. Does she know? Bill asked, swallowing hard and not able to meet the eyes of the head goblin. She does, the head goblin said, making his world stop around him. She already knows, and she would have been feeling so betrayed by the people she trusted the most from 5 years. There is no chance in this eternity that the Weasley family is going to see better days. How is he going to explain this to his dad? He is going to be so furious that his wife and children had done something so... Ugh! Bill didn't even know what to call this. He was so angry that his face turned red, matching his hair. He wanted to punish his family himself before the goblins can take any action. They were poor, but they didn't need to steal from someone who trusted them as their family. His father would rather beg than steal. Bill knows his father better than his mom and can see that this is not going to end well. Looking at your expression, I can say that you are not involved in this at all. The head goblin nodded his head in approval. He was satisfied, but Bill looked at him confused. This was a test to see if you are eligible to work with us or not, and consider yourself passed with flying grades. You are not going to lose your job, and instead you will be promoted soon. What? Bill's eyes widened at the news. Is he hearing it right? Promoted? But my family dash, it has nothing to do with you. We knew that, but still wanted to see your loyalties. The head goblin said to him, I hope You won't meddle into our business when we're going to deal with those three? As much as I hate to say this, they deserve it. Bill spat angrily. He was not afraid of offending the goblin, as the goblins know who he is angry at. I have another piece of information that may be even more offensive, the head goblin said to him, and Bill wondered what more did those three did to offend the goblins more than stealing. Master Goblin, I apologize, Dash. No, Mr. Weasley. The offense is not towards us goblins. It is towards your own father and your family. The goblin interrupted Bill before he can apologize, and Bill was confused again. Offend his own family, and most importantly, his father? Here, you should read them. The goblin passed another file to Bill. His hand froze in mid-air when he opened the file. His expression was thunderous. I think I should leave, he said, standing up calmly. Don't forget about our vow. We don't want to lose a skillful wizard like you because you broke the vow. The goblin reminded him, and Bill nodded. His father needs to know about this, was the only thing in his mind right now. He left the first file on the desk and took the other file with him. Girl! Julia woke up at the shout and rushed downstairs, not wanting to anger her uncle even more. What are you doing standing there? Her aunt screeched when she stood in front of them without saying anything. You ungrateful brat. Julia flinched when her aunt slapped her so hard that she fell down to the floor. Her cheek throbbed in pain, and she felt tears well up in her eyes. Und Petunia? Julia looked at her confused. Why did she slap her? She didn't do anything wrong, and they never hit her before. They didn't like touching a freak like her and always liked to stay away from her. Don't you dare say my name with that wretched mouth of yours. Petunia sneered at her and kicked her stomach with the heels she is wearing. Pet, leave the girl to me. You should rest, Vernon said, looking at Julia with dangerous gleam in his eyes, and Julia shivered. What's going on? Why are they so violent today? You are a freak, Petunia said to her. We took you in when you were left on our doorstep. We fed you, clothed you, sent you to school, wasted our precious money that Vernon earns working hard in his office for our dutters on a freak like you. We let you stay in our house even after you almost killed our precious baby boy last year, and you dare to bring a man and threaten Vernon by blowing up the vase that costs more than your pitiful life. Julia then remembered Rabaston and his warning of not leaving the room. Why did she come out? She shouldn't have left the room, and she would have been safe from all this. She can't go upstairs even if she tried now. Petunia is at the doorway and would stop her. What is she going to do? Pet, leave, Vernon said with more force, and Petunia glared at her for one last time and left the room, leaving her alone with Vernon. Julia was afraid when the door was locked from outside. He was about to hit her that day when he saw Rabaston. Surely he would use this chance of Rabaston being with her right now and beat her. Julia was so lost in thoughts that she didn't see Vernon standing up and walking towards her slowly and dangerously. She only noticed him when he stood near her and nudged her with his shoe, snapping her out of the thoughts. Uncle Dash, sir, you should address me as sir. Vernon sneered at her, and Julia gulped and nodded her head, obeying his command, not wanting to anger him even more. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It wasn't my intention to bring anyone here who will threaten you or harm you. I didn't know that he would do something like that. I told him not to come, but he didn't listen. I'm sorry. I will tell him to not come back again. Please forgive me. This won't happen again. I can assure you. Please, don't beat me. Julia begged him, kneeling at his feet. Look at you, begging me at my feet. Vernon kicked her stomach, making her fall down again. He kicked in the same place as Petunia, and her pain doubled, making her cry even more. Why are they hitting her suddenly? They never did this before. Rabaston, where are you? She thought to herself. He said he will protect her, and now she is being beaten by her uncle because of him. He said that he will be back in an hour or two at most, and would take her out for shopping. She decided to take a nap as she was bored and had nothing to do. She expected Rabaston waking her up when he returned, not her uncle. She expected to have a fun day, not a painful day. She wished Rabaston would come soon and save her from this whale of a man, who is her uncle. Sir, please. I'm sorry. Don't beat me. I did all the chores even if you didn't tell me. Please, Julia said to him, clutching her stomach in pain. She is used to hunger cramps in her stomach, not kicks. Dudley and his friends used to chase her when she was young, and they used to hit her, but that was different. They were just children, and those didn't hurt as much as these now are hurting now. Are you saying that you did a favor to us? Vernon sneered at her words, and Julia shook her head in fear. No, she didn't mean that. She only meant that she is obedient and listens to them. How dare you say that we should be grateful of you? Vernon said, kicking her again, making her cry out in pain. You ungrateful! He shouted at her and continued to throw kicks at her front body. When she couldn't take it anymore and tried to roll away, he kicked her back a few times before taking his belt and lashed at her. No, please. I'm sorry. Uncle Vernon, please. It hurts. Don't hit me. She cried in pain and agony. She is feeling pain all over her body. She continued to beg him to stop hitting her. That only made him hit her even more. He wanted to hear more of her cries and begging. You deserve it. You only deserve pain and humiliation. Your parents shouldn't have given birth to you at all. As soon as you born, they died. Such a jinx you are. We are facing all the problems because of you. Our daughters almost died because of you. You should just die so that everyone can be happy and peaceful. Vernon said as he continued his assault on her. Julia didn't have the strength anymore to beg and just silently cried in pain. She soon lost her consciousness as black spots appeared in front of her eyes and closed her eyes. Julia didn't know how much time passed, but someone was shaking her, and she opened her eyes groggily to see concerned blue eyes looking at her. Chapter 9. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. What's wrong, Belle? Rabaston was worried, looking at her crying like this. Why is she crying? Why are you crying? Why didn't you come? Julia asked with accusation in her tone. I told you that I'll be back in an hour. Rabaston looked confused. What is she talking about? He had a fight with Bella so that she will let him go and he can be back in time so that he can take his Belle shopping. You lied to me, she said, crying, and his heart broke at the sight of her crying. What are you saying? I didn't lie about anything to you. Why are you crying, Belle? What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Did you get any other letter from the weasel? Rabaston asked, cupping her cheeks and wiping the tears with the pad of his thumbs. Don't touch me. She hit his hands weakly, but he didn't let go. You said you will come. You said you will protect me. You lied. You lied to me. I hate you. Go away. Don't touch me. She shouted at him and tried to push him away. What's going on? Remus entered the room, looking panicked, as he heard her shouting when he was outside the house. What did you do, Lestrange? I warned you to not touch my cub. How dare you dash? Shut up, Lupin. I just came back from meeting my brother. I didn't do anything. Rabaston glared at him. I told you I would never do such thing, and I'm a man of my word. Then why is she crying and asking you to not touch her? Remus asked angrily. I don't know. Rabaston snapped at him. I was trying to find out what happened when you came and started accusing me. Move! Remus pushed him away and pulled Julia into his chest. She hugged him tightly, clenching his shirt tightly in fists, and cried into his chest. What's wrong, cub? Why are you crying? Did anyone hurt you? Did Lestrange do anything? What's wrong? Julia just cried more, worrying both men even more. Remus tried to make her look at his face, but she won't let him go and tighten her hold on him. Rabaston was looking at her confused and worried. What happened when he left that she is crying like this? He just left for an hour, and he never felt anyone trying to enter the wards of her room, so no one could have hurt her. He searched the room for any letter from those traitors that may have hurt her like last time, but he couldn't see any letter. What did you do? Remus asked him again, and Rabaston wanted to punch his face in anger. I didn't do anything, damn it. Rabaston shouted in anger. I went out and just returned now. Don't you understand basic English? Guess what? I don't trust you. Remus spat at him. I don't care, Rabaston said back, equally angry. What is going on? A voice asked from the doorway, making both the men snap their heads towards the father of the child crying on the bed. Rabaston looked a bit relieved at the sight of him. Severus, do you have a calming draught? Rabaston asked him. Severus was shocked to see Rabaston Lestrange in the room, but hid it well behind his mask of indifference. What in the Merlin's name is going on here? This is Potter's house, isn't it? Why is a Death Eater here, and why is the brat crying and making a scene? Why were Lupin and Lestrange shouting? Wait! How did Lestrange enter the wards? No Death Eater without permission from. Dumbledore can enter them, and is he here to hurt the brat? Is that why she is crying? Severus pointed his wand at Rabaston in suspicion. He hates the brat, but he did vow to protect his Lily's daughter after her death. Severus, what are you doing? Rabaston asked with gritted teeth. Put down your wand and give me a calming draft now. Why are you here? Severus asked him. How did you enter the wards? Did you hurt her? Why is she crying? Severus, I'm not here to hurt her. I would never do that. Just give me the calming draft. She needs it. I'll explain everything to you as soon as she calms down. I swear, Rabaston said, but Severus didn't believe him. I can kill you here, you know, Severus said, and Rabaston had to stop himself from taking his wand out and hexing the git in front of him. Can't he understand that his belle needs a calming draft and he can kill him later? Severus, she needs a caring draft, Rabaston said calmly. What happened to her? Severus looked at her from the corner of his eye, still pointing his wand at Rabaston. Severus Lestrange is right. Julia needs a calming draft, Remus said, and Severus looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Why are you not reacting to his presence as you should? Severus asked him. I'll explain later. Just give the potion, Severus. Remus sighed. Fine, don't blame me if something happens. Severus lowered his wand and fetched a calming draft from his pocket and gave it to Rabaston, who went to Julia and petrified her. I'm sorry, Belle, he said, and parted her lips to pour the potion into her mouth. Okay, I'm removing the spell. Are you feeling better now? Rabaston asked her, and she nodded her head and let him hug her. Remus wanted to object, but stayed quiet and watched as she relaxed into Lestrange's embrace. Severus was surprised as to what's happening and looked at Lupin, who was looking conflicted whether to separate them or not. What happened? Rabaston asked, stroking her hair lightly. They beat me, she said, looking at him with new tears forming in her eyes. What? Rabaston asked at the same time as Remus and Severus. Who? Severus asked with narrowed eyes. Wait. Rabaston pushed her a little so that he can see her face. No one entered the room. The wards would have alerted me if they did. I went down, she said, and he frowned. You didn't. He shook his head. No one left or came into this room. I would have known it. What are you dash? Julia stopped and felt her body. Why is there no pain? She looked down at herself and touched her stomach where Vernon kicked her and didn't feel any pain. Her cheek also wasn't throbbing. Wait. She was lying on floor when she lost conscious in the living room. But now she is in her room on bed under covers, just like when Rabaston left. That was all a dream? Her eyes widened, and she looked at Rabaston and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she said in his chest, and he rubbed her back. What happened? He asked her again. Nightmare, she whispered, embarrassed about herself and for worrying all the men in the room. Thank Merlin. Rabaston sighed out. I thought something happened to you. Oh, Merlin. I was so afraid. Remus pulled her into his chest away from Rabaston, making him glare at the protective werewolf. Stupid, Severus muttered angrily. Don't you know the difference between reality and a dream? So she said, hiding in Remus' chest. Severus, don't. Rabaston warned him. We need to talk anyways. Come with me. Yes, we need to talk. Severus looked into his eyes, and they left the room, leaving the werewolf and his cub alone. You scared me there, cub. Remus kissed the top of her head, and her face turned red in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Dash. No, don't apologize. It's not your fault. You were afraid. He kissed her head again. Are you hungry? Let's make something together for you. Come on. Okowa. She first went to the bathroom to clean her face and went downstairs to the kitchen to see Remus looking into the fridge and smiled when she entered. What do you want to eat? He asked her, and she shrugged. They heard a loud crash from the room upstairs, and she looked at Remus confused, who just shook his head. She wondered what they were talking. She remembered what Rabaston asked her before lunch and looked at Remus. Mooney, she called, and he hummed, not looking away from the stove. Rabaston said that Pa would only get pregnant if he gave his consent to sleep with Snape in his clear mind. She said with a red face, and he cleared his throat, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He is right. Remus agreed. Why did you ask? He said Pa would feel bad if I say I don't want Snape in my life. Julius said to him, James won't tell that to you as he would never force you. But if he liked Severus and liked him so much that he slept with him, then he would certainly be hurt that his daughter doesn't like his father and would feel it's his fault that he slept with Severus or something like that. Remus said to her, but he would never force you to do something you don't like. What should I do? Julia asked Remus. What did you think about it? Remus asked her instead. Rabastan said I should think about it, and I thought a lot. But I don't know what to do. I'm not understanding anything. Julia said, looking distressed. Why don't we do this? James will be back soon, and we can ask him if he wants Severus in his life or not. Why Severus was never there with you after you were born, and then decide what to do about this. Remus suggested, and she nodded, looking relieved. Yes, we can do that. Julia said, smiling. Now come on, let's make something to eat. I'm starving. Remus said, and she went to him to help prepare food. Don't lie to me, Rabastan. Severus said angrily. I don't have a daughter, and that too with James ing Potter on top of that. Do you think the goblins will make a mistake? He asked, pointing to the parchment in Severus' hands. Why don't you go to Gringotts and see if you have any potions or obliviates? Why are you here? Severus asked him. I bumped into her when she left Gringotts, and I asked her out for lunch. She told me about wanting to meet the Dark Lord and about her relatives. I didn't want her to come here alone, even if they never hurt her physically, and here I am. Rabastan shrugged. They abuse her mentally then? Severus observed, and Rabastan nodded his head. They treat her like a human house elf. Rabastan sneered at the thought of them. You won't believe the list of chores waiting for her when we came here from the Dark Lord's manor. Dumbledore dash. Don't tell me you believe that old fool even after reading this parchment. Rabastan gave him a look, and Severus snapped his mouth shut and took a deep breath. I'll go to Gringotts first. My mind is not working properly. Severus stood up and left the room as Rabastan watched satisfied and went to the kitchen. Good afternoon, Severus said to the teller who looked at him blankly. I want to do an inheritance and potions check. Name? The goblin asked him. Severus Snape, he said, and the teller called someone in order to take Severus to Prince account manager, making Severus confused. Lord Prince. The goblin nodded at him as soon as he was seated. Lord. Severus was confused. Why don't we do the test first, and your questions will be answered then? The goblin, whose name was Sharptooth, suggested, and Severus nodded, feeling a headache coming. 3 drops of blood on the parchment. Sharptooth said, and Severus did as he was told. Name, Severus Tobias Snape _Prince. My partner. Severus ignored everything else on the parchment and looked at James' name. He didn't even care that he has a daughter. The other test, Lord Prince. Sharptooth said, and Severus nodded and looked at the parchment waiting for the results. Potions/spells. Love potion keyed to Lily Evans by Lily Evans and Albus Dumbledore. Hate spell keyed to James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Julia Potter, and other light side people. Trust spell keyed to Albus Dumbledore, Lily Evans. Obliviate by Albus Dumbledore. I want them all gone. Severus snapped, his magic crackling in anger around him. Sharptooth passed him the potion, already expecting the outcome. Severus immediately downed and winced at the sudden pain, which was gone soon. Memories. Severus was sitting in the living room with a glass of whiskey in his right hand while his left hand held a letter, one of many from none other than James Potter. He narrowed his eyes at the letter, thinking why he should believe Potter. I want to apologize to you for everything. Severus sneered at that line. As if he will ever believe that man. Severus, you are being too much. Lucius sighed, and Severus glared at him. He sent you so many letters just to meet you once and apologize. He is lying and only going to prank me when I go there. Severus said, not agreeing and leaving to his bedroom. Sna Severus, please. James stood in front of him, and Severus wanted to punch the git standing in front of him. I really am sorry for everything. This is not a trick or anything. I can do anything to prove myself to you. Move out of my way, Potter. Severus said, and James shook his head determined. Don't make me hurt you. Why are you thinking twice to hurt me? James asked, looking surprised and confused at him. Move, Potter. Severus pushed him angrily and left the place. Severus paced in his room in front of the bed. Potter was right. Why'd he think twice to hurt him? It's not like he cares about that git, right? Then why didn't he just take his wand out and hexed him or punched him like he wanted at that moment? Why? Severus wanted to hurt something or anything to take his frustrations out. I hate you, James Potter. He shouted and slumped onto his bed. Severus looked at Potter, who was sitting beside Black, with a glare. He didn't know if he was glaring at Potter, who didn't try to convince him anymore, after trying to convince him that he is not lying or pranking him about apologizing for more than 30 times, or if he was glaring at Black for sitting so close to Potter. You were staring, Lucius said from the seat beside him. Shut up. Severus placed the glass on the table a little hard, making a few people look their way in the bar, and James was one of them. His eyes lit up lightly, and he smiled at Severus. James even waved his hand lightly, but Severus didn't react, and James lowered his hand down, and his smile fell, and he turned back to Sirius, who called his attention. You know, if you like him and want him, you should talk and be nice to him, Lucius advised, and Severus glared at him. I don't want to, James tried to say, but Sirius was not having any of it and pushed him inside the restaurant, making him stumble lightly, but he caught himself before he can fall and righted himself. He looked around the restaurant and saw a man with brown hair and brown eyes wave at him. James forced a smile on his face as he walked towards the man, not noticing the black eyes watching him as soon as he entered the restaurant. He sat opposite the man as Severus watched angrily. Excuse me. Severus left the table when James went to the restroom. He stayed in the shadows and watched as James leaned on the counter, looking distressed. Ah! James groaned and looked at himself in the mirror. Why me? He sighed loudly, and Severus raised an eyebrow at his behavior. James? Someone called him from outside, and he sighed pitifully before turning to the door. Severus grabbed his wrists suddenly. Severus was surprised at himself, and James looked at him with wide eyes. Severus, hi. James smiled at him, and Severus let his hand go as if it burned. Do you need something? Who is he? Severus asked him. He dashed. James stopped furrowing his brows lightly and shrugged. Don't know. Sirius arranged another blind date for me. Another? Severus raised an eyebrow. What's taking you so long? The brown-haired man entered and saw James standing with Severus a bit close and raised an eyebrow. Well, if you wanted to someone else, you should have said it. Well, no. Severus is well, we just know each other and he literally hates me. We are not never. I was just dashed, James said, and moved away from Severus. Why are you lying after getting caught? You are a man whore, and were acting as if you were some gentleman outside with me when I wanted to touch you. The man sneered, and the next minute he was blasted into the wall, groaning in pain. James looked at him, and then at Severus, whose wand was out, and pointing towards his date. Mind your words. Severus spat at the man, who was in pain and was glaring at both of them. If anyone is a whore, then it is you. I dashed. James stopped when Severus looked at him. Come. Severus pulled him out and towards the exit, ignoring the company he had before he followed James. What happened? Severus asked, and James looked at him confused. What did he try to do? It's just dashed. James' face turned red in embarrassment, and he looked away from Severus and the lake in front of them. There was a lake near the restaurant, and Severus didn't let go of his hand till they were here, and made him sit beside him on a bench. What did he do? Severus asked through gritted teeth, and James shuddered at the dark tone. He tried to touch me, James said in a low voice, and fisted his hands on his lap. And you let him? Severus asked, and James shook his head. I left a bathrobe dash. Why didn't you hex his hands off? Severus cut him off harshly. What? James looked at his face, startled. You used to act so brave in front of me back then. You even bullied me back. I'm sorry. Now, you are acting like a coward. What is going on with you? You don't even fight for yourself and just run away from the problem? What happened to you? Why are you acting like this? Severus questioned him, and James wanted to look away, but Severus placed his hand on James' chin, making him look back at him. I am sorry. James stuttered, and Severus frowned with narrowed eyes. What's wrong? Severus asked him. Let me go. James tried to move Severus' hand, but Severus' grip was tight. I asked you something, James. Severus said, and James shook his head. It's none of your business, Snape. James said angrily and pulled Severus' hand away and rushed away to apparate back. James ignored Severus from that day. He doesn't look at him or smiles at him like he usually does and always leave the place if he sees Severus there. Severus didn't like it. Severus saw him ignoring Black too. He didn't know what's going on and was very curious about everything. He didn't like the suspense and wanted to know everything. He tried to find out by all means, but James, even though has a lot of friends, he is a very private person. He never shares much with anyone. This is enough. Severus pushed him into his flat as soon as James opened his door, startling him. "What are you doing here?" James looked at him angrily. Severus was looking at the man sitting on the couch, looking between James and him uncomfortably. "I'll take my leave then." The man hurried at Severus' glare. "Who is he?" Severus turned his glare towards James. "None of your business." James snapped, and Severus narrowed his eyes and walked towards him. James took a step back and continued as Severus didn't stop his steps. "What are you doing? Don't come near." "So you're acting brave again, huh?" Severus asked him, placing his hands beside James' head, trapping him between the wall and himself. "Don't do anything." James closed his eyes in fear, and Severus frowned at him. James waited for something or anything, but nothing came, and he opened his eyes lightly to see Severus looking at him confused. "What's wrong?" Severus asked him. "Why are you so stubborn?" James tried to push him away, but the man won't budge. "Move. I don't feel good. Please. Not until you tell what's going on." Severus stayed in place. "I'm raped." James shouted as tears fell down his face, and Severus looked at him shocked. He didn't know what to say and just looked at James blankly. "Happy now? Just get out. I don't want to talk to you. Please leave." "I'm sorry," Severus said and hugged James. He was surprised again by his actions, but didn't move away as James clung to him. "I didn't know. I'm really sorry. It's not your fault," James said, burying his face in Severus' neck. "Who?" Severus asked, and James stiffened before sighing lightly. "Dumbledore." James sniffled. "He gave me a love potion and lust potion on the night of graduation. I was wearing my airship ring. It detected something wrong, and I went out to the balcony to throw the drink away, but he was already there and operated us to his room. I couldn't react in time, and he used it to bound me and dash." James cried again. "I'll kill him," Severus said angrily and hugged James tightly. Severus didn't realize when he became protective over James, or when he even started liking James, but his blood was boiling when he heard that Dumbledore did such thing to his James. His James! I couldn't overcome it for a long time, and then I realized how much similar I was to Dumbledore when it came to you, Dash. You are not similar to him in any way. Severus pulled away to look at James' face. Severus wiped the tears away and cupped his cheeks. "I bullied you, and he raped me. It's almost Dash, not same. You never did anything as offensive as what he did to you. Also, I did fight back with you so many times. It wasn't one way." "James," Severus said to him firmly. "I wanted to apologize, and I felt so guilty. So, I kept on sending you letters and apologized to you." James continued. "I'm really sorry. I forgive you," Severus said, and James looked at him with wide eyes. "Really?" James asked, and Severus nodded. "Thank you. That means a lot to me. How can I ever dash? If you want to do something in payment for bullying me, then." Severus paused and looked at James, who was looking at him eagerly to please him anyway. Severus was feeling something in his heart. He is really happy that James bullied him and not someone else. Or else, James would be looking at that someone else like this, and he wouldn't be standing here and holding James in his arms. "First tell me who that person was," Severus said, and James bit his lip looking at Severus' chest for a few moments. "Counselor," James whispered. Serious thought. "He can help me to forget what happened." "Is it helping?" Severus asked, and James shook his head. "Did you tell him?" "I don't want to disappoint him. He is worried about me and just wants to help me." James sighed, and Severus shook his head. "You are not trying," Severus said, and James glared at him. "You know nothing." He huffed, crossing his arms over his chest, and Severus chuckled at the shorter male in front of him. "Fine, but I think I can help." Severus said, and James looked at him confused. How? James asked, and Severus just smiled at him. Chapter and notes. Happy New Year, Revolving Hearts. Another small gift from me. Chapter 11. A/N. Small bit of violence is there, and few curses. Severus' memories continued. Sirius stopped clearing his throat awkwardly. So, Snape and you are not enemies anymore, eh? He asked, not knowing what else to say. Yes. Why are you so awkward? James frowned at him. It was just the two of them, and Sirius is acting as if they're some strangers. What's gotten into you? Nothing. Sirius sighed and groaned simultaneously. I'm really sorry, Jamie. I didn't know that the man would say such things to you. At first, I just thought that you wanted to escape another date, so you lied, but I found out that he is not a nice man. He is Sirius shook his head, groaning again. James shrugged, not saying anything. Sirius felt so guilty for accusing James of such thing, and then not talking to him for the past few days. Severus was in James' bedroom watching them. James didn't want to overwhelm Sirius all of a sudden, so asked him to hide and pushed him inside when Sirius knocked on the door and said it was him. I'm really very sorry, Sirius said to him. Please forgive me, Prongs. It's not your fault, Pads. You didn't know it either. James said, smiling at Sirius. No, it's my fault. I know what you're going through, and I'm just worried and want you to have a good life. I'm sorry. I won't arrange for any dates from now. You can choose whenever you want to date and whoever you want. I won't say anything even if you choose Snape or Malfoy. Sirius said, looking serious, and James chuckled, which turned into a full-blown laughter. Well, Severus and Malfoy. James laughed again. I don't think it will happen. One is already married while the other. James trailed off, rolling his eyes. I was just saying, but Sirius stopped. But what, Pads? James asked him. Nothing. You can choose him if you want. I will support you no matter what. You are my best friend, and I can never go against you. You are too important for me to lose you. Sirius said and hugged him tightly. I have a date. See you. Have fun. James walked him to the door. He sighed as soon as the door closed. He didn't notice the dark-eyed man sneaking behind him and jumped slightly when he hugged him. From behind. Say, Severus? What are you doing? James asked him. Hugging you. Severus said, not bothering to let him go. I know that. James said, trying to move away. But why are you hugging me? I don't know. Severus said carelessly. James frowned, not understanding the other man. He just hated him all these days, and now, when he knows about what happened to him, he is hugging him? He is really weird. Do you like Lucius? Severus asked him, and James froze at the question. What? James turned his head to look at Severus, who looked serious and angry. Why would I like a married man, if he is not married? Severus asked him. No, he is not my type. James shook his head and saw that some of the anger disappeared from Severus' face. What's wrong with this man? James thought again. Then what is your type? Severus asked him, and James wanted to hit him. Why is he asking such stupid questions? I don't know, James said, trying to move away again. Then how do you know that Lucius is not your type? Severus asked, and James groaned lightly. He has blonde hair. Whenever I see blonde hair, I remember him. So, I decided not to fall in love with a blonde. James said, looking away from Severus. Good, Severus said, burying his face in James' neck, making him shiver. What's good? James asked, confused. You talk too much. Severus complained, and James shut his mouth, wanting Severus to let him go soon. Severus felt stupid for being possessive without any reason. He let go of James after a few minutes and left, saying he has some work. James looked like he wanted to ask something, but Severus left, wanting to sort his thoughts before he will frighten James with his behavior. Severus is a very possessive man, and he doesn't like sharing with anyone. He didn't know why, but he felt very possessive when he heard Black say that James can date Lucius. He knows Lucius won't do that to him, but still he hated it. What's wrong? Lucius asked him when he saw his sulking expression. Will you date James? Severus asked, shocking him. Are you mad? I'm married and in very much love with my wife. Lucius said angrily. Perfect. Severus smiled at him, and Lucius frowned, not understanding Severus' weird behavior at all. Did you get drunk, perhaps? Lucius asked, and Severus shook his head. Wait, you called him James? Yeah, his name is James, last I know. Severus rolled his eyes. Did you talk? Did you realize your feelings for him? Lucius asked with twinkling eyes, and Severus smirked. I did, Severus answered. Merlin, I can be free from your sulking then. Lucius joked. Shut up. Severus rolled his eyes. He wanted to tell Lucius about what James said, but stopped. It's not his place to tell James' secret. So? You left so sudden yesterday. You were hugging me one moment, and then rushed out another moment. What happened? Did you go back to hating me again? Did I do anything wrong? I know I shouldn't compare Malfoy and Dumbledore. It's just blonde reminds me of him. I just can't help it, okay? I'm sorry if you feel insulted because of what I said. Please don't hate me for it. I'm really sorry. James rambled, and Severus watched him with a small smile. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mad? James frowned at him. I'm talking to you. James poked his chest with his index finger, and Severus caught his wrist, pulling him closer. What are you dash? Severus placed his finger on James' lips to stop him. You think too much, Severus said to him. I won't hurt you like him. I know. James mumbled against his finger. Severus smiled and hugged him. Don't talk, Severus said when he thought James was opening his mouth. James pouted, but stayed quiet. You know how to cook? Severus asked him, surprised when he saw James in the kitchen stirring something on the pan. It's been almost 15 days that James confessed about his past to him, and Severus often visited him at random hours daily to talk, or just hug him, or take him out to walks in the park nearby. I don't want to starve to death. James joked, and Severus rolled his eyes. Where did you learn cooking? Severus asked, going behind James obviously to hug him, but James moved away from them. You. James pointed the spatula at him. You don't get to hug me without any reason like this. What's gotten into you? You even hated to see my face a few days back, and now you always hug me or hold my hand if we are walking in the park. If you think I would let you dash. Stop there, Severus said sternly. I'm not him. I already told you, and you said you know. Why are you thinking that I would hurt you like him? I'm sorry. James immediately felt guilty for even thinking such thing and lowered his head. It's just I can't dash. Don't cry. Severus pulled him into his arms, and James dropped the spatula, fisting his hands into Severus' robes. I'm sorry. James cried into his neck. Severus didn't care that his robes are getting wet because of him and rubbed his back lightly. I would never be him, James. I promise you. I only want to be with you because I'm starting to like you, and I like touching you whenever we are together. I like hugging you. I like holding your hand. I know I shouldn't force you into doing what I like, but I'm just like this. I never learned how to ask someone if they like it and just did what I liked. Severus sighed. I'm sorry. No, I like when you hug me. I just didn't want to get attached so easily. James mumbled. I would die before hurting you, James. Severus swore determinedly, and James tightened his grip on Severus. I like when you hug me or hold my hand. James admitted shyly after some time. Severus chuckled and didn't embarrass him further. James moved away when he smelt something burning and turned around in Severus' arms to the stove. Shit dash, don't curse, darling. Severus gently bit his earlobe, making him shiver. Sorry, James said meekly before turning the stove off and throwing the content in the pan into the bin. Shall we go out to eat? Severus asked, placing his chin on James' shoulder. No, I'll cook again. I don't want to go out, James said, and Severus tightened his grip around James' waist silently, saying okay. Prongs. Sirius barged into the flat without knocking, and his excitement turned into shock when he saw James and Severus eating. James blushed lightly when Sirius saw how close they were sitting and how Severus' fork was near James' mouth, obviously wanting to feed him. I just said I don't mind you getting together with Snape, and you really did it, Sirius exclaimed, and James winced lightly at the sharp tone in his voice. Black Dash, shut up. Sirius glared at him. I'm sorry, Prons. I didn't mean to be rude. Sirius' eyes turned soft when he looked back at James. It's okay, Pads. James smiled at him. I'm just surprised, that's it. As I said before, if you like him, then I don't have any problem. Sirius said, feeling so hard to speak those words. You really mean it? James asked with wide, doe-like eyes. I would never lie to you, Jamie. Sirius smiled at his best friend. Thank you so much, Siri. That means a lot to me. I don't want to lose you because of my new relation. James said, feeling so relieved. You would never lose me, Jamie. I'm always with you. Sirius said and glanced at Severus, who was looking at him angry. He didn't like how Black talked to his James. He can't talk so nicely to his James. What do you want from James? Black cornered him as soon as he left James flat. Whatever you mean, Black. Severus said, not at all intimidated by the man in front of him. Let me tell you one thing very clearly, Snape. Black gritted his teeth. If you ever think of hurting my best friend in any way, I won't hesitate to rip your organs out and feed them to the hippogriffs. I would never hurt him. Severus said to him, did you read about how they found a dead body in the Nocturne Alley last month? Black asked him casually. The man tried to touch James inappropriately when James clearly set him to off. Severus' eyes darkened in anger at the thought of someone touching his James and glared at Black. Why are you saying this to me? He is already dead. If not, I would have killed him with my bare hands. Who do you think killed him? Black smirked at him. Severus didn't understand what he meant before his eyes widened lightly. The man, whoever he is, his skin on his hands were peeled and then burnt before cutting his hands into pieces. The pain and blood loss along with the fear killed him. The body and the pieces of hands were found in the Nocturne Alley. Everyone thought it was a Death Eater, but it was Black. I'm a Black at the end of the day, and I don't like anyone hurting my family. James is my brother, and I would kill anyone for him. Black said, and Severus nodded. Black looked at him for a few moments before turning to leave. Wait, that man who insulted James that night he was out of the country and is going to be back tomorrow. Black said to him casually. But pity that he won't live anymore. I want to do the honors. Severus said, and Black rose an eyebrow. No one calls my James a whore and gets away with it. Chapter 12. Severus' memories will be continued in between the story. Lord Prince, are you fine? Sharptooth shook him as he was worried about his client. He is unconscious for a long time. This is not quite good. Severus opened his and adjusted to the light, and his eyes were burning with rage. His James was pregnant with their daughter. Julia is his daughter. His and James' daughter. Their daughter. James? Severus whispered to himself. Lord Potter is currently in the medical wing of Gringotts. He has just arrived a couple of hours ago. Potter account manager is preparing to send a letter to your daughter about him. Sharptooth said, and Severus looked at him hopefully. Can I? Severus hesitated as he remembered how he treated James when he was pregnant. He didn't even know that James was pregnant. But he can't stay away from his James anymore. Of course. Sharptooth asked someone to take him to the medical wing and specifically to James. Where am I? Severus heard James' voice as soon as he entered, and his eyes snapped to his thin and weak husband. James! He called him, and James turned his head to him. Sev. James smiled at him. How can he smile at me after everything? I don't deserve him. Severus shook his head. But he is so selfish and possessive that he can't let James go. I'm so sorry. Severus hugged him as soon as he reached to his bedside. I'm really sorry, Jamie. Sev, I know it's not your fault. Don't apologize. James hugged him back, feeling safe and happy after so long. I missed you. I'll kill that bastard. He didn't touch you again, did he? Severus asked, and James shook his head. Severus kissed his forehead and sat beside him, pulling James to sit on his lap. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He said again into James' neck. Sev, stop it. James said, pulling Severus' head away to look at him. I know that you were obliviated, made to forget about me, and even hate me while loving Evans. How do you know? Severus asked, stroking his cheek. James sighed and moved his hands from cupping Severus' cheeks to his neck and laid his head on Severus' shoulder. I didn't believe when you said those things to me that night. James said as he shuddered lightly at the memory. It's been 6 months that James and Severus started dating. Severus never forced James when he started to feel uncomfortable in taking next step, but James didn't want Severus to leave him because he can't be a good boyfriend. James knew Severus won't leave just because they can't have sex, but he was still worried and finally gained his courage after 6 months last night. James blushed lightly thinking about the night and covered his hot cheeks, not wanting anyone to see him like this. He never thought last night would be so wonderful. It was complete opposite what happened with Dumbledore that night. James shook his head, not wanting to remember that night, and even compare that monster with his Sevi. Severus hates it when anyone calls him Sevi, but he never says anything to James. His Sev is so nice to him and was so gentle with him. He was so careful with him as if James was made of glass and will break any moment. "Why are you so good to me?" James said aloud, looking at the picture of his and Severus on the tabletop. He smiled at the picture. Sirius clicked this when they went to a restaurant together. Remus was with them too and didn't leave a chance to tease James all night. Sirius, even if he didn't like Severus much, was never rude to him, and Severus was civil with Sirius too. They are nice to each other because of him, and he was so blessed to have such people in his life who will do anything for him. James looked at the clock and frowned. Severus said he will be back by dinner when he left this afternoon, but he isn't back yet. It's almost 10 and James is a little worried about him. Severus was never late. Why is he late today? Maybe something urgent. But he will always tell James if he has some work. Severus said he will just meet an old friend and be back right away, and if not by dinner. Maybe old friends have a lot to talk, and they forgot time. James said to himself, and went to bed, not wanting to eat anything without Severus. He laid on the bed and rolled for some time before sleep took over him. James sat up suddenly when the front door was slammed open. He placed a hand on his chest where his heart was beating frantically, trying to calm down. "It must be Severus, calm down," James said to himself before going out, and he was right. "It is Severus." James smiled at him and went to hug him, but Severus pushed him away, making him fall on the ground. "Sevi." James looked at him confused and frowned when he saw a sneer plastered on his face and disgust in his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" James asked, not getting a good feeling. "How else would I look at a whore?" Severus spat in disgust, and James flinched harshly at that. James' eyes widened as he looked at Severus from his position on the floor. "Why you are Joe joking, right?" James asked as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Why would I joke with a whore, Potter?" Severus said to him. "Sev, what dash, don't call me that." Severus shouted, and James crawled away from him. But Severus crouched down, holding his ankle, not letting him go, and instead pulled him close so that their faces were just inches away. "You are a whore, aren't you, Potter? You even slept with Albus and then accuse him of raping you. Oh, what a great body you have here, Potter. I now understand why Albus likes you so much. Alas, he needs heirs from you, and you won't sleep with him willingly for you to get pregnant, and he asked me to do it for him. I didn't want to do it first, but after hearing what everyone was saying about your body, I wanted to have a taste too." Severus said as James' tears fell down hearing him say such words. "Severus, I love you. You said you love me too. Please tell me that you are lying, and this is all a joke. Please." James begged him, and Severus laughed evilly. "This is not a joke, Potter. You are just a breeding machine for Albus. I never loved you, and will never love a whore like you," Severus said, and James' heart broke, seeing the hatred and disgust in Severus' eyes. "Knowing you, you won't dare to abort the baby. You are too kind-hearted for that." Severus chuckled at him. Dumbledore would be here soon. Severus moved a little as if to kiss his lips, but James pushed him away. Severus, who didn't expect it, fell backwards, and James took the chance to apparate away. "Prongs, what's wrong? What happened?" Sirius asked as soon as he saw James standing at his door, crying uncontrollably. "Severus lied to me," James cried as he hugged Sirius. Sirius frowned, and his first instinct was to go and kill the bastard, but something stopped him. He led James inside into the living room and hugged him till he calmed down. He got some water for James, who drank it eagerly. "What happened, Jamie?" Sirius asked him. James started to cry again. "Jamie, don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Why are you crying? What did Severus do? Tell me, Jamie." "He doesn't love me," James said, sobbing, and Sirius shook his head. "I don't believe it. Who told you? They must be lying to you. They don't know anything. He loves you. You shouldn't believe what others said." As much as I hate to say it, Severus loves you so much, even more than me. Sirius said, and James looked at him in disbelief. Is he serious or I in black? His best friend Patfoot? When did he start supporting Severus? They're always just civil to each other at most when he was there with them, or else they won't even talk to each other. Also, how can Sirius be so sure that the bastard loves him? He is just a whore to Severus. A breeding machine for him and Dumbledore. I know it looks weird that I'm telling this, but Severus and I had a one-to-one conversation after we toured Dash. Sirius stopped suddenly, clearing his throat, looking away from James. After we left your flat one day, he swore on his magic that he genuinely loves you and will always love you. He swore to treat you as the most precious person in his life. He was ready to marry you long ago, Jamie. But he didn't want to overwhelm you and is waiting for you to accept him slowly. He swore on his magic? James asked, shocked. Sirius nodded his head. Then, why would he say that to me? What? Sirius asked, and James said what happened just now at his flat. There must be something wrong. But he said dash. James didn't know what to think about it. He doesn't have any protections on him to warn him from compulsions. Don't you think? Sirius said after a long silence. Huh? James looked at him confused. I never saw an lordship or at least heirship ring on him. Sirius said, and James rolled his eyes. He is a half-blood and his father is a muggle. James said to him. But you are right. I never thought that Dumbledore would target Severus because of me. I'll try to go and talk to him. Maybe I can find out what exactly happened. Sirius said, and James nodded. Not now. He said Dumbledore was coming. James said, and Sirius agreed with him. I'll be really pregnant? We can't be sure. Just have to wait and see. Sirius said, and James sighed, rubbing his stomach lightly. Do you want the baby? Of course, it's my Sev's baby. James smiled. Oh, please. Not in front of me. Sirius fake gagged, and James chuckled. I hope I can have my Sev back soon. James said to Sirius. I'll try my best to get your Sev back to you as soon as possible. Sirius said, and James hugged him tightly. You are the best brother I can ever ask for. James said, and Sirius chuckled. Of course, Sirius Black is always the best in anything. Sirius said, idly, making James roll his eyes at the too arrogant best friend and brother of his. I'll be the godfather. Of course, no one can make me change it. James said, and Sirius beamed at him. I didn't know that I can get pregnant, though. It's rare that males get together nowadays due to homophobes like Dumbledore around. Sirius sneered. He can never understand how he, a homophobe, had a boyfriend Grindelwald and even assaulted his brother James. Don't say his name. Please. James shivered in fear. I don't want to listen to his name. It reminds of what Sev said to me. Jamie, I don't like Severus that much. But seeing you happy with him, I never said anything. It's not that he is a bad guy or anything, but just we always fought with each other, and it's just hard for me to accept him as a close friend suddenly. I'm trying recently to get used to him around us, and from what I have seen and what he said to me, he loves you, Jamie. He loves you so much. Sirius took a deep breath after that. I'm sorry to say, but no one else would have liked it or tolerated being not able to get into bed with their boyfriend for this long. But never did he complain, nor did he force you into it. Don't ever think that he will cheat on you or doesn't love you. He is the one for you, and you look good together. Just wait for him to be back, okay? Sirius said, and James, even if he was shocked that Sirius was saying good things about Severus, nodded his head and smiled at Sirius. Chapter 13. Isn't that a Gringotts owl? Rabastan looked at the owl coming towards them. Julia looked at the owl with excitement and worry at the same time. She is excited to hear about her pa, but also worried about his health. Don't worry, he will be fine. Yeah, James is a strong one. Remus said, just as the owl landed before Julia. She couldn't stop her hands from trembling. Rabastan took the letter when he saw her nervousness and immediately opened it. Remus glared at him lightly, but didn't say anything. It's not his letter to open. How can he read others' letters? Remus thought angrily. What does it say? Julia asked, getting impatient as time passed. Rabastan didn't say anything as he continued to read the letter and finally looked up in her eyes after a minute. Well? Remus snapped, irritated. He is in the bank. Rabastan said, and Julia almost fainted in happiness. Rabaston held her elbow when she was about to fall down. Are you fine? Yeah, of course. My pa is going to be with me soon, she said and hugged him in happiness, and he chuckled but hugged her back, feeling Amber eyes glaring at him with anger. But he didn't care and smirked at him. We should go to him. Come. Remus pulled her away from Rabaston. Don't you want to see him? Yeah, she said, but Rabaston held her hand, stopping her from going out. What? She looked at him confused. There might be order members outside. Don't you think? Rabaston asked, and Remus cursed. I'll go and check, and I guess it's Moody's turn now. If there is Moody out there, we can't leave at all. Also, he is too hard to distract. Remus said to her. But I want to go as soon as possible. I want to meet Pa, Julia said, looking at Remus with pleading eyes. Cub, I know you want to meet James, but Dumbledore can't know for some time. It's not safe, Remus said, stroking her cheek. James won't want you in harm's way. He is safe and fine. You can see him as soon as possible. You should go out. You don't want to make him suspicious and come inside, Rabaston said, and as much as Remus wanted to deny it, he is right. He glared at him once more and hugged Julia, kissing the top of her head before leaving. I have an idea, Rabaston said as soon as the front door was closed. Julia looked at him with wide and eager eyes. I'll go out through the back door and try to distract Moody. You go out through the front door at that moment towards Lupin, and he can apparate you to the bank. Isn't it dangerous? He will hurt you, Dash. I can manage. I didn't want Lupin to say how reckless I am and other things, so I let him go out before saying. Rabaston smiled at her. Give me your cloak. I'll return it to you as soon as possible. Be safe, okay? Julia looked at him worried, and he wanted to kiss her at the moment. She looked so cute, and whoa. Wait, Rabaston, where did you get such thoughts from? He stopped himself from thinking more and covered himself before going out through the back door and nodded at her. She immediately rushed to the front door. She heard a crash in the garden backside and some shouts. Mooney, let's go. Julia went to Remus, who came running to her worried about what's happening suddenly. Dash, let's go. We don't have time, Julia said, and Remus nodded, and they ran out of the wards before operating them away to Diagon Alley. Julia stopped Remus when he was about to move. What happened? Remus asked her. Can you remove the glamour that Rabaston placed on me? She asked, and he looked surprised, but nodded and waved his wand at her. Her scar was gone, and all her features that made her look like Lily Potter's daughter were gone, and instead she looked like James, and her eyes were an exact replica of Severus. Remus gasped, looking at her. Am I ugly? No, you are so beautiful, Cub. James would love you, Remus said, kissing her forehead. Let's go. I'm nervous, Julia said, just as they entered the bank, fiddling with her fingers. There is nothing to be nervous about. James loves you, Remus said, and Julia suddenly thought about something. Mooney, do you think you are under any compulsions too? Julia asked as they stood in line to talk to a teller. You would know that Pa and Evans aren't married. Don't you think? It's hard to potion a werewolf, Remus whispered. But spells and obliviates can be used, right? Julia asked, and Remus frowned, but nodded his head. Why don't you check them? After seeing James, Remus said, What happened back there? Rabaston risked himself to distract Moody so that I can come to meet Pa. He is really so nice, Mooney. He did so much for me in these 2 days, and he doesn't even want anything from me. He didn't even get angry when I shouted at him before. I mean, it was obviously my fault to not notice the difference between dream and reality. Yet he didn't say a word to me after knowing that it is a dream. You accused him of hurting me, and he still didn't get angry at me or leave me like others. Julia sighed, and Remus frowned. He didn't like how she is talking so nicely about Lestrange after spending 2 days with him. What if he tricks her and then hurts her? He won't let that happen. She won't be hurt again by others like those bastard friends of hers. What can we do for you? The teller asked, and Remus shook his head lightly to clear his mind. We are summoned by the Potter account manager. Julia showed him the letter. The teller nodded and pointed towards the hospital wing in the bank. Do you think he is fine? He must be fine, obviously. He is in Gringotts. The goblins won't let anything happen to their customers. Pa is alive, and I'm going to see him. I'm so happy. Oh, Merlin. Mooney, I can't believe I'm going to meet my parent for the first time in all these years. Mooney, aren't you excited to meet your best friend? Why aren't you talking anything? Julia looked at him frowning. Cub. Remus chuckled as they stopped in front of the door to the hospital wing. You should give me a chance to speak if you want me to answer. Anyways, let's go in as you are so excited. Yes. Julia pushed the door open and looked around before she froze mid-step at what she is seeing. Her eyes widened and she stumbled slightly. Remus held her elbow to support her and looked at where she is looking, and he was shocked too. James was still sitting on Severus' lap as Severus fed him soup. There was a big smile on James' face as he looked at Severus. Severus made sure to blow the soup before placing the spoon near James' lips. James would kiss his cheek after a few spoons, and Severus would look at him fondly. You are too good to me, Jamie. Severus sighed, and James rolled his eyes. I'm not good. I'm just possessive of what's mine. James said, grinning. I can't let my man be someone else's now, can I? I know you were obliviated and under compulsions. Well, not me, but Sirius knew, and he explained everything to me. I'm really sorry, baby. Severus kissed his forehead. They still didn't see the two newcomers who were looking at the affection with wide and unbelievable eyes. It's not your fault, Sevi. James said, sighing. I told you already. I don't blame you. Stop saying sorry. I hurt you in the worst way possible. I don't deserve your love, and yet here you are looking at me with those loving and caring eyes, just like that first night after we started dating. Severus sighed and closed his eyes. James cupped his cheeks and rubbed his thumb on his cheekbones. Sev, I was heartbroken and so angry. Hurt when you said you only used me and you never loved me. I couldn't think properly, and even if Sirius wasn't there to explain it to me and say how much you love me, I would never hate you. I would have came to the same conclusion after a few days, and I can't bear to lose you even if you hate me. You are one of my most precious people in my life, James said, leaning down to kiss him on the lips. I love you, James. I really do, Severus said when James pulled away after a few seconds, before pulling him back to kiss harder and more passionate. James almost moaned, but finally saw someone else standing from the corner of the eye and pushed Severus away. His face was red when he saw it was Remus and, holy, excuse my language, but is this my daughter? He thought, looking at her wide-eyed. She is our daughter, Severus said, rubbing his back lightly. I was never good to her. Such a bad fath dash. Shut up, Sev. I said you did not blame yourself. Our daughter is going to understand too, James said, slapping his hand that is on his lap. Now, let me go and meet my princess. You are not allowed to stand from the bed. Severus frowned. The goblin healer said that as James bedridden all these years without food and nutrients, his body is so weak that he will collapse and will be in pain to walk even a single step. She is my dash. I'm not stopping you to meet her. She will come here. Severus looked at Lupin and Pinot, his daughter. Julia, why don't you come here and meet your dad? Severus said, and she looked at him blankly and then at his bearer with tears in her eyes. She rushed towards him and hugged him tightly, who was still in Severus' lap. James hugged her back as tightly, and a few tears escaped his eyes. My princess, you've grown up so much. I missed so much of your life. I'm so sorry for not able to protect you from Dumbledore and his loyal followers, James said. Severus didn't stop caressing James' back lightly as he hugged their daughter. Severus didn't know how to face her or talk to her. She is his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Yet he treated her so poorly and always looked down at her, criticized her, or scolded her in front of everyone. How can he face her without his guilt eating him away from now? She must hate him so much. He hates himself for how he behaved with her. Pa, you are here. You are really here. Julia's voice broke his thoughts, and he saw her crying on James' shoulder, and James rubbed her back soothingly. This is how a parent should be with their children, not like him who will criticize her for crying instead. Hush, princess. Pa is here. I'm back. Don't cry anymore. It hurts me so much to see that my precious daughter is crying. You know Pa hates if his princess cries, James said, trying to make her smile or even laugh. No, I won't cry anymore. I don't want to see my Pa hurt, Julia immediately said, and James pulled away to smile at her and kiss her forehead like every other parent. But Julia is not every other child who would whine after getting kissed by their parents in public. After having no parental love for all these years, she is more than glad to accept his love towards her. My princess is always so caring about her pa. James smiled even more. Are you just going to stand so far, Moons? I didn't want to disturb your family moment. Remus said, smiling at James. It's so good to see you again, James. I thought both you and Sirius are being unfair for leaving me alone, but I'm so happy that I have you back now. Wait, what do you mean by that? What happened to Sirius? James shouted in panic and looked at Severus, who looked guilty for not saying it before. Where is he? James asked him again. Chapter 14. What the busty? Rodolphus exclaimed when someone suddenly operated into his study. He knows that other than Rabastin and Bellatrix, no one else can directly apparate into his study, but he wasn't expecting someone covered in blood to appear in front of him, and that someone apparently is his own brother. What the happened to you? Who hurt you? You were with Julia from yesterday, and now you are hurt. Rodolphus stopped speaking when he realized that he is wasting time and called an elf to secretly bring in a healer from the Dark Lord's manor without Bellatrix seeing them. Yes, master. The elf bowed before leaving the room with a pop. Let me help you to your room before Bella comes here and sees you like this. Rodolphus placed Rabastin's hand around his own shoulder and supported Rabastin to walk into his room. Why aren't you saying anything? He killed her. Rabastin whispered broken. What are you talking about? Who killed whom? What's wrong? Why do you look so upset? Please, speak to me, Busty. Rodolphus looked concerned and worried for his brother. Mom, he's the one to kill her. Rabastin said and looked at Rodolphus with tears in his eyes. It's not new for Rodolphus to see them, but the pain behind those tears is first time for him. Who? Rodolphus asked just as the door opened and a healer rushed in. Master Lestrange. The healer looked at him frowning and looked at Rodolphus. Lord Lestrange, I need you to stay outside for a few minutes as I finish the tests and see what's wrong with him. I won't leave my brother alone. Rodolphus shook his head. Yesterday was the first time he let his brother go out alone and see how that ended. His brother is like his own son. Longbottoms killed their one son, and Rodolphus won't let anyone else hurt his other son too. Dolph, I'm fine. You should go and control yourself. Rabastin said to him. Busty, you are not fine. In fact, you are very far from being fine. Rodolphus said sternly. And you do anything you want to do in front of me. Rodolphus glared at the healer, who gulped slightly at the death warning signal in his eyes and started to perform tests on Rabastin, and also healing spells are sent as soon as he saw any injuries. Lord Lestrange, your brother is held under Crucio for 10 minutes. Even the Dark Lord, who was insane before, never held someone under Crucio for so long. Also, there are so many tiny cuts that bled, making it seem like he is heavily injured. His injuries are not that severe, and they can be cured within a couple of days at maximum. I will ask the elf to bring some potions from Severus, as Master Lestrange might need them. The healer said, and Rodolphus nodded, not taking his eyes away from his sleeping brother. Can you find any magical signature of the person who hurt him? Rodolphus asked, and the healer hesitated. It seemed like Moody's, but I can't be sure. The healer said, and Rodolphus nodded before dismissing him. The elf took the parchment from the healer before leading him to the fireplace before Bellatrix can see him. He was already told that Rodolphus didn't want his wife to know about Rabastin's injuries, as she is already not in good health, and with her condition, she will surely go and kill the person who tried to hurt her elder son without thinking about the consequences at all. Master, the Dark Lord is asking to see you. The elf brought the potions and informed him about the Dark Lord and left the room. Rodolphus knew that Rabastin won't be waking up soon and left the place to Dark Lord's manor and went to his study. How? The Dark Lord asked a single question. It seemed like Moody caught him at Julia's house. Rodolphus frowned. But my brother isn't foolish to go out and risk his life to get caught. Also, Busty said that he killed Mom. I didn't understand it before, but now I think he said that Moody was the one who killed our mom. Moody is not a nice man, Rodolphus. He is very vicious, and he hates everything Dumbledore hates. Rodolphus nodded his head before frowning. The healer said that Moody used the Cruciatus curse on Busty for 10 minutes. Isn't he pro-light? Rodolphus sneered in disgust at the man. They are light, but they use dark spells and curses to make sure the obstacles are gone from their way. The Dark Lord explained it to him. But, thinking back to why or how Rabastan got caught, we can't come to any conclusions without talking with Rabastan. Also, what do you think happened to Julia after Moody caught Rabastan? Rodolphus looked a bit worried for the little girl. He would surely take her to Dumbledore, who will do anything to get truth from her. What if Dumbledore found out that she knows everything? Now, there is a high risk if we go there to check what's happening. All we can do now is wait for Rabastan to wake up and tell us what happened exactly. The Dark Lord said, and Rodolphus nodded. I'll go back then. Bella would be suspicious if she knows that this is the second time that I'm meeting you without her. Rodolphus said, smiling lightly as he stood up. I hope she didn't notice my absence. I'm trying to find a best mind healer as soon as possible. Just give me a few more days. The Dark Lord said solemnly. We trust you to take care of us, Rodolphus said before leaving the room. The Dark Lord looked at the back of his follower until he closed the door to his study. He hoped that Julia is fine and nothing happened to her as Rodolphus thought would happen. The girl is too innocent to be thrusted into the War of Elders. If he isn't wrong, the goblins would have already found James Potter. Maybe Julia isn't even at the house when all this happened. Pad, Siri. My Padfoot dash, James sat as if he was struck by lightning and thunder. No, no, no. You must be lying. Sirius can't dash. James, I just wanted to tell you as soon as you were fine. But it's the truth. Severus hugged him, and James hid his hands away. He shook his head. Don't lie. Sirius can't die. He can't leave me like this. James said, looking angry and hurt. Prongs, we are not lying. It happened about a month ago. Remus said, moving closer to him, but James wasn't listening to anyone around him. He just can't believe that his best friend and brother left him in this world. Pa, Siri is dead because of me. I'm so sorry, Julia said with tears in her eyes. It's not your fault, Severus said to her, gently shocking her. But he was looking at James. James won't blame you. No, Sirius, I want my brother back. He can't die. James shouted and looked at Severus with tears streaming down his face. Get my brother back. I want Sirius back. Get him back. Get him. Jamie. Severus hugged him again as he struggled. I'm sorry for not being able to save him. I'm so sorry. I want Sirius back. James cried again. Sirius. Jamie, please dash. No, you let him die. I hate you all. I want Sirius. James said angrily. Don't touch me. Let me go. What's happening? A goblin healer came frowning when he heard the shouts. Let me go. I want Sirius, my pads. James said, still struggling even if he has no strength. Let me go. I don't want to talk to you all. You killed my brother. Pa dash, the patient is in coma for so long. The person whoever died must be quite close to him. So he can't bear to accept it, and his mind is only thinking about the dead man. Give him some time to heal properly, and he will understand everything. Don't worry, he will be completely fine as soon as we finish our healing process. The healer said instantly, making James faint into deep sleep. Can I stay? Severus asked before the other two can speak. I can't bear to leave him once again. As long as you won't disturb the patient. The healer can clearly see the pain in Severus' eyes and agreed before asking the other two to leave soon. Severus dash, I'm sorry, Severus said as he hugged James tightly and buried his face in James' hair and sighed. I was under compulsions to hate you all and even hate my James. Dumbledore made me hate my James. He made me hurt my James. He's going to die a very painful death for hurting my Jamie. I dash, Severus cut him off again by giving him a parchment. Julia peeked into the parchment and saw that what he was saying is the truth. She looked at Remus and he looked back at her. She pressed her lips in a thin line, not knowing what to do. Even if he is under compulsions, she just can't forgive him so easily. It hurt to think that her father hated her so much before and even tormented her. You don't have to accept me, Severus said without even looking at her. He can hear her thoughts clearly. I only beg you for one thing. What? Julia asked, looking at him as he looked at James, who was sleeping in his arms, and moved the hair out of his forehead. We have to act like father and daughter in front of James, Severus said, finally looking into her eyes. At least, until he gets better. She will do it. Remus didn't let her finish, as he knows that she is going to object. But, after looking at how James reacted to Sirius' death, Remus didn't want to risk James' health anymore. He is not in good health condition, Cub. I hope you can understand. But, he won't force me to accept someone who bullied me for 5 years as my father, Julia said, and looked at Remus hurt. I can't do it. You are forgetting that James did bully Severus too, Remus said, and Severus tightened his grip on James. Even though it hurt when James bullied him back at school, Severus was glad that he did it. If he didn't, then James wouldn't be here in his arms now. Yet, they love each other so much. I'm not asking you to forgive me like I did with James, Severus said to her. James was a kid back then when he bullied me. But I wasn't when I bullied you. I am really sorry for whatever I did to you. A simple sorry can't make things right, but I can't risk James' health anymore. Even if he won't force us to be together, he will blame himself for not being able to protect you and tell you about me. He will feel wrong for me and for you. He will feel that he is the reason that we don't like each other. Sirius' death is already too much for him. I can't risk him overthinking about this and go into depression or something. He is right. We are not forcing you to accept him. Just act normal when James is around. Remus looked at her pleadingly. Just until James is back to health. I promise. You don't have to do it when he is completely fine. I'll make sure to give him hints about our relation as his treatment proceeds. Also, I will try to leave the room when you come so that you don't have to act much and he won't suspect anything, Severus said to her, and she looked at her dad, who was sleeping peacefully and clutching Severus' robes in his sleep. Okay, Julia said, as she knows how delicate his dad's health is right now. She can't risk to lose him again. She just got him back, and she won't let him leave her again this time, just because of her and Snape's rivalry. Thank you, Severus said, looking at her grateful, and then back at James. You don't have to go back to those muggles anymore. What? Julia and Remus both asked in shock and surprise. Chapter 15. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Rodolphus stayed in the same room as Rabastin, waiting for him to wake up and tell him what happened. His blood is boiling as he looked at his brother's bruised body. The elves cleaned the blood, and he applied the salve to his wounds. He can't believe the bastard tortured his brother too much that he isn't waking up even after 12 hours. He is now starting to get worried about his brother, just when his fingers twitched. Busty, you are awake. Can you hear me? Busty, come on, open your eyes, Rodolphus said, holding his hand tightly. Come on, Busty. You are worrying your brother too much. Please wake up soon and tell me who I should kill for hurting my little brother. Dolph. Rabastin coughed lightly, and Rodolphus slightly moved his body so that he can drink some water without spilling into on himself or the bed. How are you feeling? Rodolphus asked him. I'm better now. Rabastin nodded, looking tired. What happened? I should be the one asking you that, idiot. Rodolphus glared at him lightly. Do you know how much you scared me? I thought I was about to lose my other son too. I'm so dove. It's not my intention to frighten you at all. Rabastin sighed, hugging his brother. It's just I was trying to help Julia in escaping the house while Moody was patrolling around her house, and he caught me. But I was lucky and escaped soon. So, it is Moody then. You said something about someone killing our mother. Was it Moody too? Rodolphus asked him, and Rabastin nodded his head. He taunted me saying how he killed Mum, and he is going to kill me the same way. They tortured Mum for so long, Dolph. They wanted information about the Dark Lord, so they captivated wives of the Dark Lord's classmates and tortured them for answers. Mum was the wife of Dark Lord's one of the closest ally or friend. So, she's the most tortured one among the others. All this time, we thought she left us to be with someone else, but she is dead, killed very cruelly by those light side people, Rabastin said with tears in his eyes. Rodolphus was shocked to see the tears in his eyes and hugged his brother even more tightly. He never saw Rabastin cry after his son and Rabastin's nephew died. He was very cold to everyone from then. He was a man of few words to even family members. Being with Julia made him forget about the sad past and give a new chance to his life again. But now seeing him cry like this for their dead mother, Rodolphus can't help but be even more angry at Moody for what he did to their mother. Rabastan then explained what happened exactly and even told him about the invisibility cloak to him. Rodolphus didn't care about the stupid cloak and was only concerned about his brother. His brother almost died because he risked his life for that girl. He is not blaming her, but was it really necessary? They could have just waited for some more till Moody left, and she could have gone at that time. Busty, please promise me that you will not do such stupid things again, and make sure you care about yourself too in the future. Rodolphus said sternly. I already told you that I can't bear to lose my other son too. Please, Busty. I'm sorry, Dolph. I just wanted to help her and didn't expect Moody to see me through even with the cloak. The stupid magical I can see things even if they are under any invisibility spells or cloaks. Rabastan said before his face turned red in anger. I want to kill the bastard for hurting our mom, Dolph. We'll kill him soon, Busty. Just some more time, and you can kill the bastard with your own hands. I can assure you that he will die in your hand only. Rodolphus promised him. Now, you need to take some potions and take rest again. The bastard used Cruciatus' curse far longer than the Dark Lord himself. He is a member of the Lightsiders for Merlin's sake. Rabastan said exasperated. I couldn't believe my ears when I heard the curse through my ears. Don't think about him anymore. Rodolphus took the potion from the table beside the bed and placed it on Rabastan's lap. Drink them. I'm hungry, Rabastan said without taking the potions, and Rodolphus paused before calling an elf and asking to bring the food as soon as possible. I'm sorry that it completely slipped my mind to ask you if you are hungry or not, Rodolphus said to him, and Rabastan smiled at him. I don't mind. Rabastan shrugged a little. I'm worried about Julia. Do you think she is fine? She's going to be fine. She is reunited with her dad, Rodolphus said, and Rabastan sighed at that. Rodolphus is right, and Julia would be obviously fine as James is with her now. He would never let anything happen to her even when he is not in a position to fight with anyone right now. Stop thinking and eat. Rodolphus shook him, and Rabastan saw the food already laid in front of him. Rabastan shook his head to clear his mind and wolfed down the food. Eat slowly. You can eat as much as you want, but slowly. Yeah. Rabastan slowed down a little as Rodolphus said and ate it. So, how much damage is done to me? He joked, making Rodolphus glare. Don't joke about such things. You are not going to leave the house for a whole week, Rodolphus said angrily. What? But I want to meet Belle Dash. You can meet your Belle next week. I'm not going to let you go out at all. If you love me even a tiny bit as your brother, then you won't leave the house, Rodolphus said, and Rabastan sighed. But the cloak Dash, I'll give it to Severus. He can give it back to her. Rodolphus, shut him up. Now eat, Phoenix. Rabastan huffed and went back to eating his food. He obediently took the potions that Rodolphus gave and laid back on the bed. I'm so tired, he said, and Rodolphus rolled his eyes. Of course, I can see that, Rodolphus said before standing up. Give the cloak to me. I'll be going to the Dark Lord to tell him what happened, and we'll ask him to hand it to Severus when he comes later. Here. Rabastan gave it to Rodolphus without hesitation. Good night, Dolph. Night, Busty. Rodolphus smiled at him before dimming the lights in the room and leaving. I wish I can see you, Rabastan said into the empty room, but soon exhaustion took over and he went back to sleep. So, she is tortured because of me, the Dark Lord said angrily. If I had known such thing was happening, I would have skinned them alive for hurting my friends this way. It's not completely your fault, Rodolphus said and grimaced lightly. They should have been more on guard while going out too. She should have known better than to leave the house unprotected. Don't blame the dead, Rodolphus, the Dark Lord said, and Rodolphus clenched his jaw. If only his mother wasn't so careless, Rabastan wouldn't be so heartbroken when he heard that their mother left. That was the first blow to his little brother, and that was the first time he hid his emotions from Rodolphus. He hates anyone who hurts his brother, even their own mother. This is Julia's cloak of invisibility. Can you pass it to Severus when he comes here? Rodolphus placed the cloak on the table, and the Dark Lord nodded. Of course. He knows everything, doesn't he? The Dark Lord asked, and Rodolphus nodded. It seems so. Rabastan said that he told Severus the truth and advised him to go to Gringotts. Rodolphus informed, as the goblins already found James. He must be with him at the moment to talk about what exactly happened. Perhaps Severus is not what we all thought. He is not a bad man. The Dark Lord mused to himself. Anyways, I think it's time for me to leave. I didn't see Bella for the whole day. Rodolphus stood up, and the Dark Lord nodded. He left after that, and the Dark Lord looked curiously at the cloak. Invisibility cloak? Interesting. But he has manners, and he is not one to touch others' things or inspect them at all. He was about to leave to his room when Lucius flooded in. Severus sent a weird letter. Lucius said to him, he is married to James Potter and father of Julia Potter? The Dark Lord asked, and Lucius' eyes widened. How do you know? Did he write to you too? What's going on? I don't get it at all. My mind is going to blast if I don't understand exactly what's happening. Lucius said, slumping opposite him. I think it would be best if I show you. The Dark Lord gestured to the pensieve beside the bookshelf, and Lucius looked curious. He immediately went into it and came back looking dumbfounded. What the hell? Lucius muttered to himself before looking at the Dark Lord. I can't believe it. Lucius, if Severus wrote to you about it, then that means you already know about it, but are obliviated just like others. It would be best if you just go to Gringotts along with Narcissa, as she is the girl's godmother, but doesn't remember it. The Dark Lord advised. How can Dumbledore do that to a child? She was 13 when he gave her the love potion. Such a disgusting old pervert. I'm going to make sure he is out of Hogwarts before the next year starts. Lucius spat in anger. I'll go with Narcissa to Gringotts right now. Thank you for explaining everything to me. Sorry to disturb you at this time. It's not a problem. The Dark Lord waved him off. Lucius bowed lightly to him before leaving the place in a hurry to go to his wife and take her to Gringotts immediately. It won't do any good if he delays going to Gringotts anymore. The Dark Lord sighed as Lucius left. He hoped everything will be fine for everyone now. James Potter is alive and is not married to the Mudblood. He is married to Severus, and Julia is their daughter. Severus doesn't like the Mudblood, and surely now he won't support Dumbledore anymore and would only support him. With Severus' help, he can easily overpower Dumbledore and kill him. Also, Lucius is adamant to kick him out from his post as headmaster of Hogwarts. The Ministry already removed him as Chief Warlock, which led to his removal of position as Supreme Mugwump in ICW. Soon, Dumbledore soon. You will not be having anything, and our roles would be exchanged. The Dark Lord cackled maniacally. Even if he is not as evil as people think, he is still the Dark Lord and loves violence. Serious. James woke up suddenly, startling Severus, who was acting as a human pillow to James. James looked around and saw that it wasn't a dream. He is really in the hospital wing, and Sirius is really dead, according to others. Jamie. Severus called him slowly and softly. I'm sorry for not being able to protect him. No, it's not your fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have reacted like that. I need to apologize to Julia too. She must be hurt. I'm so sorry. James started blaming himself and crying. Severus' eyes softened and hugged James tightly. Hush, baby. No one is angry at you for shouting like that. We all know how much Sirius means to you, and we understand your grief. It's okay to get angry when you heard about death of your best friend and brother. Severus said, gently kissing his hair in between. I'm sorry, James said, and Severus pulled away to look into James' eyes. Don't apologize, Jamie. It's not your fault, Severus said seriously. Okay. James nodded, and Severus kissed his forehead. Severus vowed to himself that he is going to take care of his James very well from now. He is going to make sure no one will ever hurt him again. He is going to kill each and everyone who hurt his James. He is going to make Dumbledore pay hell when he gets his hands on that old man properly. But he isn't going to attack without any plan. The Dark Lord will forgive him once he tells him about everything. Also, it seems like he already knows about Julia being his daughter if Rabastan's presence can be taken into consideration. So, James called him. Yes, baby. Severus looked down at his chest to see James looking at him with misty eyes, breaking his heart. Is there no way to bring Sirius back? James asked, and Severus didn't say anything. He can't give any false hopes to James, nor can he break his James' heart even more. Is there really any way to bring back the dead from the veil? What if there is a way? Chapter and notes. What do you think? Should Sirius be brought back to life? Do comment, and don't forget to leave kudos, red heart. Chapter 16. Bill? What happened? Why did you send an emergency letter to me? Arthur asked, coming to his son's flat that he shares with Fleur. What is it, Bill? Why are you not saying anything, and why do you look sad? Dad, calm down. Charlie helped him sit down in the chair, and surprisingly, Percy gave him a glass of water, shocking Arthur. He didn't notice his third son when he came here. Arthur opened his mouth, but couldn't speak anything, and closed it. Thanks. Arthur drank the glass and looked at Bill. He was worried that something happened when Bill sent the letter and rushed here in a hurry. He saw the twins sulking on either side of Bill and wondered where the other members of the family are, as they aren't here in the room. Maybe Bill is waiting for everyone to come. Also, where is Fleur? Is it related to her? Are they going to break up and Bill wants to tell them his decision? But it won't count as an emergency. Unless Fleur is pregnant with Bill's child, but wants to abort it or something. But Fleur is not such a girl. There must be something else. Well, I'm dying here due to curiosity. Arthur said to them, Dad, how much do you love Molly? Percy was the one to ask, making Arthur look at him with wide eyes. What did he mean by that? Wait, did he call his mother by name? How dare he? He was about to reprimand him, but remembered that he left the house. He called him Dad, though. She is your mother. Arthur still said not liking the disrespect their son is showing to his mother. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be in this world. He should be thankful to his mother. Charlie snorted beside him. What? I would rather she isn't. Charlie scoffed, shocking him again. Can anyone explain what's going on to me? Arthur asked, and Bill finally looked him in the eye. Dad, I don't know if you can take this or not, but you deserve to know the truth. I won't keep this from you, and I don't want to keep it from you. Bill took a deep breath. Ron and Ginny are not your kids. That's funny, Bill. Arthur laughed. But I would expect this from twins, not you. He continued to laugh, but Bill didn't laugh, and neither did the others. They all looked so serious, and Arthur stopped laughing, feeling awkward, and looked at them confused. Dad, Bill isn't joking. Here. Charlie placed a file in his lap. Arthur looked at the goblin seal on the file, and then at all his 5 sons. He felt something heavy in his chest as he looked at the file. He was afraid to open it. His hands shook as he placed them on top of the file. You were joking, right? Please. Ron and Ginny Dad, please. Just see it. Bill sighed, and Arthur gulped. He opened the file with his trembling hands, and his whole world stopped at the surname of his 2 young children. The heaviness in his heart increased, and pain erupted. He clutched his heart tightly and gasped. Dad! Percy exclaimed, and was the first one to react. Quick! We need to take him to St. Mungo's. What's going on? Fleur asked as she returned just now. Arthur, we need to go now, Bill said to her. I'll be back, No, I'm coming with you. Fleur said, throwing her bag away and following them to Fleur to the hospital. What happened? A nurse asked as soon as she saw Arthur and made them lay him on a bed. Heart attack, I think. Percy explained. Move! Quick! She rushed him to an emergency ward, and soon healers went inside the room. The 5 Weasleys and Fleur were tense as they waited for the healers to come out of the ward. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have dropped it suddenly on him. Bill blamed himself. Bill, what happened? What's going on? Fleur asked, and he shook his head. Charlie, it's not proper to have this conversation here, in public, Fleur. I hope you understand. Charlie said, and she nodded her head. And Bill, it's not your fault alone. We supported your idea, and were there with you when it happened. So stop blaming yourself for it. But no buts, Bill. Charlie is right. Percy said to him. He needs to know the truth. Sooner the better. Yeah. The twins agreed with Percy and Charlie. Bill, stop blaming yourself. Even if I don't know what happened. I trust you enough to know that you would never hurt Arthur. It's not your fault. Fleur said, and Bill buried his face in his hands. I was too impulsive. Bill murmured. I will never forgive her for hurting my dad. Of course. Fleur didn't know what he is saying, but supported him with her whole heart and placed her hand on his knee in support. I'm with you. They waited in tense silence for the healers to come out of the ward. No one spoke anything, nor did they contact their mother to tell her about their father. They didn't even want to think of the woman as their mother anymore. After an hour of waiting, the healers came out and smiled at them. Nothing too serious. He is not in danger. The healer, who looked like might be the head, said to them, making them sigh in relief. He had a cardiac arrest, and it would be better if you try to keep him as happy as possible. Thank you, healer, Percy said to him politely. The healer nodded his head and left the place. Can we go and see him? Yes, the nurse said to him kindly, but only 2 at a time. Bill can go first with Fleur, Charlie said, and no one said anything. Bill took a deep breath and went inside the room. He inhaled shakily when he saw his dad lying on the bed, motionless, but he knew that he is still alive and nothing is going to happen to him. I'm sorry, Dad, but I'm going to make sure she pays for doing this to you. Bill held his hand, and a few tears escaped his eyes. Fleur placed her hand on his shoulder, but stayed quiet. She won't get away from this easily. Get well soon, Dad, Bill said at last before standing and leaving the room. He didn't look at others and left the place. Fleur looked at his back, worried. Don't worry. He will be fine. He won't do anything that he will regret later, Charlie said, before going in with Percy. The twins went in after the 2 came out. Fleur was sitting on the chair calmly, still not knowing what happened in the first place for Arthur to be like this. Why don't you go home and rest? We will stay here with Dad and send Bill home when he comes back, Percy said to her, and she nodded her head. Fred will come with you and explain everything to you. Sure, Fred said, looking at Percy, and nodded to George, who nodded back. The 2 of them left back to Bill's flat. So, where is Julia? James asked Severus, who was reading some letter with a small frown on his face. What's wrong? She is at my place with Lupin, Severus said to him instead. I don't want her to go to the place with Dumbledore's men watching her all the time. Dumbledore's men watching her? James looked at him, frowning. He sent her to Evan's sister's house. She is a muggle, as you know, and sent order members to watch her and make sure she doesn't leave this place. I didn't think much of it before, as I thought she is a brat who don't know anything but make trouble and didn't protest. Severus sighed, rolling the parchment back and placing it on the table beside. So, is she safe? He didn't do anything to her, did he? James asked worriedly. No, he didn't, Severus assured him. Lupin wouldn't have stayed quiet, and neither would Black if Dumbledore stepped the line. Dumbledore won't do anything to her under these 2 people's watch. That must be why he got Black killed a month ago. He needs to ask the Dark Lord if there is a way to get Black back. He wants James to be happy. Black is an important person in James' life, just like Lucius in his own life. Are you sure? James wasn't relieved, though. Severus is not that close to Julia as far as he knows. What if Dumbledore did anything to his princess, and she is hurting inside? Yes, Black would have killed him if he touched his goddaughter, Severus said, and James nodded, finally relieved. Of course, Sirius was alive till a month ago, so Dumbledore wouldn't have done anything. Sirius only stayed quiet, not doing anything to Dumbledore, because he was famous and James didn't want him to go to Azkaban. He knows about all the murders that Sirius did if someone crossed the line with him, but he acted as if he didn't. No. He also knew about how Severus was involved in the last murder of a man who called him whore in front of Severus. So, what next? James asked him. I mean, I'm not dead, and Julia is our daughter, not mine and Lily's. Severus felt a pang in his chest at how hesitant James looked when he said that Julia is their daughter. He said he didn't mind and trust Severus, but it did hurt him a lot back when Severus left him. He might be thinking that Severus will leave him again, just like before, and Severus smiled forcefully at that thought, so that James won't notice anything. James was panicking inside when Severus didn't say anything for a long time. He did say that he is Julia's father, but what if he doesn't want them any more suddenly? James, the first important thing right now is your health, Severus said calmly. The Dark Lord, I need to talk to him about some things and make everything clear to him. All these days, I thought, or I was made to think that I love Evans and I spied on him for Dumbledore. I need to confess everything to him and take whatever punishment he has for me. Then, I will tell him about you and ask him for your protection against that old fool. You will be hurt, James said to him, and Severus smiled. I've already sent a letter to Lucius explaining everything. He will be here soon, and I'll talk to him about it. You don't have to worry about anything. Severus said to him, Are you hungry? You should eat something before taking the potions. The healer said you can go home in 2 days, but we need to be careful of your health for at least 2 to 3 months. I'm fine, James huffed. I'm not a patient. You are not fine, Severus said sternly. Don't even argue with me about it. You are so mean. James pouted at him, and Severus chuckled. You don't get to laugh when I'm bullied by my husband. Husband? Severus looked at him confused. Yes, husband. Aren't you my husband? James asked playfully. James, we didn't get married. Why are these inheritance tests showing that we are husbands? Severus asked him, and James looked at him confused before his eyes widened, and he looked away from Severus ashamed and afraid. Severus, you have to promise me that you won't get mad at me or leave me, James said, and Severus turned his face so that their eyes met. Jamie, I would never leave you. I swear on my life, Severus said, and James gulped slightly and opened his mouth to answer, but shook his head, closing his mouth, and moved away from Severus. I'm sorry, Severus. I did it without your consent, James said, and explained what he did all those years back to him. Severus just looked at him blankly as he finished. Chapter 17. Julia can't believe what's happening as she sat in Sna her father's house. He was not rude to her from the moment he knew about her being his daughter. Is he really good, or is something else the matter? But what will he get by acting good to her? Also, he was so loving towards her pa. She is not blind to not see the love in his eyes when he looked at her pa and was feeding him or kissing him. She blushed remembering her parents kissing. She was angry at him and didn't talk to him properly, but he didn't say a word about it and instead understood her. He was under compulsions, and she shouldn't blame him for what he did to her under their influence. Also, not only he looked at her pa with love, her pa loved him back as much. He was right. Her pa would blame himself if she fights with him all the time and doesn't understand his point. Cup. Remus brought her out of her thoughts, and she looked at him thoughtfully. What are you thinking? Rabaston is right, Mooney, Julia said, and Remus frowned, not understanding what she was talking about. Pa loves Snape. Yeah. Remus didn't like how Julia always sees good in that bastard. He is not good for her. He's just going to break her heart if she falls for his good charms. What about it? I think I shouldn't let the past between me and him affect our future. He was under compulsions just like me. So, he shouldn't be blamed, she said, and he smiled at her. I know you would make right decision, Remus said, and she chuckled at him. So, you are ready to give him a chance? Yes. She nodded a little unsure, and he smiled even more. That's great. He was so happy in James too. Remus said to her, Do you think Rabaston is safe? Julia asked, worried about him, and Remus sighed as she brought him into the topic again. I mean, it was Moody after all. He would be fine, Remus said offhandedly. He shouldn't have risked himself if he can't handle Moody. But he only did it for me, she said, and he sighed. He will be fine, Cub. Don't think too much about him, Remus said, and she nodded, still a bit worried about him. Now, why don't we do some work? You want to take a few more OWLs, right? Yeah. She perked up at that. Remus nodded, and they started planning on how to start her tutoring. Also, as they don't know if Rabaston is available or not to teach her, they're going to ask her father if he can teach her. Remus thought it could be good as they can get some time to bond with each other. According to Remus, Severus was as good as Sirius when it came to arithmancy. Sirius was a pro in it. While Severus' pro subjects were potions and data, he excelled in arithmancy too. Okay, but what if he says no? She asked, a bit nervous. He won't say no to you, Cub. He would love to get to know his daughter. I can give you my word, Remus said, and she nodded unsurely. When can we meet Pa again? She asked, pouting lightly. Tomorrow morning, Remus said, and patted her head. It's quite late. You should go to sleep. Okay. Good night, Mooney. She smiled and hugged him before going to her room that she was given by Severus. He said she can take any room that she likes in the house, and she chose one across the master bedroom, as she wanted to be close to her pa when he comes here after getting out. She knows they will stay together no matter what. I miss you so much. She sighed to herself as she changed her clothes and laid on the bed. What are you talking? Dumbledore roared as soon as he heard her. You are useless. He spat at her, making her jump and flinch in fear. Albus, dash. Don't utter another word. He hissed, and she gulped slightly, moving away from him and holding her hands tightly around her in defense. Useless. He muttered to himself again. 2 men entered the house under your nose, and you didn't even know it, eh? How foolish can you be? What were you even doing to not notice the change in the wards? Where were you? He said angrily as he paced in front of the couch. How can you be so reckless and leave the house unprotected? How can you be so, ugh? He made a vase explode at the end of the room, making her flinch again. I'm so sorry, Albus. I was out with a date. I didn't know that someone will come here when I'm far away. The wards were intact, Albus. I didn't feel anything. I swear. I would have rushed back here if I noticed something off. Really, they didn't trigger any wards. She explained hurriedly. He is gone, though. Dumbledore glared at her, and she looked down in shame. What if Severus knows everything? You obliviated him. How can he know? She frowned lightly. The goblins. He hissed, and she looked away again. Of course, the goblins can help in gaining the erased memories. She bit her lip, wringing her hands in front of her as Dumbledore continued to pace. You spoiled everything, he said angrily. Albus, we don't know if they know about it or not. Also, you have the public on your side. The girl is a target of you-know-who, and James would have no choice but to be on your side. Also, Severus did so much to provoke you-know-who. He can't go to him for help. You-know-who will kill him, and he knows it, she said, and almost sighed in relief when the anger vanished from his face. You are not wrong, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. But what if Voldemort gains his sanity? That's not possible. You made sure of it. You can't doubt yourself, she said, and he nodded as his ego inflated like a balloon. Right? You are right. He looked satisfied with her answer. I'll go to Molly and make sure the children are good with the brat, and she takes my side. Yes, you do that, she said to him. Albus, 1 minute. What? He asked, irritated. Now that Potter left, can I join Hogwarts? She asked hesitantly, and he looked thoughtful, but nodded nonetheless. But not as Lily Evans, he said, and she nodded, looking grateful that she can just live again instead of watching the man in coma all the time. I don't mind at all, she said, smiling, and Dumbledore nodded before leaving the place. Thank Merlin that the fag escaped. I'm getting sick. Lucius. Severus smiled as soon as he entered with Narcissa, and she looked like she was about to cry. James. She smiled with tears in her eyes, and James opened his arms for her. I'm so sorry. I dash. It's fine, Chissa. You didn't know it either, he said, hugging her tightly. I missed you. Me too. She sniffled lightly. You don't know how much. I was so angry at Severus when he said he left you, and I wanted to come to you. I searched for you. I couldn't find you. Sirius didn't know where you were either. And then I forgot everything. I'm so sorry. Chissa, it's fine. You should not blame yourself. James pulled away and smiled at her. I'm back, and I'm more than fine now. Seb is back with me now, and my baby is so grown up. Though, but it's all good. Yes. Oh, you made me her godmother. I'm so happy. She gushed, and he chuckled. Of course, we promised each other, didn't we? He smiled, and she smiled sadly. You made me Draco's godfather along with Sev when you know that you were pregnant, James said, and she frowned. I did, but when he was born, we didn't remember you and Dash, but I'm his godfather. I can feel the bond, James said to her. Really? Lucius asked, and James nodded his head. That's great. It's good to see you again, Lucius. James smiled, and Lucius gave him a small hug in greeting. It's so long, James. Lucius stroked his hair lightly. You are so thin and pale. You should eat more. I said the same thing, Severus said, and James rolled his eyes. I just woke up this morning. You can't expect me to get healthy in a day. James said, and they were about to object when someone cleared their throat. It's time for the patient to sleep, the goblin healer said sternly. But I just woke up. James whined. I'm not feeling sleepy at all. You better follow the rules, or no visits and your partner also has to go. James shut his mouth with a click and crossed his arms grumpily. He looked at Severus, who smiled at the cute behavior. He stroked James' hair. They will be back tomorrow again, Severus said, and Lucius agreed with him. Go to sleep. I need to talk something with Lucius. I'll be back in a few minutes, all right? I don't want to be alone. James held his hand tightly. Severus couldn't leave him after he said that. We need to do some tests, and you need to eat before going to sleep. I'll be here, the goblin said, and James shook his head at Severus. He needs to go when we do the test no matter what. No. James shook his head. Don't go. I won't. I'll be here on the bed beside. You can see me all the time. Okay. Severus kissed the top of his head lovingly. But I can't touch you, James said, not letting him go. Don't waste our time, Mr. Potter, the goblin said to him sternly again, and James felt tears form in his eyes. Sevi, don't leave me again, James said emotionally, and Severus hugged him and rocked him slightly. Hush, Jamie. No one is leaving you. Don't cry, Severus said, comforting him. I'll be right here, just a few meters away. You can see me and I won't move at all. I'll be back to your side as soon as they are done testing you. Don't cry, Jamie. I'm sorry, James said, rubbing his eyes, and Severus moved his hands away before wiping the tears and kissing his forehead. I'll be right here. Severus stood up and placed James comfortably on the bed and pointed to the bed beside, which was just a few meters away. James moved his hand to hold Severus' hand, but the goblin moved it back to the bed, and James sniffled again as tears rolled down his eyes. He is not stable after everything. The goblins think he is experiencing mental health issues, Severus said once the privacy charm was placed around James. It's my fault that he is like this. I shouldn't have met Evans that day. What exactly happened that night, Severus? Lucius asked seriously. I was coming back after meeting Antonin. He was surprised that I'm with James and wanted to meet him. But his brother had some emergency, and we canceled our lunch midway, and he left. I was about to go back when I saw her. She was looking at me, and I felt weird by her stare. It's been so long that I talked to her. We didn't stay in touch after Hogwarts, and she changed a lot. I didn't like the new her. I debated whether I should talk to her or not when she came to me. She asked if we can talk. Somewhere private. It rang some warning bells for me, and before I can object, she placed her hand on top of mine, and I felt a strong compulsion to follow her. We went to a room, and I don't remember what happened after that. It was black. I woke up late at night, and I was told by Dumbledore to go insult James and say all those mean things to him. I couldn't fight it, and I just did that. Severus said, feeling so guilty for hurting his James. I hurt him worst way possible, and he still loves me. But as you already know, I'm so selfish to let him go again. Chapter 18. James was sleeping again after the checkup, and Severus looked at him, not knowing what to do. He needs to go and talk to the Dark Lord about everything and even apologize to him. He is ready to take whatever punishment the Dark Lord wants to give him, but what if James wakes up when he is gone and panics? The goblin said that James must be going through separation anxiety. After what happened last time, Severus can understand James is afraid that Severus would leave him again, just like last time. Severus knew James would struggle even more than he did when the goblins wanted to check him if he leaves now. James won't trust him if he goes now. Lucius said that he will talk to the Dark Lord about everything, but it is not the same. Lucius shouldn't be the one talking to the Dark Lord. He should be the one to talk to him and explain everything properly. He should be the one facing the Dark Lord's anger after telling him everything. Sev, why aren't you sleeping? James mumbled sleepily. Nothing, you go back to sleep, Severus said, coming back to reality. What's wrong? Did something happen? James asked, trying to sit up, but Severus stopped him. Are you leaving? No, I'm not. I won't leave, Severus said, and James looked hesitant. I was just thinking about the Dark Lord. I need to meet him soon, and I was thinking what to tell him. Oh! James nodded and looked away from him. So you are going dash. I won't go now. Severus cut him off. I won't leave you. Ever. Again. I'm sorry. James mumbled. I know I'm being stupid and dash. Shimit? No. Stop thinking nonsense. It's late, and you should sleep. We'll talk in the morning. Severus pulled him on top of him, so that he is lying on his chest, and patted his back while his other hand stroked his hair. I love you. I love you too. So much. James said, kissing his cheek, and Severus pecked his lips. Good night, Sev. Good night, love. Severus said back as James settled against his chest. Healer, how is our father doing? Charlie asked when the healer in charge of their father came out after checking him. He was okay yesterday, but his heart rate is not slowing, and if it doesn't stabilize soon, he might go into another cardiac arrest. You should try and talk to him. Not upset him, rather say something cheerful or something of the sort. The healer instructed. He was asking for Mr. William Weasley. Where is he? He is out. We will go tell him. Percy said, and the healer nodded. I'll go and try talk to Dad. You go and find Bill wherever he is and get him back. Charlie said to his brothers before going inside, praying that his father would be fine soon. Charlie, is that you? Arthur's voice was weak, and he looked weak too. Yeah, Dad. It's me. Charlie sat beside the bed on the stool and took one of his father's hands. Charlie, was it a dream? What's happening? Ron and Ginny. My little Ginny and Ronnie are not Dash. Dad, please. You're hurting yourself by thinking about them. We don't want anything to happen to you again. Charlie said with tears in his eyes. We don't want to lose you. We lost our mother to Dumbledore. We can't bear to lose our father too. Charlie. Arthur looked at his son sadly. I am sorry for not thinking about you. Dad, please. Just get fine soon. Charlie said, holding his hand tightly in both of his hands. That's all I want. We all want you to be fine. That's it. Ron and Ginny. Arthur sighed, looking at the ceiling. Do you think they know? We can't be sure, Dad. But there is a possibility, as you can see them following Dumbledore blindly, just like Mom. Charlie said, stroking his hand. Dad, they don't deserve you. Don't waste your time by thinking about such people. Charlie, they're still my kids. I watched them grow up calling me Dad. They're my kids, Charlie. Arthur said just as the door opened and George entered with Percy. Hey, Dad, how are you feeling? George asked with a small smile as Percy shook his head at Charlie in a silent manner, saying they didn't find Bill. I'm feeling better, Arthur said, returning the small smile. Where is Bill? He went home with Fleur to take some rest. Do you want us to call him back? Percy thought fast, and Arthur seemed to hesitate. No, don't call him. He must be tired and must be sleeping. Tell him that I want to meet him when you see him, though. Arthur said, and they nodded. Of course, Dad. Percy smiled at him, and Arthur nodded satisfied. I'm sorry for everything, Dad. Please forgive me. Percy. Arthur smiled at him. You don't have to apologize, son. You are my son. I understand what you were going through. I shouldn't have said all that to you while I was leaving. Percy said. Arthur just smiled at him. Fine, fine. Just forget about it, all right? Don't think about it anymore. Arthur told him. You are so good, Dad. I'm so lucky. No, we are so lucky to be your sons. Percy said with a small smile, and Arthur smiled back at him. We are so proud to be your sons. We don't want anyone else to be our father, even in our next lives. Oh, stop flattering me, Percy. Arthur laughed slightly, and Charlie smiled at his brother. He sure knows how to cheer up their father, even if he is the silent person of all of them. Percy's right, Dad. George grinned at him. We must have done something so great in our previous life, like dying to save a poor soul, that we got such an amazing man as our father. There it is, the usual dramatics of the twins, even if one of them is missing, Charlie thought as he chuckled along with the others. He just wished Bill was here too. He should stop blaming himself. Everyone supported his decision, so it's all their fault, not his alone. Hey, I just came, and no one was outside. Fred stopped seeing Arthur sitting. He grinned at his dad. Hey, Dad, how are you feeling now? Better. Arthur nodded. Where were you? I was at Dash. He wanted to make sure our shop is going to be okay, even if we're not going to be there for a few days. George cut him off, and Arthur nodded, sighing. I thought he was with Bill, and maybe he can go and call Bill. Arthur said to him. No, Bill is at his flat. George said to him, and Fred didn't understand what was going on, but nodded his head. He needs to stop Fleur, who is out, and might come at any moment. I forgot my watch outside. Fred said, rushing outside, and Arthur looked at him confused. Does he wear a watch? Arthur asked the others. He must have seen a nice-looking nurse. You are fine, so he is going out now to check her out again. George grinned at him, and Arthur chuckled. You are so grown, Arthur said to him. We are, George said to him. So he. Fred entered again, looking sheepish. Well, did you find it? Arthur asked, and Fred nodded, avoiding his eyes. Dad, you should rest. We will wake you up when Bill comes back. Charlie said, changing the topic as he saw Arthur looking tired. Lie down. I wanted to talk to Bill, though. Arthur sighed as he was forced to sleep and rest. You will surely wake me up? Yes. We promise. They said at the same time. Arthur sighed, and he couldn't help as his eyes closed in exhaustion. What's going on? Fred asked, looking at them, and Charlie sighed. Take care of him. Charlie nodded, looking at his dad, and Percy nodded back. I'll be back with Bill. Make sure he stops blaming himself before you are here. Percy said, and Charlie smiled and took Fred outside. You gonna stay? Yup. I already sent a letter to the staff that we won't be coming today. Also, I wrote the letter to Julia. She is yet to reply. George said, and Percy nodded, sitting on a chair near the bed. Good morning, Cub. Remus smiled at her. Can we go and meet Pa? Julia asked excitedly, and Remus chuckled. Don't laugh, Mooney. We can meet James. Remus raised his hand to stop her and continued. Well, you have to eat first. I'm not Dash. I don't care. Remus said sternly. Eat. But Dash. She stopped when a letter was thrown on her face by the owl that swooped in through the open window. Before she can catch the letter, it was moved away from her by Severus. She looked at Severus, surprised. What are you doing here? My wards alerted me. He placed the letter on the table and pointed his wand at it. That old bastard. What's wrong? Remus was on alert as soon as Severus appeared in the room so suddenly. For him to leave James' side was not a small thing at all. Is it Dumbledore? Who else? Severus sneered, ripping the letter open and skimming through it fast. He is writing this as he was informed about you leaving the house under Moody's watch yesterday. He thinks you were kidnapped by Rabaston and in danger. So he sent a portkey to you which will take you back to Burrow as soon as you finish reading the letter. I don't want to go, Dash. You don't have to go. Severus said, looking at her face seriously. I won't let that happen. Don't worry. Dash, she didn't know what to say and just nodded. She never thought he would do something to protect her. Well, he did protect her many times in the past, but it was all behind her back. So, it's strange for her to hear him say that to her face that he will protect her. She looked at Remus, who was looking at her with a small and comforting smile. Did you tell James, Dash? No, I have to go now. No more letters will be entering the wards anymore. Take care. He said that last part, looking at Julia before disappearing again. That's not what I expected. Julia said, looking at Remus. He is not a bad man, Cub. He's a good man. Do you think James would love someone who isn't nice? Remus tried to joke, and Julia chuckled. How is this going to turn out? With Dumbledore and all? She asked, and Remus sighed. I have no idea. Severus said he will take care of it. Just let him do whatever he wants. Remus told her. I have to take the test at Gringotts today. I don't like this feeling of not knowing what's going on. Sirius would have been so happy if he were alive. Don't you think? She said with a sad smile. Happy would be an understatement. He would have been over the moon that James is not dead and is still with us. Let's not talk about that anymore. You should eat fast so that we can go and meet James, and I can take the test and remove whatever Dumbledore put me under to forget about Severus and James' love life. I think I can give my father a chance if he is like this. Julia said, and Remus hummed, turning his back to her as he sat on the chair to eat the breakfast. If he is as good as you are saying he is, then I won't have any problem in adjusting with him and maybe accept him as my father in the future. That's great, Cub. Why don't you sit now and have your breakfast? We are getting late. Don't you want to meet your pa? Remus asked her, and she sat beside him silently and ate her breakfast without saying anything else. Remus didn't say anything either, as he didn't want to make it awkward for her. It is hard for her to reach to such decision. He won't force her, as he didn't want to make her think that she should accept Severus as her father. Chapter 19. That's too much for me to handle. Draco exclaimed in a tired voice. I don't understand how someone can be this cruel and perverted. He made a disgusted face at the end, and Lucius just shook his head in resignation. Narcissa looked sad, and Bellatrix was looking angry. Rodolphius just sat quietly, as he knew all of this before from the Dark Lord and his brother, who is still on bed rest. Rodolphius had to threaten Rabastin with his life to make him stay in the room and not try to sneak into Gringotts and not meet Julia. Rodolphius is worried that someone might recognize him, or Moody might catch him again. He can't bear losing his baby brother at any cost. He won't let his first son suffer again, because he is stupid enough to let him go out of the manor. If Rabastin wants to meet Julia, then he is going to wait till he talks to Severus, the girl's father, and she can come to their manor to meet him. Rodolphius would die before letting Rabastin leave the manor again when Moody is still alive and out there ready to hurt his baby brother again. He already lost his mother to the Mad Wizard. He can't lose Rabastin too. He can't take it. It would break Bellatrix's sanity completely if something happened to their first son too. Dolph, are you fine? What are you thinking? Don't tell me that you are going to Hogwarts to kill the old bastard right now. I mean, I'm angry too. I want to kill him too for what he did to James, Julia, and Severus, but we can't do anything to him now. The Dark Lord has to win before we can get our revenge. Bellatrix ranted in anger. When did our roles get reversed? Rodolphius joked, and Bellatrix rolled her eyes. I'm not a fool. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Certainly not, Bella darling. Only a fool would think that you are one. Rodolphius said, kissing the top of her head. Anyways, did you meet James? How is he? Is he fine? Did Dumbledore do anything to him again? I didn't ask. Narcissa gasped. I should have asked Severus and made sure that James was safe all these years. Dumbledore might not have done anything to James. Lucius told them. James was in a coma after all. Yeah, that makes sense. Rodolphius nodded. I hope you are right. Me too. Bellatrix said to him. Julia is my godsister then? Draco spoke again, and Narcissa nodded. Merlin, I've been nothing but a get to my sister. I'm such a bad brother. I have to apologize to her as soon as possible. I can't have my sister hating me because of that weasel and mudblood. Draco, Lucius said warningly. I don't like those people either, but please refrain from calling them with those names. We are already hated enough by everyone for being dark, and even the Dark Lord's so-called supporters. We don't want unnecessary attention on us because of your language. Sorry, Dad. Draco apologized. I'll try to control myself. Good. Lucius nodded. Can I meet her too? Bellatrix asked Lucius. James too. You can meet her at Severus' cottage, but James is going to be at Gringotts for some time. You can meet him when he is brought home back by Severus. I don't think it's going to take that long for him to be back though. Lucius said. Narcissa nodded. He hates being at hospitals either if it's him injured or someone else. The only time he stayed at the hospital without any complaints and even wanted to stay a few more days was when Severus was injured during a raid. Narcissa told them. Sounds like myself. Rodolphius and Draco said at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed out loud, making the others roll their eyes at them. Will you go and find out when I can meet Julia? I want to make sure she is fine. Bellatrix said. Rodolphius tensed for a moment and looked at Lucius, who understood, and nodded his head slightly. Rodolphius sighed mentally and looked back at Bellatrix, who didn't seem to notice the interaction between them. I'm going to meet James today, as Severus needs to go to the Dark Lord. James needs someone to stay by his side. It's going to be hard to control his emotions when Severus leaves, but I have to try my best. Lucius said, looking sad. He is so hurt, all because of the old bastard. Draco huffed. I'll come with you. I want to meet my other godfather. Of course. Lucius nodded. Be careful. Don't say anything triggering. James is still healing. He just woke up from a long sleep-induced coma. Narcissa warned him. Yes, mother. Draco nodded seriously. Good. Narcissa smiled at him. When are you leaving? Now. Lucius said to her and stood up. Draco followed his suit and went to his father's side. And then the twins pranked the pink toad before escaping from Hogwarts. It was awesome, Pa. They were really awesome. Julia said, looking happy. James smiled at her as he listened to her every word attentively. They didn't even get a single newt, Severus pointed out, and James looked at him with a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Sev, they went against the whole ministry by doing that, and you were worried about newts?" James looked incredulous. "Sorry." Severus apologized immediately. "I was just never mind." "I agree with Severus." Remus chimed in. "Newts are important. The twins opened their own shop, but it's nice to have some newts on your profile. It shows you are talented. Their shop is enough proof. They don't need newts." Julia frowned at him. "They can do things that even some of the wizards with the highest number of newts cannot do." "Right." Severus nodded. "Of course, newts are not important for them. But when a child thinks he can become a shop owner like the twins, they think they don't need newts either. They will give the twins as an example to their parents. Those children may or may not be as talented as the twins, and their life is going to be ruined if they don't study properly. The twins should set a good example for the younger generation, don't you think?" "Yeah, but Dash, sorry for coming unannounced." Lucius spoke at that moment. "I wanted to wait for a few minutes, but your conversation seemed interesting, and I can't help but chime in." "I don't think they need newts, Severus." "Uncle Sev." Draco smiled at Severus, who smiled back and hugged him when he came to Severus' side. "Draco, meet your Uncle James." "James, our godson Draco." Severus made the instructions, and James smiled at Draco. "It's nice to finally meet my godson." James hugged Draco, who felt the bond between them instantly, and hugged him. "It's nice to meet you too, Uncle James." Draco sighed, and James ruffled his hair. "My kids are all so grown up. You just look like Lucius." "Totally," James said, looking at his face for a long time. "This nose is Narcissus. Except that you are Junior Lucius Malfoy." "No one ever said that," Draco said, surprised. "I have Mum's nose?" He looked at Severus, who chuckled. "You do." Severus shrugged. "Why didn't you tell me?" Draco huffed lightly. "Everyone says that I'm like Dad." "I never told that either," Severus pointed out, and Draco sighed. "Your husband is so irritating. How did you even love such a man?" Draco asked, looking at James confused. "I just have a big heart. I took pity on him as he has no one to love him." James sighed pitifully. "Poor you." Draco showed his sympathy to James. "Enough, you two." Severus pulled James to him and kissed the side of his head. "You took pity on me, eh?" "Yes." James poked his tongue at Severus and laughed. Severus smiled as he watched James laugh so happily. "I'm so generous to let you into my life, Dash." "Enough, you minx." Severus tickled him lightly, making him laugh even more. Okay, fine." James panted, leaning on Severus' chest, and found their daughter looking at them with an unbelievable and shocked look. "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Julia snapped out of her shock and smiled at him. "Nothing. I was just shocked to see Dash." She looked at Severus and looked at James again. "It's just so new." Severus decided to stay quiet, and Draco held his hand in silent support, making him smile at his godson. Lucius wanted to say something, but decided to stay quiet as it was not his place to say anything. Remus looked at Severus, who stiffened slightly, but didn't want James to worry and was trying to control his emotions and guilt. "What are you?" James trailed off as he realized what she meant by that and sat up straight on the bed. "Princess Dash." "Jamie, not now. We can talk about that later," Severus said, as he thought she wouldn't be interested in hearing it. He promised her something, and he's going to keep his promise. "Uncle Sev, can you come with me for a moment?" Draco asked, looking at him. "Why?" James asked, holding Severus' hand tightly. Draco looked at James, and then at Severus, confused. "Sev will stay with me, Dash." "I'm not going anywhere, James." Draco and me, Dash, Severus sighed and didn't know how to explain. "We have to talk about a few things. I'll be back really quick. You can see me through the window. I won't go anywhere." "But Sev, Dash, please, Jamie. Draco needs me. I'll be back really quick. I promise." Severus kissed James' forehead. James looked reluctant, but Draco was looking at him with pleading eyes, and he can't say no to that. He can't say no to any of his children. "Come soon." James pleaded Severus, who kissed his forehead again and got up from the bed. "Thank you, Uncle James." Draco smiled at him and followed Severus outside. You can go to the Dark Lord. We will manage Uncle James. Call me if he reacts badly. I'll be back in an instant. All right? Don't wait for his condition to get worse. Severus warned, and Draco nodded seriously. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. Draco rolled his eyes. We are family. I know. But still. Severus hugged him before apparating to the Dark Lord's manor. Where is Sev? James asked as soon as Draco entered alone. Did he leave? He said he won't dash. He didn't leave. He went to the goblin manager of Prince family to talk about a few things as he requested Lord Prince's presence. The goblin who was in charge of James' health said, before Draco can even open his mouth. Thank you. Draco mouthed to the goblin who smirked at him before leaving. When will he be back? James asked Draco, who didn't know what to answer. Dumbledore stole from Severus, and even you, James. It might be a while before Severus comes back. He needs to discuss everything with the goblins to make sure that Dumbledore gets punished for everything. Lucius said, and James nodded his head. He was still a bit on edge at the thought of Severus not returning or leaving him. James, did you know that your daughter is the youngest Seeker ever? Lucius changed the topic to distract him, and it worked as James looked at Julius surprised and even pride. Really? I knew you will be a Quidditch player. I told Sirius when I was pregnant with you that my daughter is going to be just like me. James said, and before he can think more about Sirius, Remus spoke. She is on Gryffindor team from her first year. Remus told him, I've seen her play prongs. She is even better than you. Of course, she is my daughter. She will be the best in everything. James said, looking at Julia proudly. I'm not that good, Pa. I don't think you will be proud of me when you see my results. Julia said, looking down in shame. Princess, I'll be proud of you no matter what. You don't have to get perfect grades to be best. You can be best even when you get average grades. James pulled her to sit beside him and let her snuggle into him. Julia smiled as she felt so good in her bearer's arms. She didn't want to leave his embrace at all. Chapter 20. My lord, I want to tell you something. Severus said, and the Dark Lord chuckled at him. Severus looked shocked and surprised at his behavior. He didn't know what's happening, and he doesn't even have much time as he has to return back to James as soon as he can. Lucius told me everything. The Dark Lord told him, and Severus was even more surprised as Lucius didn't tell him about talking to the Dark Lord. I can't say that I'm not angry, but it is not your fault for thinking of betraying me. You were not yourself, and it would be not fair from my side if I punish you for that. My lord, I dash. Just tell me one thing, Severus. The Dark Lord raised a hand to stop him, and Severus nodded. Are you still loyal to me or not? I will always be loyal to you, my lord. Even under the potions I didn't want to work for, Dumbledore. Severus said honestly, and the Dark Lord nodded, thinking about something for a while. How is James? The Dark Lord asked, and Severus sighed out slowly. He is scared, Severus said honestly, of me leaving him again. Understandable. The Dark Lord nodded again. I have a request, my lord, Severus said, and the Dark Lord raised an eyebrow at him. The Dark Lord wants to be angry at the man sitting in front of him for what he did in the past years after he disappeared. Severus betrayed him and worked for Dumbledore. He worked as Dumbledore's spy the past year after he returned in the graveyard. Everything that was discussed in the Death Eater meetings has been informed to Dumbledore despite his warnings. Yet, here they're still talking normally and his wand inside his wand holster safely. His hands doesn't even itch to take it out and curse the hell out of the man sitting in front of him. If it were anyone else who did this, and even if they were under potions and charms, he wouldn't be this lenient towards them. On top of that, Severus never told him about James. Before he disappeared in 1981, Severus kept it as a secret from him. Severus acted as if everything was fine and nothing was out of the ordinary during the Death Eater meetings. Whenever they talked about removing every Dumbledore pawn from their way, and mostly the Gryffindors. James was a Gryffindor, and Severus should have reacted even a slightest bit whenever they discussed about killing the Gryffindors who were Dumbledore's favorites. But he didn't, which was surprising and suspicious too. Before that, tell me one thing. The Dark Lord leaned forward and placed his hands on the table, looking into Severus' eyes intently. James Potter is loyal. He left the sentence hanging in the air, waiting for Severus to finish it. Me, Severus said without hesitation. And our daughter. Are you absolutely sure, Severus? The Dark Lord asked him, and Severus nodded confidently. The Dark Lord hummed. What is your request? Where is Severus? James asked for nth time after Severus left. Why isn't he back yet? What is taking him so long? Pa, it's just been 15 minutes. The goblin healer told you that it might take some time. We'll be back soon. Don't worry, Julia said comfortingly. She didn't like seeing her pa so anxious and scared. All because of Dumbledore. He is the reason her family is like this. But James sighed frustrated and leaned back on the headboard. Why does it have to be him? Why can't the goblin come here to talk? You can't say that, Uncle James. Draco chuckled from his other side. We are in goblin territory, remember? So? James huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. I want my Sev back. Your Sev is back, Jamie. Severus said from the doorway, and James sat up so fast that the two of them sitting beside him were worried about him. His eyes shone like diamonds as he looked at Severus. You came. James smiled, and Severus didn't let the pain show on his face, and went towards James before hugging him to his chest. James didn't reject the hug and gladly hugged Severus around the waist and breathed in his scent. What took you so long? James asked him. James, the goblin said that there were so many illegal transactions from your accounts that needed to be taken care of. Remus said before Severus can say something and burst a lie. You are not allowed to go again like this. James warned him. All right, Jamie, as you wish. Severus kissed the top of his head as he smiled. You look happy. James noted as he looked at him with a smile of his own. He likes seeing Severus smile. 'Cause I am. Severus shrugged, taking a seat beside him as Draco went to sit with Lucius. The dark dash. Severus stopped and looked at Julia and Remus. He knows they won't tell anyone as they are family. But there is still a chance that Remus might tell it to Tonks, or Julia might tell something to her friends. He doesn't want to risk anything, but he can't doubt them all the time. He needs to know their loyalties before he says something. I want to make a few things clear before saying anything. Severus said, turning a bit serious. I don't doubt you, but I want to tell you that I'm loyal to the Dark Lord even under the potions that Dumbledore and Evans fed me. I was forced by Dumbledore to spy on the Death Eater, meetings which I used to hate as it meant betraying the Dark Lord. My Lord, the one I believe with my whole heart. He accepted me when I was at my least and made me what I am today. It was like betraying my adopted father, who took care of me better than my biological parents. Now that the potions are out of me, and I know what's going on clearly, I would still work for Dumbledore, but this time it would be the Dark Lord and me working together to make sure the old fool suffers every single second before he gets what he deserves. Sev Dash, let me finish, Jamie. Severus squeezed his shoulder lightly. I just wanted you to know that so you won't be surprised when I don't fight for the Order at the end of battle if it happens. I don't think you two would be on his side either, but I don't even think you are going to be on Dark Lord's side either. I already talked to him about you all being neutral, and he didn't have any problems as long as you don't spoil any of his plans. I already want to talk to him. Julia told him. I know, but that doesn't mean you are on his side. Severus said, not looking at her. You just wanted help from someone who can go against Dumbledore. I guess you are right. Julia murmured lightly. Right. The Dark Lord agreed for us to stay at his manor. Severus said, looking back at James. He is going to let us stay in a separate wing that no one uses so that you won't have to meet any other Death Eaters every time you leave the room. I can talk to him and plan what we should do next easily if we stay there, as that can mean I don't have to leave you alone at our home and go to his manor. You can come to us anytime we are discussing, as we are in the same manor. Wait, does it mean you will be leaving me once the school starts? James looked worried. I have to go, Jamie. Dumbledore can't suspect that I'm not under his control anymore. He might already know that you are missing, but if he knows about me and Julia with you, and we already know the truth, then we don't know what he will do next. Severus said to him, we should not do anything that will make him change plans, Jamie. But I don't want you to leave. James said sadly, I'll come to you as much as I can under the Dark Lord's name. I swear, I will always come back to you. Severus said to him, what about Jules? James asked, looking at their daughter. She can't be Dash. I'll take care of her too. I will do something to change her house to mine, and I can keep an eye on her without any suspicions, as she is one of my snakes." Severus explained. Julia didn't like how Severus made the decision of her changing house without asking her. He might be her father, but that doesn't mean he can make decisions like these for her. She hates her friends, but that doesn't mean she wants to go to Slytherin. She was about to open her mouth, but didn't want to upset her pa and stayed quiet. Also, if it keeps her away from Dumbledore, then she can adjust for 2 years in his house. "I have to go there to keep her safe," Severus said. James shut his mouth that he opened to argue about Severus going back to Hogwarts. "We will talk more about this later, when we go to the Dark Lord's manor." "All right, okay." James nodded his head and laid it on Severus' shoulder as he felt a bit sleepy. "Do you want to sleep?" Severus asked, and James nodded before shaking his head. Severus chuckled and looked at Lucius, who stood up with Draco. "I have to go to the ministry, James," Lucius told him. "Draco has to go to Bella and Chissa for their shopping. We will come again tomorrow." "Okay, take care." James smiled at them. "Bye, Draco." "Bye, Uncle James." Draco waved at him and nodded at Julia. "Uncle Sev, see you." "Take care, Draco." Severus smiled at him, patting his shoulder. "You can come here if you want to talk." "Okay." "Talk about what?" Lucius looked curiously at them. "That is something between me and Uncle Sev," Draco said, smirking at Lucius. "Won't you tell me?" James asked them. "Uncle Sev will tell you after we go." Draco told him, and James smiled at him. "Okay." James nodded. Julia didn't like how Draco and Severus were so close when she didn't even know how to start a conversation with Severus. On top of that, Severus is her father, not Draco's. Why does Draco get everything? Mother, father, and even her father, while she only got them now. "We have to go." Remus stood up as the Malfoys left. Julia looked at him confused. "You have to prepare for your OWLs, remember? She can study here." James protested. "The goblins won't like us to stay for a long time, James." Remus said to him, "We will come back after 4 again today. You promise?" James asked him, and Remus smiled but nodded his head. "All right, don't be late." "Yes, boss," Remus said before nodding at Julia to get up. Julia frowned at him. "Study well, princess. Don't worry too much. No matter your results, me and Sev will always love you, and you will always be our princess." James kissed her forehead, and she hugged him, not wanting to leave. Severus knew she didn't want to leave and looked at Remus, who was about to call her again, and shook his head. Remus raised an eyebrow at Severus, silently asking about James' rest, and Severus shook his head again, saying he will take care of it. Remus sighed, but left silently. "Why don't you take a nap with James here? Then we can see about your OWLs," Severus said after some time. Julia peeked from James' chest and saw Remus gone, and then looked at Severus, who was looking at her like never before. The look in his eyes was the same that she saw when he looked at Draco. Julia felt her heart burst with joy, and she nodded her head rapidly. He chuckled lightly before getting up and expanding the bed. "Where are you going?" James asked him. "Nowhere," Severus said, sitting beside James with a stack of papers in his lap. "I have some work. You two go to sleep." "Okay." James laid his head on the pillow and hugged Julia, who sighed. She never knew how it felt to sleep in one's parents' arms without any tension about the world around. She smiled as she snuggled into James' chest. She felt a kiss on top of her head and smiled even more. She felt another kiss at the side and was about to open her eyes when James patted her back, lulling her back to sleep. "Good night, my little angel." She heard a whisper and another kiss at the same place. "It's not Pa," was her last thought as sleep overtook her senses before she could do anything else. Chapter 21. "What do you mean by that?" Molly shouted at her second eldest son. "Why would Arthur suddenly leave without telling me? He told you that he has some urgent and personal work that he can't share with his wife, but can share with his son, and left. Do I look like a fool, Charlie? What are you hiding from me? Where is he? Are you deaf, woman?" Percy rolled his eyes from beside Charlie. Molly glared at him. "Oh, please. I don't care how you look at me. You are no longer my mother from the day your priorities became Dumbledore's wishes, but not your son's." Albus Dash. "Please, woman." Percy snapped at her. "I don't care about you and your ing Albus. Language, young man." Molly shouted at him, but he didn't even bat an eye at her loud voice. Charlie, just get what you want from here. We will leave after that. I can't stand any longer in this disgusting woman's presence. Percy scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Where are you, Dash? Tell me one thing, woman. Percy cut her off rudely, making her even more angry. Do you even love us, your elder sons? I mean, except for your two youngest children in Albus. You never cared about us, or even our dad. Are you even our real mother? Percy suddenly realized what he said. Wait, that means Merlin's beard. What if this woman isn't their mother? That might explain her bias towards Ronald and Ginevra, even if they are Dumbledore's children. A mother could never try to force her children, no matter the father of the children, right? This is a possibility. Percy looked at Molly, who paled slightly, and his suspicion increased even more. They know that Ron and Ginny aren't their dad's children. But what about them? They are Weasleys, but what about their mom? How can you Dash? Percy, let's go. Charlie came back and dragged him away. What's wrong with you? You were okay when I went upstairs? Did she say something to you? Charlie, who is our mother? Percy asked, still in daze. Do you think Molly is our real mother? Percy, you Dash. Charlie didn't know what to tell him as he just realized that Percy might be right and shut his mouth. We need to talk to Bill. That idiot is still hiding from all of us. I hope he is fine. Percy mumbled lightly as they reached their dad's ward. Bill? Arthur looked at the door expectantly, but his expression fell when he saw them. Where is Bill? Why isn't he coming to see me? What's wrong? What happened to Bill? Dad, Bill is at Gringotts. You know they're giving him some extra work lately because of some incident that happened. Even we don't know what happened at Gringotts, as Bill can't share anything with us. Fleur said that before yesterday, Bill was rarely home, and now he isn't returning at all. She can only meet him at Gringotts and make sure he is fine and eating well as resting well. But why would they give my son so much work all of a sudden? Arthur asked them. Let's go to Gringotts and see Bill. I hope he is fine and not overworking himself. Stupid kid, always overworking himself for all of us. Dad, don't get up. George pulled him to sit, and Arthur tried to struggle when Percy placed his hand on Arthur's shoulder, pressing him back down along with George. Bill can't be disturbed if you want him home soon as he can finish the work, he can return home to us. Percy explained to their father gently. Right. Charlie nodded, agreeing with Percy. We should let him work and finish everything soon so that he can take rest for a few days away from Gringotts finally. Dad, do you know that Julia is not James Potter and Lily Evans' daughter? George asked, diverting the situation. He got Julia's letter last night while he stayed at the hospital ward with their dad. She explained everything about her family and also about his family members. Apparently, she knew about Molly's infidelity too. What? What are you saying? Then who are Julia's parents? Arthur asked him. You won't believe if tell you. George said seriously. Who? Arthur asked, getting even more curious. Severus Snape and James Potter. Professor Snape is her sire, while James Potter is her bearer. George explained to him. I couldn't believe my own eyes when I read her letter. I had to make sure that it wasn't a prank and read the letter so many times before realizing that I didn't read anything wrong in the letter. I can't believe it. Arthur breathed out. What's with all these messed up things in our life? Poor girl, one of her parents is dead and the other hates her. Arthur felt bad for her and sighed. No, Dad, George said, and Arthur looked at him curiously. Julia said that James Potter is alive and Professor Snape was under compulsions, spells, and obliviates. It's a pretty long story according to her that she can't possibly write in a letter and promise to tell us everything when we meet her next. But she told that Professor Snape changed a lot after all the potions are removed from his body and obliviates were removed from him by the goblins. That's great. I was worried that the poor girl would be devastated about her life. Arthur sighed in relief. Where is James? I don't know. She said he is still healing and no one can see him according to the healers treating him. People coming and going out all the time is making James Potter to not get proper rest that is required for him to heal from his long sleep. George explained to Arthur, who nodded. I can't wait to meet him. He's a very nice man. Arthur smiled lightly. I guess he would love to meet you as well, Dad. Percy said to him. Now it's time for you to rest. No arguments. Arthur didn't protest as he knew that Percy is so strict when it came to his health in the past. Few days, and silently laid down on the bed and smiled at his sons. They are so worried about him and are taking very good care of him. They love him so much. He is so happy that he has such loving and great sons who love him. I hurt my little angel way beyond repair, Lucius. Severus sighed, stroking Julia's hair as she slept with her head on his lap. She was cuddling James one moment and turned over to face him and placed her head in his lap the next moment. He was too shocked to move at first, but slowly placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair gently and lovingly. James said he wants to sleep in the end and pushed Julia to the middle. Severus and Julia both know why he did that, but both stayed silent and just went with him. James smiled at Severus lovingly before sleeping. Severus sighed in his heart, thinking it was useless to do all this, but he can't say no to James. He silently did his work, but suddenly he got a lap full of black hair snuggling into him. Severus, don't think too much about the past. Just think about what you can do to repair your relation with your daughter in your future. Lucius patted his shoulder. Very well. Severus shook his head. Why are you here? I forgot to ask you about it yesterday, but Bella wants to meet them. Also, she doesn't know anything about Rabaston staying with Julia and also getting hurt while she escaped Privet. Tried to come here. Lucius told him. What do you mean by getting hurt? Severus frowned. Lucius sighed before explaining what happened to Severus. Why would he do that? Severus thought, looking down at his daughter. I won't let him live peacefully if he is thinking of hurting my daughter Dash. You and I both know him. Lucius said to him. But Rodolphus is sure that what Rabaston feels for Julia is not the same as what he used to feel for other women. He is protective of her and thinking about it. He wouldn't put his life in danger for Julia if she is just a random girl for him. I don't like what you are implying, Lucius. Severus still said bitterly. She is just 16. I'm not saying anything, Severus. Lucius sighed. I'm just making sure that you know Rabaston won't hurt her. That's all. Are you sure? Severus asked him. Yes. Lucius answered him. All right, I believe you. Severus sighed. But if he tries to cross his limits with my daughter, Severus stopped, remembering how close Julia seemed to be with Rabaston, and shook his head. Maybe they're just good friends. She trusts him. I shouldn't think too much, right? Severus asked him, and Lucius laughed slightly, but nodded his head. I guess fathers with daughters are always overprotective compared to sons. Lucius mused, and Severus rolled his eyes. I would be overprotective even if Draco is in Julia's place. Severus told him. I shouldn't be telling this to you, but Draco is almost a mini James. Make sure he won't get hurt like my Jamie was hurt. I can't tell you what I mean by hurt, but just be careful. Make sure Draco won't be alone while he is going out. At least, until the Dark Lord takes over completely. You are scaring me, Severus. Lucius glared at him. I'm warning you, Lucius. Severus scoffed. I don't want to see my son harmed because his father is careless. I won't let anything happen to Draco, and you know that. Lucius glared even more. Then just follow my advice. Severus glared back this time. What's wrong? James groaned slightly, and Severus glared some more at Lucius before patting James' head to lull him back to sleep. Nothing's wrong, baby. Just sleep. Severus said softly and saw James relax under his touch. I'm sorry, Lucius. I want to make sure you understand that Dumbledore is someone we can't take lightly. All right, Lucius agreed. I will make sure he won't be alone. Ever. Good. Severus smiled, relieved. When you meant Draco is a mini James, do you mean he is also a bottom? Lucius asked, and Severus shook his head. Yes, Draco is going to be a bottom, but what I really meant was he is really easy to hurt and manipulate. Draco can act sneaky and cunning as much as he wants, but we all know that without his friends around him, he would collapse the next moment someone tries to intimidate him. I'm really worried about him. I just wish he finds someone who can take care of him soon before Dumbledore recognizes Draco's weakness. Severus explained to him, I don't think Dumbledore can find out soon. I mean, Narcissa and I never guessed it. Lucius said, shrugging lightly. I just thought he would tell us if he is so afraid of people. He doesn't want to make you feel bad. Severus said to him. Don't tell him that I told you about this. I only found out because he was being bullied by some Gryffindors back in his third year and confronted him about it. Right? I don't think Narcissa would take it normally if I tell her about this. Better keep it between us till Draco is ready to face his fears or tell us about them. Lucius said, and Severus agreed. Draco loves you so much, Lucius. Don't think he is hiding this from you. He is afraid that you won't take it easily or would hate him because of his fears. He always wanted you to be proud of him, and he thinks you will be disgusted because he is a coward. Severus said, and Lucius shook his head, not knowing what to say. Also, don't blame yourself for making Draco feel like that. I know you, and you never made Draco feel like you will hate him if he is not the perfect son. But seeing you so perfect in public, he is just ashamed of himself and is trying to become better to be like you. I don't want him to be me. I want him to be himself. Lucius sighed, and Severus just smiled at him sadly. I'll not say anything to him. Good? Why don't you spend some time with your son? The holidays will end in less than a month. Severus said, and Lucius nodded before leaving. You really love Draco so much, don't you? Julia asked him. Severus' hand froze in her hair. I wonder if you would have loved me the same if you weren't obliviated by Dumbledore and Evans. How is Belle? Rabastan asked as soon as his brother entered the room with a smile. Rodolphus smiled at him and sat in front of him on the bed. She is really good, and Severus is trying to get to know her according to Lucius. They are finally going to be a family if everything goes accordingly. Rodolphus told him happily. I'm glad that she doesn't have to go through any more difficulties. Rabastan slumped back on the bed, exhausted, even if he was just sitting or sleeping all day from a couple of days. Right? Are we ever going to talk about if you're going to do such reckless thing again in the future? Rodolphus asked, turning serious in a matter of few seconds, and Rabastan looked away from his brother/father, feeling guilty. He didn't mean to make Dolph worry about him. He just wanted to help Julia to meet her pa. That's all. Just promise me that's all. I won't do it again. I swear. Rabastan said seriously, and Rodolphus sighed in relief at that. When am I allowed to go out and meet her? When I tell you. Rodolphus glared at him slightly, and Rabastan pouted at that look from his brother. You are not well, Busty. It's very risky to go out after Dumbledore, knowing that you were seen near Julia's Muggle relative's house. I want to see her. Just once. Rabastan begged him with puppy dog eyes, but Rodolphus didn't even look at him and denied. No means no. You're just going to lie down here on the bed and sleep. If you even try to escape from this room under my nose, you won't like the consequences. Understood? Rodolphus completely stepped on his plans to escape, and Rabastan has no choice but to agree to it. How is James, then? Rabastan asked him. Is he feeling well after being comatose for so long? He must be happy to come back to his loved ones. Lucius said he is having a separation anxiety. Whenever Severus tries to move away, James panics. He is afraid that Severus will leave again like last time. Rodolphus explained, and Rabastan nodded, feeling sad for James. Bella still thinks you are with your Belle. I didn't tell her anything about Julia or about you getting hurt. She knows what Lucius told her. Severus told him everything that happened. I asked Lucius to tell Severus to not leak any information regarding you in front of Bella. That's a relief. I don't want Bella to be worried about me without any reason. Best in sight. She doesn't worry without a reason, Busty. Rodolphus chided angrily. You always do something reckless, making her worry about you all the time. I'm sorry, Dolph. Please don't be angry at me anymore. Please. Rabastan pleaded with puppy eyes. I'm really sorry for what I did recklessly. All right. Rodolphus rolled his eyes. I'll let her know that you are back and are resting in your room. Be ready to be smothered by your little mother soon. I love my little mother, unlike you. Rabastan poked his tongue out childishly, and Rodolphus chuckled at him before shaking his head and left the room. Busty. An excited voice shouted just after a few minutes, and Bella entered with a big smile. You forgot me. How can I forget my little mum, Bella? Rabastan mock gasped. I would never do such thing. You didn't write to me. Bellatrix accused him as she hugged him tightly. You love the new girl more than me. I just met you 2 days back, and I returned last night. The elf said you already went to sleep and didn't want to disturb you. I was a bit tired and just woke up. I called for Dolph to know if you are awake. Rabastin explained to her patiently. All right, I won't blame you this time, Bellatrix said, sitting beside him. Rabastin smiled at her. He knows that she can't be angry at him for a long time. Aunt Bella. Draco grinned from the doorway to his room, and Rabastin smiled at him. Hi, Busty. Hello, Draco. Rabastin waved him to come inside. What a sudden surprise. Ah, did my dragon miss his Aunt Bella? Bellatrix cooed, and Draco rolled his eyes fondly at her. I missed Uncle Busty, Draco said, making her gasp. How can you say that? Bellatrix looked at him with pure betrayal on her face, and he poked his tongue out at her. I miss my uncle so much, Draco said, throwing himself into Rabastin's arms, who laughed and hugged Draco before pinching his ear lightly. Ouch! Uncle Busty, what are you doing? I missed you too, Dragon. But don't you dare bully my little mum. Rabastin warned him. Ah, saw thee. I won't, Draco yelled, and Rabastin let go of him. I love you so much, Aunt Bella. I missed you more than you know. Aw, my little dragon. Bellatrix pulled him into a tight hug and smothered his face with kisses. Why are you here, though? Just for fun or something important? Rabastin asked him. Mom wanted to know if Aunt Bella is free or not. She wants to go out with her to buy some things for Julia. Draco said to them, Of course, I'm free. Bellatrix looked excited. I'm more than free. Then you're going to join us, right? Draco asked her. Us? Rabastin raised an eyebrow at him. You are going too? Yeah, I want to buy something for her too. I need to apologize to my god-sister for not taking care of her all these years. Draco told him. I'm thinking of what to buy her. Something simple but beautiful, Rabastin suggested. Like a platinum chain with earrings and bracelet? That's a cool idea. Draco grinned at him. Wow, Busty. I never thought you would suggest what to buy for a girl. Bellatrix looked at him with a smirk. Is she that special already? Ilicar? Bella? Really like her, but she is young, and I think she deserves someone better than an Azkaban escapee. Rabastin said, and Bellatrix wanted to deny it. She is really so young. I think I can understand what you are saying. Bellatrix sighed. But if she likes you, then are you going to reject her? I don't think she likes me like that. She just looks at me like an adult in her life. That's all. Rabastin said with a small smile. Anyways, that doesn't matter. You should go buy something for Julia. All right. Draco stood up, knowing Rabastin doesn't want to continue this conversation anymore. Let's go, Aunt Bella. We need to buy so much. Take care, Busty. Bellatrix kissed his forehead before leaving the room with Draco. I wanted to buy her a whole wardrobe, but now I can't even go to meet her. Rabastin flopped on the bed like a sad little puppy. You are my daughter. I would have loved you more than Draco, without any doubt. Severus answered without thinking. I do love you more than Draco, even now. Really? Julia looked at him with wide eyes. They have the same eyes, and Severus felt that she is a perfect mixture of him and James. Really? Severus told her with a small smile, continuing to run his hand through her hair. I always hoped that if James got pregnant, then we would have a daughter. Narcissa's pregnancy was just announced when I left James Dash. Severus tried not to let the guilt consume him as he thought about the past, and shook his head. The Malfoy family has a curse. There was never a girl born to them in the last 8 generations. I knew Narcissa would give birth to a son without any doubt. So, you wanted a daughter with Pa? Julia asked him. So that you will have both son and daughter? No. Severus chuckled lightly as he looked down at her. I wish Narcissa would also give birth to a daughter, even if I knew she won't. Why? Julia asked curiously as she snuggled more, and Severus sighed. He moved her head back to the pillow and stood up from the bed. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking when I dash. No. Severus shook his head, placing the parchments which were on his lap in the drawer beside the bed, and made sure all the things were placed safely inside before looking at the bed. James was now sitting up and looking at him, confused along with Julia, who has tears in her eyes. I'm sorry if I crossed the line. I just didn't know what made me snuggle into you. I won't do it again. Julia said, also sitting up now. I just thought I should try to dash. Princess, calm down. James pulled her into his chest and looked at Severus betrayed. You said you love us and won't leave us. You two are so dramatic. Severus chuckled before sitting on the bed and pulling the hugging duo to lie down with him. I wanted to lie on the bed with both of you. Oh. Julia blushed and hid her face in his chest, making him chuckle again. Yes, oh. Severus said and looked at James with a teasing smile. You were just trying to make our daughter love you more, weren't you? What? No. I would never do that. James started panicking and Severus' smile vanished and he shook his head before pulling James closer. I was kidding, Jamie. Severus said, kissing his forehead. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Both of them said at the same time, and he didn't know what could be cuter than this. It's okay, my loves. Let's just forget it and talk about something else. Severus said, trying to change the topic. You were asking me why I wanted a daughter. Yes. Julia nodded her head as she looked up at Severus, placing her chin on his chest, and he smiled at her. He was running his hand through James' hair as his other hand Julia to his chest, as she almost sprawled on top of him. My mother went through so much just to make sure I won't die from hunger or abuse. Severus said, and both of them gasped. You were abused? They asked at the same time, and Severus chuckled. My father didn't like that I have magic and wanted to beat the thing out of me. But then I got the letter when I was 11, and he just couldn't do anything other than lock me up in my room without food, hoping I will just die. Severus explained to them. My mom would try to take the beatings for me. She used to sneak food for me whenever he was out. Why didn't you tell me? James asked with tears in his eyes. You went through so much at home, and when you came to Hogwarts, I bullied you on top of it. James, I won't say it is bullying all the times. I agree that sometimes you went overboard, and it made me feel you were crossing the limits, but I got you back as much as you got me. Severus said calmly. But still, I was so horrible to you. I'm so sorry. James apologized to him. It's fine, baby. I don't mind it anymore. I forgave you for it long ago. Severus said, and Julia looked at her pa sadly. She placed her hands on Severus' chest and rested her cheek on them to look at James, who was crying. She didn't know what to tell him to make him feel good again. Julia agrees that what he did to Severus' dad was wrong, and he shouldn't have done it. That wasn't nice of him to do. Come on, darling. I don't like to see tears on the pretty face. Also, if you didn't bully me, then you wouldn't have married me. Severus said, pulling him close so that James can rest his head on Severus' shoulder. Severus kissed his hair and comforted him for a few more minutes before looking at Julia, who was looking at them with a small smile. I'm sorry, James said, wiping his tears and snuggling into him like a little puppy. It's okay, Severus said to him. Anyways, Mom did so much for me, and I used to think she should have just left my father instead of going through all this shit. I never understood that her love for the man is so much that she is ready to go through all the pain if he would just accept us. But you were suffering too. Julia pouted slightly. That's not fair. Yeah, but she thought my father would see reason one day or other. She didn't want to give up the person she loves more than she loved her own family. She left the family to live in the Muggle world for him. She loved him more than anything. She loved me too. She just wanted us to be a happy and normal family. Severus told them. My father died in my 7th year, and my mom fell ill soon after. She loved him too much to continue living after he left the world. She was in her last days when I went back home for summer holidays before my 7th year. You told me that she wanted you to live happily with someone you love. James said to him. You said she didn't want you to have any regrets in life, and you shouldn't lie to your partner about anything. You should always be truthful to your life partner from the start of your relation to the end, which means until you die. Yes. Severus smiled at him. I love my mom even if I was angry at her for not leaving my father and making me go through hell. She wanted a happy family, but we were never a happy one as long as I remember. I remember you telling me one night how you wanted to adopt a little girl in the future and name her after your mother. James said to him, I wanted to give my mom a happy family, at least in this way. I'm really so happy that you named our daughter after my mom. Severus said to him, So, Eileen is grandma? Julia asked him, and Severus nodded. I'm named after my grandma. Cool. I know, right? James grinned at her. Your middle name was decided as soon as Sirius told me that I'm having a girl. Your first name was decided by Sirius as your middle name was given by Severus without his knowing. Then what about you? Severus asked him. You didn't have any part in our daughter's naming? I wouldn't have let you two name her without my consent. James scoffed at him. I only let him choose what I like. At first, he wanted to name her after a star. She isn't a black for her name after a star. Severus huffed, and James laughed. I told him that you would say the exact thing. James said to him. Severus smiled at his little family as they continued to talk about how her name was finally decided by Sirius. He didn't think Julia will warm up to him so soon. Maybe the bonds between parents and children are just like this. He couldn't hate his mom even if he went through so much due to his father's anger at their magic. Similarly, Julia isn't able to remain angry at him even if it was almost a miniature of his father in torturing her. I love you both so much, Severus said, suddenly making them look at him surprised and happy. Julia felt tears in her eyes when she heard that and hugged him tightly. I wish we can just stay like this. Together, forever. Together, forever. James and Julia repeated after him with a sob in Julia's part. Chapter 23. Mr. Weasley. Julia gasped when she saw him lying on the bed. What happened to him? Is it because of me? I didn't tell the goblins to dash. Calm down, Angel. Severus placed a hand around her shoulder, and she pressed herself into his warmth. He's fine. See, he is just sleeping. But he is here at Dash. It's not your fault that Mum cheated on him. Percy said grimly. We don't blame you, and neither does he. You know then. Julia breathed out unsteadily. I didn't know how to tell you guys about this. You shouldn't worry about such things. It's not your fault, Charlie said, smiling at her. We were just planning to go to Gringotts for a blood test for ourselves, as we think we aren't. Molly's sons either. What? Julia asked, shocked. What are you saying? It's just a small thought. We just feel that we aren't. We are not sure. Percy shrugged slightly. I want to apologize for the last year. I shouldn't have treated you that way, Dash. You were just doing your job. Not your fault. Julia waved her hand, and Severus smiled as he looked down at her. Don't think too much. I wanted to have a word with Mr. William Weasley. Is it possible for him to come here? Severus asked them, who looked hesitant as they looked at Arthur, who was still sleeping peacefully. Can we go out, Professor? Charlie asked, and Severus nodded, leaving Julia in the room with Percy and a sleeping Arthur. Is everything fine? Julia asked Percy, who smiled and gave her a small nod. How are you doing? I'm good. The minister is pretty shaken up at the moment as he saw you-know-who coming back. Also, the ministry is not quite stable. There might be a vote of no confidence against Fudge sooner or later, and we're going to get a new minister soon. Percy said, and she nodded her head thoughtfully. I hope it's going to be sooner rather than later. She said, and Percy chuckled at that. I know, right? Percy nodded as they stayed silent for a few moments. I was talking to Penn last week. You know Penelope, right? Yeah. Your girlfriend. Julia nodded. Yes, mine. He smiled proudly, making her smile back at him. She is doing her mastery in healing. She wants to be a mind healer. Last week, she was telling me that during middle age, when the children are almost done studying or currently doing jobs or going to get married or something like that, our parents tend to depend on each other a lot more than we think they do. They feel like their partner is the only person who isn't going to leave them in their life. But Molly has turned out to be such woman to Dad that he couldn't handle it. Percy looked at his dad with sadness hidden in his eyes. I feel like he deserves so much better than her, and yet got tied up to a woman like her all these years. He loved her. He loved her so much. I'm Dash. Angel, James is awake, and we need to go. Severus looked to be in a hurry, and she stood up immediately. We will visit again soon. I'm sorry that we are leaving like this. Give Arthur my support. It's all right, Professor. Percy nodded as Charlie smiled at them entering the door. Severus and Julia left the room hurriedly, and he fled her to the hospital wing in Gringotts and followed her soon after. James was sitting calmly without making any fuss, surprising both of them. They were worried that he would start panicking or something as he was not well. Why are you back so soon? James asked, confused. Didn't you go to meet Arthur? Yes, we dashed. Juliet didn't know what to say and looked at Severus, who was looking at James shocked. She held his hand, and he snapped out of his thoughts and cleared his throat. Yes, he was sleeping, and we didn't want to disturb his rest. So, we decided to visit him at a later time. Severus said, walking towards James' bed. Oh, all right. James nodded and smiled when Severus kissed his forehead. I want to go home, Sev. When can we go? Your wishes came true, Mr. Potter. A goblin, who is treating James, came to his bed. You can be discharged today, Dash. Really, Dash? Wait, Mr. Potter. The goblin cut him off seriously. There are few rules that you must follow, and Lord Prince is going to bring you back here if you don't follow even a single rule. Understood. James nodded seriously. The goblin explained everything, and James stayed silent, even if he wanted to protest some of the rules. Severus hid his smile, as he knew his little cute husband was going to break all the rules within days, and Severus is just going to give in looking into those adorably cute eyes. Sebi, come on. I can finally leave. James stretched his hands like a little boy, making him chuckle. Julia laughed at her pa's antics and blushed when Severus lifted him into his arms. Severus' eyes held nothing but love and adoration as he looked at James. Julia wanted to coo at her parents, and her smile just grew looking at them. Come on, princess. James told her. We are going to our home. Jamie, we are going to the Dark Lord's manor. Don't you remember? Severus stopped before the flu, and James sighed before nodding. I'm sorry, I forgot. James pouted, and Severus kissed it away. Just for some time, baby. It's for our family's safety. Severus consoled him, and James sighed again. What about me? Julia asked in a small voice. You're going to stay with us, Severus said, making her smile brightly at him. Just make sure you don't go anywhere other than your room and our room. All right. Yes, sir. She gave him a salute, making James give her a thumbs up proudly. She's my daughter. James boasted, and Severus just shook his head at their antics and fled with James and Julia following them to the destination. What are you saying? Rabastan looked at his brother, surprised at what he said. Can I go and see her now then? No. Rodolphus sighed. Severus requested the Dark Lord that no Death Eater be allowed to their rooms. Not even Lucius. Why? Rabastan frowned. He is just worried that others may find out about James being there. Rodolphus explained. It's safe if no one goes there rather than a few people coming and going out of a room. You are right. Rabastan nodded reluctantly. The Dark Lord doesn't trust everyone at the moment, and he believes it will take some time to test who is truly loyal to him and who isn't. Rodolphus explained. Once he is sure of everything, you can visit your Belle. Is she fine? Rabastan asked him. According to Lucius, she might be more than fine, as she is both her parents and knows how much they love her finally. Rodolphus explained. Really? Rabastan asked happily. Severus told her that he loves his daughter more than anything then? Probably. Lucius didn't stay to see if he did or not. But Severus might have told her. Rodolphus shrugged lightly. Hope so. Rabastan sighed, flopping back on his bed. She must be so happy. Happier than ever, don't you think? I wish I was there to witness her happiness. Severus doesn't like it. Rodolphus suddenly said, making Rabastan look at him confused. Your closeness towards his daughter. Who would? Rabastan snorted. She is a kid, obviously. He won't want someone like me to be her future man. Busty, Bella told me what you said to her. Rodolphus sighed, sitting near Rabastan's head. It's all my fault. It isn't. Rabastan glared at him. I went to Longbottom's because I wanted revenge as well. They killed my nephew, Dolph. Did you just imagine me sitting at home and doing nothing? I should have Dash. You should stop thinking what you could have or should have and all that nonsense. We are fine now. Rabastan sighed, sitting up and hugging his brother. Everything's fine. It's going to be more than fine soon. We're going to be free soon as the Dark Lord wins. Right. Rodolphus patted his back. We just feel bad because you can't be yourself after Azkaban. Don't be. Rabastan smiled at him. I'm fine. I feel my own son wouldn't be this forgiving towards me if he is still alive. Rodolphus said, stroking his brother's hair fondly. I'm your own son, Lord Lestrange. Rabastan said unhappily. How dare you say that I'm not your son? That's pure betrayal, Papa. Stop it. Rodolphus rolled his eyes, but there was a fond smile on his face as he looked at Rabastan. I feel jealous of Corvus to have so much of your love. Rabastan pouted. I would always love you more than Corvus. Forever. Rodolphus said without hesitation. You were or will always be my first son. I was so happy when I first held you. It wasn't Mama or Papa It was me that first held you when you were born. I decided then and there that I'm going to love you so much. More than anything and everything. I love you too, Dolph. Rabastin said, hugging his brother tightly. I missed this when we were at Azkaban. Me too. More than you can even imagine. Rodolphus said to him. You know you can go out of your room if you want, don't you? Spoil sport. Rabastin muttered under his breath, as his brother always changes the topic when it becomes emotional. You shouldn't complain, though. I thought I wasn't allowed to leave this room. You are behaving like a kid now. Rodolphus rolled his eyes. Come, I'll show you something. What is it? Rabastin asked, not getting up. Come on, you don't want to miss it. Rodolphus pulled him up and out of the room. Rabastin was confused as to why his brother is forcing him out of the room all of a sudden and followed him curiously. Whoa, everyone here? Rabastin grinned when he saw almost all of the inner circle members in their living room. Welcome to the Lestrange Manor. You might find it spectacular, breathtaking, and even impressive than Malfoy Manor. Just don't tell Lucius about it. He whispered even if he knew that Lucius can clearly hear it. They laughed at the exaggeration, but didn't comment against Rabastin's words. Lestrange Manor is older than Malfoy Manor. There are more antiques here than Malfoy Manor. Lucius just rolled his eyes and scoffed at Rabastin, who smirked at him. Now, kid. Sit down and enjoy your tea. Don't always self-praise you and yours. Lucius said without any malice in his words, and one can listen to the fondness in his voice. Ah, Lucy, you just love me so much that you were worried I might be hungry. Rabastin cooed before sitting in the small space between Lucius and the arm rest of the couch. Lucius groaned slightly and pinched Rabastin's ear. Brat, stop it with your dramatics. Lucius said, but still moved to give him some space. And yes, I do love you. Love you too, Lucy. Rabastin said, grinning at him. I feel like you're going to snatch my husband one day or other. Narcissa joked, making Lucius glare at her. Then you should start finding someone for yourself too, dear Chissa. Mrs. Zabini said, smirking at her. Shall I help? Stop it. Bellatrix had enough of everyone. My little son is just having fun. Let him be. He isn't little anymore. Lucius said, ruffling Rabastin's hair. There are quite some witnesses to prove it. You are absolutely right, Lord Malfoy. Rabastin smirked at him, thinking off all those one-night stands, but his smile turned real when he thought about Julia. She made him feel different things than all those girls in the past. Something stronger than any girl. Something he didn't know how to describe the feeling. All okay, little minx? Lucius asked, looking at him as he spaced out for a few moments. Yeah. Rabastin nodded, even if Lucius didn't believe it. He might have a small idea about what happened to this minx, though. Chapter 24. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Pa! Julia knocked on the door and heard James' voice before entering the room. I'm bored. Are you? Severus asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you finish the work that Remus and I gave you? No, but Dash. Julia, I know it's summer and you want to have fun like other children. I also know that you never enjoyed holidays before because of those Dursleys. But if you want to take newts for the subjects you want, you need to take OWLs before going back to Hogwarts. Severus said patiently. I'll let you do whatever you want with James the past week, but you need to study now. Pa Dash, your pa can't get you out of this, Angel. He is not allowed to be out of the bed for 2 days. Severus said sternly. What? Why? Julia frowned. James was recovering slowly and can walk without their help now. He can walk to the bathroom and come back by himself. 'Cause Sev is a grumpy bastard. James said, scowling at Severus angrily. I hate you. Don't make me tie you to the bed, Jamie. Severus sighed. He was trying to run and fell down, spraining his ankle. Why would you do that? Julia asked, frowning at him. You are just able to walk now, Pa. I saw something outside and wanted to look clearly before it vanishes. James sulked. There was a beautiful eagle outside. That doesn't mean you run around. Julia said, crossing her arms over her chest. Exactly, Severus said, nodding his head to what she said. Just because I'm supporting you in this doesn't mean I will let you skip studying today. But, Dash, no means no, Angel. Severus had to stop himself from smiling at how cutely she calls him Dada instead of Dad every time. Dada, come on. James pouted at him, making him narrow his eyes at both little minxes. You guys are too much, Severus said, standing up. Do whatever you want and don't ask me anything from now. Severus left the room before any of them can stop him. Julia almost followed him before James called her back. James sighed and patted the seat beside him for Julia to sit. Julia thought for a moment before going to sit beside James. Pa, is Dada angry at us? Julia asked, and James chuckled. He can't be angry at us for more than a few minutes, Princess. Don't worry. James consoled her. He is just worried about us. I will study properly, Julia said, and James smiled at her. He doesn't want you to be sad later, because the old bastard tries something when the school starts. The Dark Lord is trying to take over completely, but Sev is just making sure if they are late and the bastard isn't gone by the start of school year. James explained her. He loves us too much to see us sad. I love him too. I forgave him for everything that happened. It isn't his fault at all. He is so nice. He is everything I wanted in my dad when I was small, Julia said with a bright smile on her face. I didn't know your name until I was 11 and Hagrid told me about you and Evans. Your dada is going to kill every single person who hurt you, darling. I can assure you of that. James smiled at her. He is possessive of his people. Did he kill someone for you? Julia asked with wide eyes. Isn't killing wrong? Even if it's wrong, he is going to do it just because he loves us. I was 18 when Padfoot tortured a man for trying to force me. I was horrified at first when I got to know about it. I couldn't talk to him for a few days after that. He didn't even say that he won't do it again when I confronted him about it later. He just said, I don't care if you hate me for what I'm doing, as long as that bastard doesn't touch my Jamie again with those dirty hands. James chuckled. I just never told him about anyone again, but he somehow knew everything when it came to me, and then one day Sev joined Padfoot in hurting those who tried to hurt me. Sev was even more creative compared to Padfoot. Merlin, is this what people do for their loved ones? Julia asked, trying to comprehend everything James said to her. What is wrong with you? Percy shouted as soon as he saw Bill with Charlie. Where did you find him? He was at Leaky Cauldron. Charlie rolled his eyes. Idiot. It's my fault, Bill said, and Percy glared at him. Stop blaming yourself, all right? Percy said to him. It's no one's fault. I would have done the same thing, and this would have happened to Dad even then. Are you out of your mind? Dad just went through so much, and you just left like that worrying us and Dad. Did you even think about what he would do if he knows that we couldn't find you for a whole week and you are blaming yourself for what happened to him? He is here because of Molly, not you. It's her fault, not yours. But leaving the hospital like that was your fault. You worried us so much, William Arthur Weasley. I'm sorry, Bill said, hugging him tightly, and Percy's shoulders slumped in defeat. He hugged Bill back tightly and glared at Charlie, who was mouthing mother hen to him. Don't do it again, Bill, Percy said, and Bill agreed. We missed you, mainly Dad. He asked about you all the time. I'll talk to him. Bill pulled away. Are you going somewhere? Just to work, Percy said, and Bill nodded. Don't vanish again before I come back. Okay, boss. Bill chuckled and patted his back. Come on, let's go in. Dad is missing you so much. Charlie pulled him inside as Percy went to the ministry. Mr. Weasley, I heard your father is not well, Lucius said, pausing in his steps while going to the minister's office. He is at St. Mungo's. He is recovering, Percy said, hiding his surprise well. That's good to hear. Lucius nodded. Julia sends her well wishes to you and your family, Lucius said in a low voice. Oh, thank you. Percy nodded, realizing Severus is close to Malfoy's. How are they? They are doing well at the moment. He is recovering slowly. It takes time. Lucius avoided taking the name of the person, as there are ears everywhere. I'm glad to hear that, Percy said, relieved. Can we meet him? Not at the moment. He's somewhere no one outside knows, Lucius said, and Percy nodded, understanding the need to hide James from outside world for the time being. He is still healing, and it won't do good if Dumbledore gets to him somehow, if he knows where James is staying and takes him again. I understand, Percy said, and Lucius looked at him for a moment before turning away. Why did it feel like he is talking to someone he knows? He never spoke to a Weasley before, and this was certainly the first time he had a decent conversation with one. Lord Malfoy, one moment. Percy's voice stopped him, and he turned back only to blink in surprise at the action. Percy was rolling his eyes as he tapped his forefinger on a parchment while walking towards him and grumbling something under his breath. "Are you all right?" Percy asked, looking at him with almost familiar blue eyes. Lucius shook his head once more to clear his thoughts. "I'm okay." "What is it?" Lucius asked him. "Fudge wanted me to give this to you yesterday when you left his office, and I forgot doing something else. Just don't tell him that I didn't give it you yesterday, please." He looked at him, and Lucius breathed out heavily. "Don't worry, kid. I won't." Lucius said, taking the parchments were the details of some sort of campaign that Fudge wants to conduct to make people think he is working hard as a good minister and they should choose him again in elections. "Idiot. I know, right?" Percy huffed, stuffing his hand into his pockets. Lucius smiled at him before ruffling his hair and leaving to Fudge's office. Percy stood there in shock at what Lucius just did and blinked stupidly at the back of the man walking away from him. Did he just touch my hair, or was it an imagination? Percy thought, touching his hair surprised. What happened just now? Percy shook his head before going back to his office. "What's wrong?" Charlie asked when he saw Percy deep in thought. "When are we going to Gringotts?" Percy asked him. "It's better if we don't go at the same time, as we can't leave Dad alone." Bill told him, as he was already filled in by Charlie about what they were thinking. "Ah, okay." Percy nodded. "Can I go tomorrow while going to work? Alone?" Charlie frowned. "The twins can go with you, Dash. It's fine. It's not like I'm going to a war." Percy rolled his eyes, taking off his glasses. "I'm tired. I'll go back to the flat. I'll stop by tomorrow morning." Fudge is worried that he is going to be removed as minister this time, which is going to happen as no one in the ministry is happy with such minister. He is making us work more and more, thinking that it might help in increasing his chances to stay as minister. "Idiot." Charlie scoffed. "I know, right?" Percy sighed. "Meet you tomorrow. Good night, guys." "Good night, Perce." Bill smiled at him as he left. "Did you notice something odd with Percy?" Charlie asked him, and Bill nodded. "Might be about our true parentage. It's not like we're going to be happy with any result we get. If Molly is our mother, it's going to be devastating, and if she isn't, then it will be another blow to us that she separated us from our parents." Bill answered, and Charlie nodded. "You are right." Charlie sighed. "I don't know how Dad will take if it's the latter. Let's just hope it's going to be a good result for Dad." Bill said, standing up and going inside the hospital room to check on Arthur before closing the door again. "Let's go and eat something before Dad wakes up. Let's bring something else for him today. He might be getting irritated eating the same hospital food daily." "Right." Charlie stood up from his chair. "I'm starving." "Shut up." Bill punched his shoulder, laughing at his foodie brother. "What?" Charlie huffed in anger and crossed his arms over his chest. "We're going to eat." Bill pointed, and Charlie poked his tongue out at Bill, who just laughed again. "You want to do an inheritance test, correct?" the goblin asked Percy, who looked at the goblin blankly. "That would cost a bit." "I can pay," Percy said to the goblin, not letting any of his emotions show on his face. He feels like he should do the test alone rather than with others for some reason. The goblin looked at him for a few moments before nodding. "Payment first," the goblin said, and Percy almost sighed. Why is this goblin acting weird? I never knew that Gringotts asked for payment before offering their services to us. Percy said, frowning lightly. "You can leave if you don't want our services." The goblin sneered, and Percy frowned even more. "Is there any problem?" Percy's head snapped to the voice, and he looked at Lucius with wide eyes. "Percy, it's you. I thought your voice was familiar. Why are you here looking like this?" Percy wore a long robe with a hood covering his head so that no one can recognize him by his infamous Weasley red hair. Percy gulped slightly and looked at the goblin, who was sneering at him in contempt. "You can leave if you dash. Is this how you talk to your customers?" Lucius asked, standing beside Percy. He placed a hand around Percy, who almost jumped in surprise. This is the second time that Lucius touched him, and that too within 10 hours. "I had some work," Percy said to him, and Lucius nodded. "Come with me." Lucius led him to an office, ignoring the teller, who was scowling at Percy's back. "This is Malfoy family's account manager's office. He can help you with your work." "It's fine, Dash. Don't be so formal, Percy. Come with me." Lucius led him inside. "Lord Malfoy, Twice in a single day? The goblin sitting behind the desk looked at him surprised. Narcissa wanted to gift his sister something precious as her birthday's coming next week. It's been a long time that they celebrated her birthday. Lucius avoided saying the name, but Percy understood what he was talking about. Yet, he remained silent and waited for Lucius to finish his work. Percy had some work too, Lucius said, and Percy hesitated a few moments. I want to do an inheritance test, Percy said, making Lucius freeze. I can pay. I have my vault here at Gringotts. You can take the payment from my vault. You can pay after we are done, Mr. Weasley, the goblin said before taking out a parchment and instructing him what to do. Percy followed the instructions and waited with bated breath for the results. Holy! Percy cursed out loud, making Lucius almost reprimand him before looking at the results and cursing the damned old fool himself in his mind. Chapter and notes. So, what do you think is in the results? Do you think Percy is related to Lucius somehow or something else? What did Dumbledore do this time? I hope to update soon, but let's see. I finally turned 22 today, yay. You can't kill me now that I updated so late. Love, Honey Blueheart. Chapter 25. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. This is a mistake, right? Percy whispered. This can't be. I can't dash. Percy, breathe. Lucius said, turning his face towards him. Come on, breathe with me. But dash, it's going to be fine. Lucius tried to console him. Everything's going to be fine. I'm not a Weasley. My dad isn't my dad. My dad dash. Your parents love you, Percy. They love you so much, and you won't lose your Arthur either. He won't hate you for who you really are. He will understand. Lucius tried to explain it to him. Dad is going to be heartbroken again. I'm not his son. He is already dash. Percy, Arthur will not blame you. This isn't your fault. Lucius understood what he is thinking. He is a good man, and he will support you no matter what. My real parents are dash. Percy looked at the parchment and shuddered lightly. They are not what you know them as. They are very good people. They loved you more than anything. Lucius told him. They still love you. They would be over the moon if they know you are alive. I can't dash. Percy shook his head. All my life, I've been told that they are bad people and Dumbledore is a saint. You already know that Dumbledore is not a saint anymore. You will know that they are not bad people either. Lucius said calmly, trying to explain it to him. It's too much. Percy said, shaking his head rapidly. I need time. Take your time. Lucius agreed with him. As long as you are ready to give them a chance. You could take however long you want. What if I never understand them? Percy asked, and Lucius gave him a smile. This morning was the first time I talked to you, Percy. I felt you were familiar, just like your real father, Rodolphus. Dolph does the same thing like you all walking with a paper in his hand. Lucius told him. Your eyes are almost identical to your Uncle Busty, and from what I heard about you taking care of your siblings from Severus who heard it from Julia, you are just like your mother Bella. But dash, let me finish, young man. Lucius chuckled. You may grow up with Weasleys, but you still have their mannerisms and habits. You still remind of them. You may not like them, but deep down, you are still their son, and once these blocks are removed, we can take it slow. From there, we won't tell this to anyone for now. I'll take you to them, and you can talk to them. You can get to know the real Lestranges, and you will see they are very good people. I'm afraid, Percy admitted. I don't know what to expect from them or me. There's nothing to be afraid of, Percy. Lucius told him. Just follow your instincts. First, we will remove these blocks and obliviates from you. But if we remove the glamour, I will look like Lestranges and not Weasley. Percy said to him. We can use temporary glamour for now. Lucius said, and finally looked at the account manager who nodded. The goblin repeated the same procedure as before they did with Julia and Severus. You look like your father, Lucius said when Percy opened his eyes after a few minutes. With your uncle's eyes. But there is Bella here and there in you. I remember them, Percy said with tears in his eyes. They were so nice to me. They loved me. They named me after my grandfather. I was snatched from my mother by Alice Longbottom. She took me to Dumbledore, and he placed me with the Weasleys. How did no one question the sudden appearance of you? Lucius asked, and Percy closed his eyes as tears formed in his eyes. They killed the original Percy because he was of no use. They killed an innocent baby, because he was born to Arthur Weasley. Percy said, making Lucius see red in anger. He knows the pain of his child dying as Narcissa went through a lot of abortions before she could conceive Draco successfully. Then, there is Molly Weasley, who didn't even hesitate to kill her own child because Dumbledore wanted it. I'm going to make them pay. Lucius promised. They killed him because of me. Percy choked out. They killed him in front of me before I was obliviated about my early days. They didn't even think twice before killing him. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, Percy. Lucius said, pulling him into a hug. The baby dash, hush now, kiddo. Don't think about it anymore. It's not your fault, and we will make sure we get justice for original Percy's death. Lucius promised him. I'm sorry for crying like this. Percy said after a few minutes. It's fine. You shouldn't have witnessed such a horrible thing. Lucius shook his head and looked at the account manager. Charge it from my personal account. All right, Lord Malfoy. This ring will manage the temporary glamour for however long you want. Lucius took the ring and stood up. Let's get you home, Percy. Lucius helped him stand and covered his face with the hood before leading him outside. He glared at the teller who insulted Percy on their way out and remembered his features to complain against him next day. Percy is his first priority at the moment. I can manage on my own, Lord Malfoy. Thanks for today. Percy said, swallowing thickly. Nonsense. You call me Uncle Lucius or whatever you want. No need to be formal. We are family, Percy. Lucius said, ruffling his hair. You remind me a lot of your father when we were young, but I think you're a lot like Busty. Only difference, he was a womanizer when young. I'll tell you when I'm ready to meet them. As Percy only. Percy said, and Lucius nodded. Take your time, Percy. Your secret is safe with me. Lucius smiled at him. Thank you. Percy nodded, and Lucius waited for him to apparate away before apparating to Malfoy Manor. You were gone for a long time, Lucius. Narcissa said, placing her teacup on the table beside her before taking the box from Lucius. It's perfect. Bella would love it. Yeah. Lucius nodded before looking into the box. She loves sapphires. Little Corvus and Busty's eyes. Narcissa sighed before shaking her head. She would love this necklace. Thank you for getting this, Lucius. Anything for you, Chisa. He kissed the top of her head. And Bella too. What are Dolph and Busty planning on her birthday? Narcissa asked, and Lucius shrugged slightly. I need to talk to them about it. I hope they didn't forget it, but you can't blame them after being so long in Azkaban. Lucius said, to which she nodded, understanding his point. Why is Dada not back yet? Julia asked, pouting slightly. He must be busy, princess. Go to sleep. He will be here when you wake up in the morning. James said, patting her back. Close your eyes and go to sleep. But Dada was angry when he left and he didn't come back. Julia said, sighing. Is he still angry at us? He wasn't angry, princess. He was just upset and didn't want you to be upset because he said the wrong thing without thinking. James explained. He'll be back soon. He can't be upset at us for longer. I will study hard. Pa, tell him to come back. Julia said, snuggling into his chest. Oh, darling. James sighed and was about to get angry at Severus for making their daughter upset when the door opened. Severus entered the room and their eyes met. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Severus asked, removing his outer robes and hanging them near the door. Are you in pain? Nightmares? Ill? You were gone for very long. James snapped angrily. My baby was worried that you were angry at her and won't come back. I wasn't, Dash. You shouldn't have left like that, Severus. You know, she just got us, and she doesn't know us that well to understand the difference between worry and anger when you leave the room, just like that. She didn't grow up in a happy environment to feel you won't leave her or abandon her. She needs time to adjust to the fact that we love her and don't even want anything in return other than her own happiness. But you are an asshole who can't even understand what your daughter is going through and only care about your own worries and shit. James scolded him. If you can't take care of my daughter properly, I'm going to take her away from you and everyone else. We will leave the country and live happily with each other. Pa, what are you saying? Julia asked him. How can you say that to Dada? He loves us, and I was just worried about him being angry. I didn't think he's going to leave us. Angel, go to your room. I need to talk to James alone. Severus said, not breaking the eye contact between them. I'll come to you when we are done. Julia looked at the two of them before standing up from the bed and went to the door. Severus finally looked away from James and pulled her into a hug. He kissed the top of her head and sighed into her hair. I love you, he said, and she smiled up at him. Love you too, Dada, she said to him. Go to your room, he said, pulling away, and she nodded obediently. What was that? Severus asked when he heard the room of her door closing behind him. If you're asking about how I felt you treated my daughter our daughter, James. She's my daughter too. Don't forget that, Severus said to him. Clearly, you don't treat her as such. James snapped at him. Where's this coming from, James? You were fine with how I treated Julia till this morning. What happened suddenly? If this is about me leaving this morning, I was worried about her studies, but didn't want to say something to upset her. The Dark Lord is busy planning to take down Dumbledore. The Malfoys and Lestranges are busy as it's Bella's birthday next week. I was helping him and didn't notice that it's too late. Severus explained patiently. I don't need your explanations, Severus. James snapped angrily. You hurt my daughter. Our daughter, James, Severus said, clenching his jaw to control his anger. What's wrong with you suddenly? I'm fine, he shouted angrily. Why are you repeating the same question like a fool? Clearly you are not fine. Severus frowned, his anger turning into worry at the crazed expression on James' face. Let's calm down and talk it out, all right? I don't want to talk to someone who upset my daughter, James said, pushing him away when he tried to sit beside him on the bed. Don't you dare come near me, Snape. Snape? Severus asked, looking even more worried. He was about to take a step towards him when James scrambled away in fear. What's going on? Severus thought as he froze in his position. Sudden anger and now fear? Don't come near me, James said, trying to act brave. I said don't come near me, he said, even when Severus didn't move from his position. I'm not coming, Severus said, moving back, and James whimpered in pain. Stop it, please. It hurts, James said, crying. Severus knew something's wrong with James, but didn't know what to do. His cries turned loud as time passed, and soon he was sobbing into the pillow as he thrashed on the bed violently, as if he was trying to get away from someone on top of him. On top of him, Severus' eyes widened. Why is he getting a flashback of that night? Severus witnessed James having a nightmare about the night Dumbledore forced him, but they were never this intense. Also, James never had a nightmare after waking up from the coma. I'm so sorry, Jamie, Severus whispered before putting into a dreamless sleep and went to the bed. I love you so much. He kissed his forehead and lifted him into his arms. What's wrong? Julia asked with wide eyes when he went out of the room. He's sick. I'm going to Gringotts. You should sleep. I'll come and get you in the morning if he has to stay there for a while, Severus said, and gave her a look when she about to protest. He left to the flues soon after that, leaving her alone. Chapter in notes. So, how was it? I know a few of you wanted Neville as Lestrange's son, but it is pretty common, and I wanted to have something different in my story. Hope you don't hate it. Love, Honey Red Heart. Chapter 26. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Julia, I got a message from Severus that James is sick. How are you holding up, Cup? Remus asked as soon as he saw her. What's wrong with Pa? He was crying last night, and he behaved odd so suddenly. Is he not fine? Julia asked him worriedly. I want to meet him. He is fine now. As we already know, he might take some time to get used to do things after a long gap. This is his first fight with Severus after a long time, and he just reacted badly. Remus told her everything Severus said. Are they coming back? Julia asked him. Yes, they'll be back soon. Remus smiled at her. The Dark Lord gave me permission to enter the room as Severus was worried about you being alone. Thank you, Mooney. Julia snuggled into his side as they sat near the window looking out at the vast gardens. I want Pa to get better soon. He will be better soon. Remus kissed the top of her head. Severus returned with a sleeping James after an hour and assured both of them that the goblins gave James a strong, dreamless potion to stabilize his condition for now. They need to make sure that James won't be upset or angry for some time, until he is completely fine. Julia hugged Severus tightly, who hugged her back and sighed. There's a surprise for you, Lucius murmured as he looked at Rabastin adjusting his cufflinks in the mirror. You look handsome enough. Come on, Brad. Hey, let me look at my hair. Rabaston's protest died in his throat when he saw the two people standing downstairs talking with Rodolphus. Belle, he whispered, and Lucius chuckled beside him. Didn't you want to go and look at your hair, Busty? Lucius asked him. Shut up, Luke. Rabaston hurried downstairs, making the three people look at him. Rodolphus smiled at him and looked at him dotingly. Ah, you've met my elder son/younger brother already. Didn't you, Julia? Rodolphus asked, and she blushed slightly. Rabaston, I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter and helping her the last time we met. Severus said curtly. We owe you for helping our family. Ah, nonsense. Rabaston waved it off. Anything for Belle. Belle? Severus raised an eyebrow at him in warning. I'll just call her Belle. Don't think too much about it. There's nothing else. Rabaston realized his mistake and tried to calm down the situation. Dada. Julia pulled Severus' hand, making him look away from Rabaston. Rabaston stopped Rodolphus from saying anything and shook his head. But it's fine. Rabaston smiled at him. Julia, come on. I'll introduce you to Bella properly. Lucius saved her from this situation and took her away. Percy is going to be here too. Why? Julia asked, surprised. I mean, why would Percy be here at Lestrange Manor? I don't understand. We became quite close after the truth is disclosed about various people. I invited him to make him see that we are not bad people, just like the light are not good people. Lucius said to her, I want to change the way people look at us one by one. Oh. Julia nodded her head. It's great that Percy is going to join us. Right. Lucius opened a door and smiled at the two women and Draco. Julia is here to meet you, Bella. Oh, my little girl. Bellatrix exclaimed. I'm so sorry for that day at ministry. I don't know what happened to me that I'm really so sorry, darling. It wasn't my intention to kill Sirius at all. It was truly a mistake. It's okay. Dada told me everything. Julia smiled at her. Rabaston too. You know Busty? Bellatrix looked at her surprised. How do you know him? Didn't he tell you? Julia looked at her confused, and then at Lucius, who shook his head. The girl I helped a couple of weeks ago was her, Bella. Rabaston said from behind her. I didn't want you to worry and didn't tell you her name. Oh, so you were Belle. Bellatrix's eyes twinkled, making Severus look away from her. He can't be as rude as he was with Rabaston and Rodolphus. He respects the woman for being a deadly dueler during the previous war. If only the light side didn't steal her son from her, she would have been the best female duelers, also one of the best duelers in both men and women. Yes, Rabaston said, pulling Bellatrix away from Julia. Happy birthday, Lady Lestrange. Julia gave her a pouch and smiled at her. Ah, thank you, little girl. Bellatrix took the pouch and opened it instantly. What did you get me? She said, taking out the small box out and opened it. Oh, a bracelet, so cute. Just like you. Pa selected it for you. He said you might like it, as Sirius loved platinum too. Julia said, embarrassed for getting all the credit for something she didn't do. Tell my thanks to James. Bellatrix said to her. That must be your guest, Lucius. Rodolphus said, making everyone look at him. Someone just flood in? A Weasley, eh? He is different. Lucius shook his head and went to get him personally instead of sending an elf. Percy is really different from other Weasleys. The elder Weasleys are all different from Molly and the youngest, but Percy is kind of odd one out of them. I'm not saying in a bad way, just that he is too specific about certain things, stubborn if he wants to do something, strict when required, loving his siblings more than anything, caring, loyal, and many more. Julia started praising him so that they won't treat him badly. You sound like Lucius. Rodolphus chuckled. He almost said the same things when he said he is going to bring a guest today. Oh. Julia looked at him surprised, and her eyes went to the two people entering the room. Percy smiled at everyone and paused when he saw her and gave her a bigger smile. Happy birthday, Lady Lestrange. I can't afford much. This is what I could get for you. Hope you like it. Percy said, forwarding a bag towards her. Oh, thank you, dear. Bellatrix took the bag and opened it curiously. Oh my, she gasped when she saw the cute little wooden figurines looking like her, Rabaston and Rodolphus. Did you make these? Percy rubbed his neck in embarrassment. They are so cute. Draco gushed from the other side of Bella, and Severus smiled slightly. Just like James, he thought to himself, "What are you smiling at?" Rodolphus asked him, "Something that I missed?" "Nothing. Just happy." Severus shook his head. "James is going to be here with us soon, and that made me smile." "Ah, I'm happy for you, Severus." Rodolphus smiled at him. He turned to look at Bellatrix again, but stopped his gaze at his brother. "You know, my brother isn't the same as before. He changed a lot. He won't hurt your daughter. She is only 16. Severus frowned at him. "Rabastin is too old for her, but if she does like him without any pressure from anyone, I won't meddle in between. But I'm not ready to give up my daughter to other man so soon just after getting her back. At least, let me spend a year or two with her. I think I can understand your point, but you can't stop her for your own selfishness." Rodolphus pointed out, "What if she already likes him? What if you find out you have a daughter who was stolen from you before she was even born, Rodolphus? What if Bella was pregnant when you were in Azkaban and the guards stole your kid from her and made her forget about the child?" Severus asked him, "If you find that kid when she is 15 or 16 and she gets a boyfriend within a few days, how would you feel? Won't you be jealous of that man too?" So, Lucius sighed. "Calm down. You shouldn't say such things, Severus." Rodolphus said with anger in his eyes. "We already lost a kid. I'm not trying to hurt you, Rodolphus." Severus looked him in the eye. "I'm just trying to make you understand how hard it is for me to get used to not being a good father all these years to my daughter, and then she likes a man forgetting about me within few days of getting her back. Sev, enough. The others are starting to notice that something's wrong over here," Lucius whispered before pulling Severus away from Rodolphus. "Dolph, he is stressed lately as James is sick frequently. Don't mind his words. I don't want to spoil Bella's birthday. That's the only reason I'm letting him go," Rodolphus said before smiling and turning to look at his wife. "Why don't we cut the cake now? I have to go," Severus said suddenly, and Rodolphus was about to snap at him for being so petty, but saw panic in his eyes. "James isn't feeling well. Dada dash. Angel, enjoy with everyone. Don't worry. James is just throwing up, that's all. He said he didn't like the taste of food this morning. You know he is super sensitive to food lately," Severus said calmly, trying to ignore his own panic. "Stay here and enjoy the party. I'll go and stay with James. If I'm not able to come back, just go with Lucius to Malfoy Manor. He will bring you to the Slytherin Manor in the morning." "All right." Julia nodded and hugged him. Severus kissed the top of her head, and his eyes met Rabastin's for a moment. "Love you. Love you too, darling." Severus kissed her head again before pulling away from her and left the room. "It's okay, Julia. James is going to be fine," Lucius said, giving her a small smile. "Why don't we start with the party?" "Sure." Julia nodded, staying close to Percy, as he is the only one among all these people that she knew from a long time. Her eyes met Rabastin, who gave her a small smile as well, and she returned an uncertain smile to him. "Percy, Lucius told me a lot about you." Rabastin came to the other side of Julia. "How is it going at the ministry working under the Fool?" "It's okay," Percy said to him, and Julia glanced at him with humor shining in her eyes. "Fine. I'm surviving fine for now. Just waiting for a new minister to be appointed." "Dada said the Dark Lord is planning to stand in the elections himself as Lord Thomas Gaunt," Julia said, making them snap their heads towards her in shock and surprise. "What?" They looked at her with the same expression, and she looked between them confused. "You have the same eyes, the color, the shape. Even your eyebrows are of same shape if you ignore the difference in hair color," Julia murmured in deep thought. Percy tensed and looked away instantly, and Rabastin frowned slightly at his behavior. What was the real reason for Lucius to bring this young man here? Are they related somehow? But how? He couldn't have made a girl pregnant to have a son this old. But that means he can be... No. He doesn't want to go there only to get his hopes crushed later on. He needs to talk to Lucius before he can get to any conclusions. It was weird listening to a Malfoy praising a Weasley. He wanted to find out what's going on, but decided to wait until the birthday is over. "What's wrong? It might be just a coincidence. Did I offend you too?" Julia asked, looking at them worried. "I'm so dash." "No." They said at the same time, and she looked at them, finding a similarity in their expressions again, but decided to stay quiet for the time being. Don't apologize all the time, Jules, Percy said, patting her hair. I told you already to not apologize for something you didn't do. Ever. Oh, cool. Julia gave him a sheepish smile, and Percy ruffled her hair lightly. Are you guys dating or something? Rabastan asked before he can stop himself. He regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Chapter in notes. So, what do you think will happen? Will Rabastan make a bad or good impression on his first meet with his nephew? How's going to make things right? Can Julia guess their relation before Rabastan can find out the truth? Hope you like the chapter. Love Honey Red Heart. Chapter 27. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. How are you holding up? Rodolphus asked Julia after they cut the cake. Would you like a tour of our manor? Sure, Julia said, and joined Rodolphus as Rabastan looked at them leave curiously. Your father is very protective of you, Julia, Rodolphus said, and Julia smiled at him. He is feeling guilty for the way he has treated me all these years. He feels bad that he was mean to me. I don't blame him anymore, though. He loves me now, and I love him too. Both my parents, Julia said happily, and Rodolphus nodded. Busty has told me a lot about you, even if he spent only 2 days, Rodolphus said to her. Julia looked at him a bit surprised. He did? Julia asked. Yes, he won't shut up, Rodolphus chuckled. This is his room. Oh. Her eyes looked around the room curiously. The room was bigger than the whole Dursley's house. It's a single room? She asked, stunned. The rooms in Slytherin Manor were big, but not this big. But those were guest rooms, though. Family rooms must have been bigger than theirs. Rabastan really has a very big room. She gulped slightly, pushing away the unknown feeling in her gut, and looked at the photo frames hanging on the wall. They were of Rabastan with his family members. She stopped at a photo where he was holding a baby, Corvus, Julia thought to herself as she stroked the picture lightly. He was a little baby, and he was taken away from us. Rodolphus sighed. Bella couldn't get over it even now, he said. Julia said as she looked at the picture. He was my second son, our second son, Rodolphus said to her, and she looked confused. Busty will always be our first son. If it wasn't for Busty, I don't know how Bella would have survived it all. He was always her son, but after little Corvus was taken from us, he became her only son, and yet he never complained when she went hysterical. He was there for Bella more than I could ever. He took care of Bella more than I could. You lost your son too, Julia said, squeezing his hand, and Rodolphus gave her a small smile. That must have been hard for you too. It still is. Rodolphus shook his head. I blame myself for letting Bella go alone that day. I shouldn't have let her go alone. She was with a child and couldn't protect herself and the baby. She was harmed too. It took weeks, maybe months, that she was back to her normal health. You couldn't have known, Julia said to him. It's not your fault. I'm sorry for telling all this to you, Rodolphus said to her. I don't know why I said all this to you. I won't lie, but my brother was a womanizer before. He never told us about any girls, though. You're the first one he ever mentioned. As I told you, he's like a son to me, and his happiness is my happiness too. Dolph, here you are. Percy wanted to have a look around too. Rabastan entered the room and grinned at Julia. Did you like my room, Belle? Yes, it's so big, she said as she glanced at Rodolphus and back to Rabastan. Percy was there behind him, whose eyes went to the picture frame behind Julia. That's Dash, Percy whispered as he pointed at the baby in the picture. My nephew, Rabastan said to him. He was killed during the war. Oh. Percy nodded and looked to be deep in thought as he looked at Rodolphus, who had a sad look in his eyes. What were you guys talking about? Rabastan asked them. Nothing much. I was just talking about little Corvus and how you take care of us, Rodolphus said to him before Julia can say anything, and she just nodded. All right, let's go and look at other rooms. Come on, belle. Rabastan steered her out of the room along with Percy. She looked at Rodolphus, who just gave her a smile, and she smiled back at him. What did he want to tell her about Rabastan? Rabastan was a womanizer, and she was the only girl that he told Rodolphus about. Does that mean anything? What does that even mean? She didn't understand, and just looked around the manor as Rabastan showed it to them. So, did you like my place? Rabastan asked her, and she nodded. It's so nice. I liked it. She told him, and he smiled at her. "What about you, Percy?" Rabaston asked, and he just rubbed his hands together as he looked around the garden. Rodolphus joined them after making sure Bellatrix was fine, and his gaze went to Percy. "It's nice." Percy nodded, remembering this house from his childhood. He used to play around here. He walked towards the fountain and tapped the little duck-shaped stones just like he did when he was a kid, and Rodolphus froze at that. He shook himself out of his thoughts and went towards Julia to talk. "Hey, you guys are here. I was searching for you." Lucius and Draco joined them as well. "Julia, I wanted to tell you that I have some work, and if you want to go back, then I can drop you off now. I don't know when I'll be returning from work. I am sorry, but I really want to go early and check on Pa. I'll come back when he is fine and spend time with you guys, if you don't mind." "I'm so sorry." She looked at the Lestrange brothers. Rabaston almost pouted, but composed himself and smiled at her. "It's fine, Belle. We understand. Just go and take care of your Pa. You're always welcome here. You can come back any time, any day." Rabaston offered, and she grinned at him. "All right, see you later." Julia waved at them and rushed to Percy. She talked for a minute before hugging him and left with Lucius. "Are they close?" Rodolphus asked Rabaston. "They're like siblings. I asked them the same thing, and she just glared at me until I apologized." Rabaston chuckled. "I'll go talk to him. Go and stay with Bella. Come on, dragon. Come with me. Don't call me that, Uncle Busty." Draco complained, but still went with him to Percy, who was still looking at the fountain. "Do you like it so much that you were looking at it for such a long time?" Rabaston asked, making Percy jerk in surprise. I'm just thinking something." "Sorry," Percy said, rubbing his neck nervously. "It's fine. There's no need to apologize at all." Rabaston patted his back. "Let's sit down and talk." "Sure." Percy followed them to the bench, and they took a seat as Percy still glanced at the fountain once in a while. Percy doesn't remember too much about his childhood, and most of his memories were around this fountain. They spent almost every evening near this fountain, if he isn't wrong. "You are looking at that again. You can tell us if something's wrong with it," Rabaston said to him, and Percy shook his head. "I just liked it." Percy murmured. "Do you like it too?" "We love it," Draco said to him brightly. "We do. We used to spend every evening here with a cup of tea, or when Corvus Dash," Rabaston paused for a moment at that, "was still with us. He loved to play near the fountain. He almost gave me a heart attack one day when he successfully climbed it and fell into the water. I was so afraid and called all the healers I knew to make sure he is fine. Bella and Dolph had to calm me down, and I was too afraid to take care of Corvus alone for a long time after that. I was afraid that I would hurt him again." "You didn't," Percy whispered, and Rabaston smiled at him. "It wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have let him climb at all. I should have stopped him from falling. I shouldn't have Dash. It's still not your fault. Children fall, and they won't learn if they won't fall." Percy said to him, and he sighed. "Maybe you are right." Rabaston smiled at him. "It was all in the past. He isn't with us anymore. I couldn't protect him. You weren't there in that place to protect him," Percy said, and Rabaston looked at him sharply at that. Draco, who was sitting beside him, looked at the two confused. "Something wrong, Uncle Busty?" Draco asked, and Rabaston shook his head. "Let's go inside. Bella might start worrying about us." Rabaston led them inside as he thought about what Percy just said. How would he know that Rabaston wasn't there to protect Corvus? How? Did Dumbledore or anyone tell him? Did Lucius tell him? But Lucius wouldn't have told Percy about it, and why would Percy believe it? Julia? No, she just met him today after he told her. How did he know? "Busty, where is your Belle?" Bellatrix asked him teasingly. "Did you let her go so easily?" "Bella, shut up. She isn't my Belle. I just call her that for fun." Rabaston rolled her eyes as he tried to not think about it too much and just ask Lucius about it. Rabaston stayed silent after that and observed Percy once in a while. "No, that can't be. No, no, no. Did you have fun, princess?" James asked Julia as she sat on the edge of the bed as James lied with his head on Severus' lap. "Yeah, it was nice meeting them and talking to them," Julia said as she looked at him worried. "How are you feeling? Are you fine? What happened suddenly?" "Nothing wrong, Angel. It's just that he was in coma for a long time and his body is taking time to adjust to the sudden change," Severus said calmly. "I'm not lying. I swear. I would never lie to you about his health. All right. She nodded before kicking off her slippers and laid on the bed with her head on James' chest. I want to stay here for some time. You can stay here for however long you want, princess. James chuckled as he stroked her hair gently. We love you. I love you too, Julia said, clutching him tightly. James and Severus stayed silent as Julia fell asleep in James' arms. James looked at the window deep in thoughts, and Severus was also lost in his thoughts about his little family. He didn't know if he would be successful in saving his little family at least this time. He couldn't see them suffer anymore, and he didn't know how to make it all good either. Are you sad? James asked, and Severus looked at him with a small smile. No, Jamie. I'm just thinking about how to keep us safe. Severus pressed a small kiss to his head and moved his head to get up from the bed. I have to meet the Dark Lord and talk about a few things. I'll be back soon. Sleep for a while, and I'll be back before you wake up. Okay. James nodded and watched his back as he left. James sighed, frustrated as he continued to stroke his daughter's hair. He is too weak. He didn't like it. He couldn't do anything. He can't even do a stupid levitating charm without his hand shaking after a few seconds. Is he so weak? Severus doesn't say anything, but what if he gets sick of his weakness after a while? What if he gets irritated with it? What if he decides to leave him again? No, Severus didn't leave him the first time on his own will. But he might leave on his own will this time. His mind is playing games with him. He just thinks too much one time and doesn't think anything another time. He doesn't understand what's happening at all. He doesn't know what to do or whom to talk. He wants Sirius. Sirius will know the solution to all his problems. He didn't want Severus to leave him again. He can't take it even if the last time was not Severus leaving him on his own. Chapter and notes. Hey lovely readers, I know I'm late in updating, but I've been really busy lately. I finished my studies and I'm searching for a job. So, due to the stress and all, I wasn't able to write much, and I don't know when I can write again or update again. I'm not going to abandon my stories. Think of it as a hiatus. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Hope you guys understand. I'll be updating 3 chapters in this week, so have a great time reading. Love, Honey Blueheart. Chapter 28. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Lucius, we need to talk, Rabastan said as soon as Lucius fled home from the ministry. You scared me there, Busty, Lucius said, shaking his head, and didn't take his words seriously or acted as such. I know that you were too smart for your own good. If anyone would have guessed something, it would be you. Come to the point. Rabastan snapped impatiently. Lucius just smiled at him and nodded towards the door. Come on, let's go to my study. It's not safe to talk about certain things out in the open, Lucius said, leaving the room, not giving Rabastan a chance to protest. Would you like a drink? Probably no. Your wounds are still healing, and Dolph would kill me if you drink in this state. Lucius dash, all right. I'll get to the point. Lucius sighed at his look. I didn't want to tell you. It's not my place to tell this to you. So, it's him. Rabastan confirmed, and Lucius didn't move or say anything for a long moment before giving him a nod. Rabastan collapsed to the ground, and Lucius went to his side, kneeling beside him. He's alive. Yes, Busty. He is alive, and he just found out about it. But you should know that he was led to believe we are evil and we are dangerous. He is feeling conflicted about so many things, and the original Percy was killed in front of his eyes. Lucius said to him, and Rabastan flinched. What the? Rabastan cursed out loud. Yes, they killed him to make everyone believe that Corvus is Percy, and there won't be any other obstacle in their path. Lucius explained to him. That's just, I don't even know what to say. Rabastan said, feeling sick. My little Corvus saw someone killing a baby when he himself was a baby. Yes, he is traumatic about that event. He needs some time to adjust to the fact that everything is not as clear as it used to be. He is afraid how you would react to the fact that he was a Weasley and how his father. Well, Arthur Weasley would react to it. No matter what, Arthur Weasley was a good father to him, and he did raise our Corvus for all these years. Lucius explained, and Rabastan nodded his head. I want to see him. Please. Rabastan begged, and Lucius sighed. I promised him that I won't tell anyone until he is okay with it. Lucius said, and Rabastan made his puppy eyes. Brad, don't give me that look. Please, Luke. I want to meet my little Corvus. Please, please, please. I won't say anything. I just want to see if he is fine. Please, Luke. Just a few minutes. Rabastin pleaded, and Lucius gave up. Fine, but we will only watch from afar and dash. Anything. Rabastin promised. Lucius helped him stand and wiped his tears before ruffling his hair. Let's go, Rabastin said eagerly. What did you tell Rodolphus about where you were going? Lucius asked him. I didn't tell him that I was leaving. Rabastin mumbled, and Lucius glared at him. I couldn't tell him without confirming anything. You won't tell him anything now either. Corvus needs time, and we will give him time. Got it? Lucius asked, and Rabastin nodded his head obediently. Good, let's go. What are we doing at St. Mungo's? Rabastin asked, frowning. You said he works at the ministry. Is he sick? Is he not feeling well? Is he hurt? What are you hiding from me? Busty, Arthur Weasley had a heart attack, and he is admitted here. Lucius said, squeezing his hand assuring. Oh, how is he now? Is he okay? Rabastin asked, feeling bad about the man who was a father to their little Corvus all these years. He is safe, Lucius said, and Rabastin nodded. You are not Molly's sons. Lucius and Rabastin heard, just as they were about to round a corner. Don't shout. The tallest of the group hissed at them. We are at the hospital, not home. I'm sorry, I was just surprised. That's all. One of the twins mumbled. Sorry for shouting at you. I was just worried that someone might hear you. We don't want anyone knowing anything at the moment. Especially Dad. He can't know anything right now. I can't see him go through another attack in the near future. Bill said to the group. I don't know how we can hide this or how long, but I just don't have the guts to tell him anything at all. We understand. Another guy said in the group. He must be Charlie, Lucius thought to himself. They stayed in the corner as Rabastin tried to get a glimpse of Percy. You guys are shouting it to the whole world. Percy glared at them, and Rabastin placed his hand on his mouth to stop himself from sobbing out loud. That look, it's just like Rodolphus. Just like his father. Little Corvus is just like his dad. Lucius squeezed his shoulder in support, and Rabastin shook his head. Don't say anything. Anything at all. All right, boss. The other twin tried to joke, and Percy just rolled his eyes. You guys are just hopeless. Percy scoffed before turning to walk in their direction. Lucius pulled him before Percy could see them, and they hurried to the floor. He is just like Dolph. Rabastin whispered to him when they came back to Malfoy Manor. He is. Lucius agreed with him. I can't wait to have him back with us again. Rabastin said, and Lucius smiled at him. A few days later, Angel. How's it going? Severus took a seat beside her as he looked over her notes that she wrote while studying. I'm tired and want to sleep. Julia complained, and he chuckled. Then go to sleep. Don't tire yourself out. I want you to study hard, but not this hard either. Severus said, closing her books. Take some rest. Don't let your pa see you like this, or else he will kill me. Why would I kill you? James asked from behind, making Severus groan, and Julia laughed at her dada. What happened? Nothing. Dada was just saying he didn't want me to work too hard and tire myself out. Julia told him. Yes, he is absolutely right about that. James agreed with Severus, taking a seat on the armrest beside Severus and wrapped his arms around Severus, leaning on him. Pa, can I go and meet Rabastin Dash? No, Severus said before she can even finish her sentence. James sighed and looked at her with a smile. Of course, Princess. You can go to him whenever you want. Just make sure he is free before you go there. He said he is free this evening. Julia said with a big smile. Severus was about to object again when James placed his hand over Severus' mouth and nodded at Julia. Then you can go. Take care and tell Bellatrix that I asked her. James sent her before Severus can react more. James, why would you send her to him? Severus asked unhappily. That man is Dash. He is her friend. He was her only friend when she was going through something so tough. Just let her be, Sev. I'll not let him go away if he hurts my princess. But you can't shield her from everything by keeping her home 24/7. It's not good for her. You have to understand that. James said to him. She already went through so much. She can't take it if Rabastin does something to her Dash. Don't think too much, Sev. You should trust your friends. Do you think so low of him? Do you think he would use a girl so young and then move on to someone else? James asked him. Severus opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again and sighed. All right, I get it. I think it's just being a girl father changes you so much. How are you so smart? Severus asked, pulling James onto his lap. James laughed at him and kissed his nose. I have you to worry about everything while I think about the rest, James said, and Severus kissed him. I just love you so much, Sev. I'm so happy to have you back with me. Me too. Severus kissed him again, harder. I hate waiting until you are healthy again. Don't wait, James said, looking at him with so much need. Just dash. I don't want to risk anything. Let's wait a few more weeks, Severus said, stroking his cheek lovingly. I'm glad you are fine, Jamie. I can't say how much glad I am. I love you so much. I'm glad you found me that day, Sev. I don't know what I would have done without you. Dumbledore wouldn't have left me alone either way. James shivered as he took that name. You saved me. I didn't. Severus shook his head, and James cupped his face. You did, Sev. You did so much for me. You healed me. You supported me. You were my strength even when you weren't with me. I could only pass every day thinking about you, waiting for you. If it weren't for you, someone else would have taken advantage of me. That would have broken me beyond repair after Dumbledore. You were my saving grace, Sev, James whispered, and Severus shook his head. Sirius wouldn't have let anyone do that to you, Severus said, and James smiled at him. He wouldn't. But Dumbledore can do something to him. He was in Azkaban all these years. No one did anything, James pointed out, and Severus nodded. I'm sorry for Dash, Sev. You have nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad that you are back again, James said, stroking his jaw. I'm just happy with what I have right now. You are happy even about the littlest things we have, Jamie. I just love you for that, Severus said, chuckling. There's nothing about you that I don't love, Severus said before shaking his head. I think there's something that I hate, though. What? James asked, alarmed. Your love for your friends. They always kept you from me back then. Severus scoffed, and James laughed at that. I spent every second with you, if I'm not with my friends, James pointed out. But you spent those seconds away when you are with them, Severus pointed out. Sev, that's not fair, James pouted. You have friends too, and you also had to go to the Dark Lord. I know, but I'm just like this. Possessive bastard. Severus chuckled, and James rolled his eyes. By the way, did you hear anything from Remus? He isn't replying to my letters from a week, James asked, and Severus shook his head. I was a bit busy with Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. I'll check on him when I leave the manor after Julia returns, Severus said, and James nodded. How are things going? James asked him. I want to know if it's safe to send our daughter back to Hogwarts. I will die here worried about you two all day long. I know. I'm trying my best to help the Dark Lord to at least remove him as the headmaster, if not just kill him. But Dumbledore just changed all at once. He isn't doing anything. It's like he flipped a switch, and it's a different version of him that we are seeing at the moment. It's all an act. I know, but we need him to be his previous self if we want to do something to him, Severus said to him. He isn't even talking anything about the Order, Ministry, Dark Lord, or even Julia. I don't know what's going on. I feel as if he knew about me gaining my memories. That can't be. He can't know that. He only knows about me, as Evans wouldn't be able to find me in the room. But other than that, he might suspect that Julia knows about me and you. But he can't find out that you know about me, about us, James told him, and Severus sighed, burying his face in James' neck. I don't know what's happening, Jamie. Nothing is going according to plan. He is doing nothing out of the line to send him out of the school. I don't know how we are going to send our angel to Hogwarts and not be worried about her well-being even if I'm there in the same place. Hogwarts is too big for me to even reach her before he does something to her, Severus admitted, and James stroked his hair as he thought about what they can do to remove the bastard from the school. Chapter and notes. So, Rabastin guessed it right, and he is too emotional to have his little nephew back. Remus is out of coverage area for a long time. What is he doing? Is he hiding something, or rather someone? Any guesses? We just have to wait and find out. Hope you are having fun reading this, and thank you for supporting me. Love, Honey Blueheart. Chapter 29. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. What do you mean by he is busy? James frowned. I mean that he is not available for a few days, Severus said, looking at him blankly, which earned him a pillow to his face. Severus caught it swiftly and laughed. I don't know the exact details, Jamie. I just know that Remus is busy. I don't know much. You should have asked him why he didn't reply to my letters if he could reply to yours. James pouted. He didn't reply to me. I went to his place, and he seemed— Severus paused to find the right word. He seemed jittery, and he was eager to send me off. I felt something off, but asked him to come and meet you as soon as he can. Did you mention my name? James asked, and Severus shook his head. I'm a Slytherin, if you are forgetting. Severus pointed out, and James rolled his eyes at the sneaky bastard. Fine. James said, looking at the door and back at him. Where is Julia? She is at Malfoy Manor. Draco and Julia are trying to bond with each other for me, apparently. But I can see that he was excited to finally make her as his friend. That boy wanted to be her friend in the first year, but said the right thing at the wrong time, and they became enemies. He has a big mouth just like you. Severus chuckled, and James scoffed at him. I don't, James said, and Severus raised an eyebrow. If you think so. Severus didn't argue and let it go. He reminds me of you, Jamie. In many ways. I think he is taken after his godfather in many ways. He did? James asked in surprise. That's nice. Yes, he doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. He is still a child and thinks it's okay for him to do anything for fun. I wanted to stop him many times, but something stopped me. I think it's your memories that were still somewhere in me that stopped me. But I did my best to make sure he didn't go to extremes either. I only let him go to extremes if it was Weasley and Granger. Severus told him. I'm not saying that I encouraged if he bullied others. He knows the difference, at least. That I didn't, James said, looking away from Severus. But he held James' chin and made him look into his eyes. Don't think about it again, Jamie. I told you. I forgave you for it long ago. I don't mind. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have been here like this now. Severus said, and James gulped, nodding his head. I just can't get it out of my head ever, Sev. It's like it's going to taunt me till I die. I just can't help it. I feel so shitty every time I think about what I did to you or how I behaved with you. James said, shaking his head. I don't know if I can ever overcome the guilt, though. I love you, and I know that you love me too. But I still feel shitty whenever I think about us at Hogwarts. I want you to forget it, Jamie. Please. I can't take it if you continue to feel guilty for something that I don't blame you anymore. Severus said, stroking his nape lightly. I'm trying, Sev. I'm trying. James said to him. Okay, let's talk about something else so that you won't think too much about it again. Severus said to him. Did you know that Evans and the Longbottom couple killed the son of Rodolphus and Bellatrix? It was what made Bella lose her sanity. I didn't know. James looked at him with wide eyes. How are they doing now? After losing a child, she even had to endure all these years at Azkaban. Poor Bella. Yes, she isn't weak, though. She is still one of the strongest duelers among the Death Eaters. Severus said to him, I don't pity her. I hate pitying anyone. But I felt it was so unfair for her to go through all this shit because she was born dark. I never thought Longbottoms were this biased. Evans, I can understand, but them? Never. I thought Frank was decent enough. He was my friend. We never talked about politics or anything, but he was a nice bloke back then. James murmured, frowning. Are you trying to make me jealous, Jamie? 'Cause if you were planning on that, you certainly succeeded. Severus said, pulling him close. Sev, I was just thinking. That's all. James said, rolling his eyes at his possessive husband. Don't think about other men when you are with me. Severus said hoarsely, and James gulped. Sev Dash, I'm sorry. Severus instantly let him go when he saw the look on James' face. It's not safe. James can get flashbacks again if he forced. He might want this, but there is no guarantee that he might still want once they start. The goblin healer warned him about it. I have a meeting. I'll be back soon. Sev, wait, Dash. James tried to stop him, but he already left. This is just too much. He huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Severus is being too paranoid. James knows that his health is not good, and he may react badly, but that doesn't mean they just stay like saints forever. There is no guarantee when he can get better. James, can I come in? James jumped at the voice and looked towards the doorway to see the Dark Lord leaning against the door frame, probably for a while as he looked at his reaction amused. He raised an eyebrow, and James hurried to stand and remembered he needed to speak something so that the person at the door knows what he is thinking. Yes, of course, James said, and the Dark Lord slowly moved away from the door frame and entered. He took a seat near James, who sat down after him. How are you doing, James? Pretty good lately, James said, tense slightly. He didn't want to anger him, and that would make him punish Severus. I won't harm you, the Dark Lord said, as if reading his thoughts. Or Severus. Or your daughter. I'm still finding it hard to adjust to so many things. I'm sorry, but it's just Dash. You don't have to explain, James. I know. I'm just assuring you, and I would do it again and again until you can be normal around me. He gave James a small smile, and James returned with a nervous one. Severus said, he has some meeting. Isn't he with you? James asked, frowning, as he remembered what Severus said before leaving him. He is at Hogwarts. The meeting isn't with me, the Dark Lord said, looking at the wall in front of them. I actually wanted to talk about a few things with you before he comes back. I know I'm going to ask you too much, but I have no other option. What is it? James asked, looking at him confused. Dumbledore doesn't know that you are with me or about Severus. Oh, Severus said he's been acting weird. James said, and the Dark Lord nodded. What is it that you want me to do? I know that you were planning on not sending your daughter back until Dumbledore is gone, but if Julia doesn't go back, we would be in too much problem. The Ministry will get involved as the girl who lived is missing, and Dumbledore will make it seem like I kidnapped both of you and put you under imperious or compulsions or whatever he wants. Also, I need someone who can get me information from Dumbledore. I feel like Dumbledore isn't telling Severus everything at the moment. I can't let him doubt my spy for longer if we want to win this war. As much as I hate to say it, we can't take him lightly. He is still the one who has lived longer than both of us combined. The Dark Lord explained. Are you planning on sending our daughter to spy? Like her father? James asked, and the Dark Lord nodded after a beat of silence. James sighed heavily and looked down at his lap. But Severus won't agree to it. He blames himself for all that happened to our daughter. He wouldn't want her to go through all of it once again. I know, and that is why I came to you. He explained. I know you wouldn't agree, Dash. I'm with you, James said, surprising him. What? You're okay with it? The Dark Lord asked, surprised. I thought I had to convince you longer. I don't like my daughter near that man, but I know that even if Dumbledore doesn't trust her completely, she is still the only one who the people believe can end you. So, he has no option but tell her at least what he doesn't or can't tell Sev. James said to him, I hate it, but we can't let the man win. My daughter needs to have extra protection on her. If she doesn't have extra protection, then I won't let her go. She will have whatever you want if she goes back for me. He assured James. I will bring the best rune master to draw runes on her jewelry, to keep her safe every day. I will place every protection spell I know on her rings or bracelet or whatever she wears every day. I assure you, James, I won't let her continue if she is going to be in danger. I'm not that heartless. I know. You didn't punish Sev when he said he betrayed you. James said to him. That explains that you are not the heartless bastard that Dumbledore was telling about to the world. You're something else, James. I can see why Severus must have liked you. He smiled at him. What do you mean? James asked, frowning slightly in confusion. He didn't understand what the Dark Lord was saying. You just called me a bastard even if you were afraid of me. He laughed, and James crossed his arms over his chest like a child. I didn't. I only said that Dumbledore says you are one, but you are not. So, that means I didn't call you that. James argued, and he laughed again. You even argue with me. No one did until now. He murmured. It's nice to have someone talk to me like a normal person, you know? You like it? James asked cautiously as he realized what he just did. But if he goes back to timid, then he will feel bad. I do, but I can't let everyone talk down to me either. I'm still the big bad Dark Lord, he said jokingly. Right, but I'm here to talk if you want a normal conversation. I can help you, James said, trying to sound as normal as possible to not offend the man. Maybe he should stop thinking about all this and just be himself, right? He thought to himself. Thank you for the offer, James. I appreciate it. But Severus would have a heart attack if he sees you with me. He is too protective of what's his, he said, shaking his head. Also, I know that you were just saying that to me. You don't really feel normal with me. I don't want you to force yourself either. Don't worry. But Dash, it's fine, James. I'm used to it. It's been a very long time. My guess is I'm older than your father, by a few years, if anything. I'm experiencing this from that long. So, it's completely all right. Don't think too much, he said, waving his hand to prove his point. Anyways, make sure you tell Severus about your decision when he comes back later on. You can change your decision anytime you want. I won't be mad. I swear. Thank you. James nodded. Also, I talked to Lucius about the sorting. He's going to make sure the whole Hogwarts will have a resort, and hopefully Julia can be out of Gryffindor. He informed James, who nodded relieved, even if he wanted his daughter to be in his old house at Hogwarts. Nothing is more important than her safety. If she is safe in Sev's house, then she will be there. He doesn't care about her house as long as she is safe. Chapter end notes. So, what do you think? James and Dark Lord are planning to send Julia back. How? Will Severus react to it? Will he agree or not? How is it? Comment your thoughts and ideas if you have any for future. I'd like to hear what you thought about the chapter, and I'm open for any suggestions. I won't be updating for a while again due to other things in my life. I'll try to update again as soon as I can. Thank you for supporting me and still reading my books even if I'm so late in updating. Thanks for being there with me all this while. I'm sorry that I couldn't respond to all of your comments. I'm thankful for each and every one though. Love, Honey Blueheart. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.